Chapter 291. Get Lost. A few 9th-level Earth Realm prodigies teamed up and blasted at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen could see that these people were doing it on purpose. They probably wanted to test his ability. It was a pity that these people's cultivation technique rank was too low and was only at the 14th rank. Their cultivation might be one level higher than Li Fuchen, but their combat cultivation was far inferior to Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen burst out with the true Inferno Chi and sent these people flying into the mist. In the next moment, these people vanished. Such a high cultivation technique rank. Someone noticed this scene and couldn't help but be shocked. Combat level consisted of 3 parts. One part was the cultivation level, the other part was the technique rank, and the last part was the Chi Burst secret technique. Li Fuchen's cultivation level might be low, but his technique rank was high. Therefore, his combat level wasn't weak, but was extremely strong. Kid, this year's Stars ranking tournament doesn't have a place for you. You better participate in the next tournament. A vigorous figure pounced at Li Fuchen and blasted a fist at him. It is the previous Stars ranking tournament's 84th ranker, Cheng Wu. Cheng Wu is at the peak level of the Earth Realm and his technique rank is at the 15th rank. I wonder how he is going to resist. The prodigies behind Li Fuchen were sneering in their hearts. Cheng Wu's ability was indeed decent. He might not be comparable to Sword Maniac, Li Xiangru, but he was much stronger than Sword Tiger, Qin Yuanhu. A pity that his opponent was Li Fuchen. Executing his movement technique, Li Fuchen's figure instantly vanished and when he reappeared, he was already at the side of Cheng Wu. Not good. Cheng Wu's eyes widened as he extended his left hand from under his right arm, trying to block Li Fuchen's attack. Bang! Li Fuchen sent Cheng Wu flying into the mist with a lightning-fast kick. In a martial artist's spar, there were many factors that determined the outcome. To deal with Cheng Wu, Li Fuchen didn't even need to reveal his trump card. He just needed to use his speed to send Cheng Wu flying. Such speed! Those prodigies who originally looked down on Li Fuchen didn't dare to do so anymore. Light body techniques were an extremely important quality. If one's speed couldn't keep up with the opponent, then one could only passively take a beating. Unless one's defense was immune to the opponent's attacks, if one's speed was too slow, one would lose. At the end of the stone stairs was Mount Star Fate. At this point, there was no more fog, but correspondingly, the road was not as easy to walk. Looking up, Mount Star Fate towered into the clouds. Its surface was almost completely straight. Some places barely had some protruding rocks to use as leverage, and some places were simply cliffs that were incomparably smooth. How are we supposed to go up like this? Many prodigies sucked in a cold breath. He did not realize it from afar, but when he saw it up close, he realized that it was not easy to climb the mountain. Everyone was at the 9th level of the Earth Realm. Although they didn't possess the Heaven Realm martial artist's ability to fly in the sky and burrow into the ground, they were still able to soar in the sky for a distance. It was just that Mount Star Fate had plenty of cliffs and the height was basically above a few thousand meters. No one was able to forcefully fly up. Even a half-step Heaven Realm wouldn't be able to. They had to borrow strength midway. Of course, even though it was a cliff, if one's lightness skill was good, one could still use it as leverage. It all depended on one's own skill. At this moment, what appeared in front of everyone was a cliff that was 3,000 to 4,000 meters high. The cliff was very wide, and it was estimated to stretch for more than 10 miles. If they chose another route, they would waste a lot of time. Let me go first. One of the prodigies who was at the 9th level of the Earth Realm and felt that he had a decent lightness skill soared into the sky. When he reached a height of a few hundred meters, he stomped on the cliff and climbed again. Soon enough, he reached a height of over 1,000 meters and repeated the process. I can't go up anymore. Li Fuchen's eyes were like lightning. He could see that every time this prodigy borrowed strength, the distance would be reduced by half. His final height would probably be around 2,000 meters and it was impossible for him to climb the cliff. As expected, at the 2,300 to 400 meters mark, this prodigy used up all his chi and his body started to descend. It was fortunate that the height of 2,000 meters wasn't enough to make him panic and was just a little pathetic. After landing on the ground, this prodigy decisively chose another route. Some of the less confident prodigies didn't try anymore. When they saw someone failing, they too chose another route. Those that stayed behind were those that were more confident. Ha, let me do it. Another prodigy soared into the sky. This person was at the peak level of the earth realm and had dense chi. Swish, swish, swish. After borrowing strength over a dozen times, this prodigy barely managed to climb up the cliff. Let me do it too. The cliff was very spacious and could accommodate hundreds of people climbing at the same time without being crowded. Li Fuchen saw that the elite prodigies led by thunderous King Star Situ Lei had all started to climb. Situ Lei was worthy of being the first King Star. Not only was his cultivation ridiculously high, but his lightness skill was also amazing. With just one leap, he flew up to 1,000 meters. After 2 or 3 times of borrowing strength, he had already disappeared. The whole process was like a lightning flash. Immovable King Star Chi Heng and Golden Whip King Star Jin Sudong might be slower, but they were also close to 1,000 meters in height. Young Master Flying Sword, Luo Feiyan's lightness skill was comparable to Situ Lei, but it wasn't as fast as Situ Lei. Originally, everyone thought that Situ Lei and Luo Feiyan's lightness skill was formidable enough, but after seeing Tri-Absolute Fairy, Jiang Ruoliu's lightness skill, everyone was speechless. Jiang Ruoliu was like a swan goose, her figure rushed into the sky. Almost no one saw how she borrowed strength and floated up, appearing on the cliff like a fairy descending. Subsequently, Yan Qingwu's lightness skill was also astonishing. Yan Qingwu's cultivation was the same as Li Fuchen's, at the 8th level of the earth realm. She belonged to the bottom of the bottom, but apart from her incredible lightness skill, it seemed like she cultivated an incredible lightness skill. If Jiang Ruoliu was a swan goose, then Yan Qingwu was a swallow. After borrowing strength from the cliff for 3 to 4 times, Yan Qingwu climbed up the cliff with ease. Elite prodigies are indeed elite prodigies. Even Fairy Qingwu, who has the weakest cultivation, is also incredible. Many of them felt inferior in their hearts and felt that as compared to these elite prodigies, their innate potential was too inferior. This Li Fuchen has yet to climb. Could it be that he lacks confidence and is scared? I think so. A 1-star bone frame is ultimately a 1-star bone frame and probably has some limitations. I wonder how he passed the 6th mystic martial door and was accepted as a personal disciple by the first mystic martial expert. The mystic martial hidden domain doesn't mean anything. Perhaps he is more suitable for the trials of the mystic martial hidden domain. Everyone had their suspicions towards Li Fuchen, especially after knowing that Li Fuchen's bone frame was only a 1-star bone frame. They weren't convinced and all of them wanted to see Li Fuchen reveal his true self and make a fool of himself. The reason why Li Fuchen was the last one was mainly to see the performance of the others. In terms of light body techniques, Tri-Absolute Fairy, Jiang Ruoliu was undoubtedly the best, Situ Lei and Luo Feiyan were tied for second place. The others each had their own merits, but Yan Qingwu was still lacking in maturity. Her light body technique was very proficient, but her cultivation level was rather low. It is my turn. Taking a deep breath, Li Fuchen circulated the Black Wind 3 clones. He stomped on the ground and soared into the sky. 500 meters. 800 meters. 1,000 meters. 1,200 meters. Below, be it those who were observing or those who were climbing the cliff, all of them were tongue-tied and couldn't say a word. 1,500 meters. This time, Li Fuchen ascended to a height of 1,500 meters, and this wasn't even his limit. He might not have cultivated any Mystic Class high-tier light body technique, but he had already cultivated the Mystic Class mid-tier Black Wind 3 clones to the extremity. The Black Wind 3 clone's intent was already at the completion rank, which allowed him to be like the wind and couldn't feel any resistance at the initial stages. P.S. Apologies, the updates for the past few days are too lousy. It is my fault. Let's not talk about the reason and resume updating. This is the first update. Chapter 292. What level of Qin Gong is this? He is only at the 8th level of the Earth realm. Some prodigies were shocked. 3 Absolute Fairy Jiang Ruoliu's Qinggong is powerful, because she is not only high attainments in Qinggong, but also high cultivation base. Among the participants, except for the 3 King Star, only she is a half-step Heavenly Dipper realm cultivation base. Half-step Heavenly Dipper realm seemed to be only 1 level higher than Earth Fiend realm peak, but in fact, it was like heaven and earth. Half-step Heavenly Dipper realm, as the name implies, half a foot has already stepped into the Heavenly Dipper realm. The 3 King Stars and Tri-Absolute Fairy could actually break through to the Heaven realm, but the 4 of them forcibly suppressed their cultivation. Martial artists at this level not only had high-quality Zhenqi, but their mental state had also been elevated to a higher level, allowing them to control their Zhenqi with ease. However, cultivation was cultivation, and lightness skill was lightness skill. The two were related, but the main thing was still the attainment of lightness skill. Just like demonic beasts, some rank 3 high-tier demonic beasts might not be as fast as rank 3 mid-tier demonic beasts. One must know that the former's demonic aura would definitely surpass the latter's. After breaking through the Black Wind 3 clones to the completion rank, Li Fuqian was able to use 10% of his strength to burst out with 10% of his strength, just like this class 3 mid-tier demonic beast. Climbing to a height of 1,500 meters, Li Fuqian jumped, drew an arc, and gently stepped on the cliff. At the moment of borrowing strength, Li Fuqian took the opportunity to take a breath of true spirit and then rushed into the sky again. With just 2 leaps, Li Fuqian ascended the cliff with ease and elegance. This kid's movement technique is like a ghost. He doesn't seem to be that simple. Everyone's eyes flickered. If Li Fuqian had a 5-star bone frame, they wouldn't have belittled him. But Li Fuqian's 1-star bone frame was too ridiculous. Subconsciously, none of them took Li Fuqian seriously. As for Li Fuqian's results in the mystic martial hidden domain, they didn't think much of it. The path of the martial Tao had limitless possibilities, and the mystic martial hidden domain was just one of the more important possibilities. So, there were no demonic beasts on M-Star Fate, but there were extremely aggressive plants. These plants usually had long vines, and if they weren't careful, some geniuses would be sent flying by the vines, sustaining heavy injuries. Some geniuses would be bound by the vines, unable to move. In addition, everyone realized that the higher they went up M-Star Fate, the stronger the gravity, and the lower the height they could fly. Pu. The vines were cut down one by one. Li Fuqian ascended the mountain as though there was no one around. Rumble. All of a sudden, the ground below split open as a giant flower bud bloomed and enveloped Li Fuqian. Rise! Li Fuqian didn't want to be entangled. He extended his body and skimmed into the sky while the flower bud chased closely behind. But the flower bud's stem was limited in length and couldn't catch up to Li Fuqian. Although M-Star Fate isn't dangerous, there are many obstacles. Li Fuqian saw a prodigy being wrapped by the flower bud. He didn't die but fainted instead, as though he was inflicted with some hallucinogenic poison. If there were no accidents, by the time he woke up, the first phase of the stars ranking tournament would have already ended. Such strong gravity. The height of M-Star Fate was at least a few tens of thousands of meters. At the halfway point of the mountain, the gravity increased by at least 10 times. Li Fuqian could only soar over 100 meters in the air, and his speed was greatly reduced. A height of over 100 meters would require a few breaths to reach. In this way, it would be even more difficult to dodge the plant's attacks. The overwhelming vines surged over in a frenzy. Li Fuchen drew the Mystic Class High-Tier Artifact Sword, the Black Light Sword that was bestowed by the Sect Patriarch, and slashed. Blaze Devil Killer Shadow. The scarlet-red shadow was like a giant red cover that enveloped the vines. In the next moment, the vines were sliced into pieces. As the finishing move of the Blaze Devil Sword art, even if Li Fuchen didn't activate the secret technique, the burst of lethality was still extremely terrifying. His ability? A few hundred meters away, behind the strange boulder, Qin Keishi had a shocked expression. Back when she hosted the Autumn Rain Tea Party, Li Fuchen was only slightly superior to Xiao Bai and Yuan Qinqiu. It had only been a short period of time and Li Fuchen's strength had already reached such a horrific level. Furthermore, she could see that Li Fuchen didn't use his full strength and was merely executing a casual sword move. Everyone has underestimated him. In terms of ability, he is probably at least top 20 or even higher. Qin Keishi thought to herself. 1 hour later, Li Fuchen was already deep into the clouds and wasn't far from the peak of the mountain. At this moment, there were more chances for everyone to meet. It's you. Not far away, Han Feng saw Li Fuchen. Han Feng's luck was rather good as the route he chose was very smooth and there weren't that many plants. So what if it is me? Li Fuchen glanced at Han Feng. Han Feng's cultivation was only at the 9th level of the Earth Realm and was only 1 level higher than him. Arrogant. Even if you were accepted as a personal disciple by the first mystic martial expert, you might not be ranked among the elite prodigies. Get lost. Han Feng had never crossed moves with Li Fuchen before, hence he didn't think that Li Fuchen was very formidable. Back at the Star Road Hidden Domain, Li Fuchen was still avoiding him and chose to escape. Wearing the silver brass knuckles, Han Feng suddenly blasted a fist at Li Fuchen. The silver radiance was like a starry sky that was flickering. Mystic Class Mid-Tier Kill Move. Starry Sky Strike. Seeking your own death. Even during his first attempt at the Star Road Hidden Domain, Li Fuchen's ability might not be inferior to Han Feng, but he wasn't willing to engage in a meaningless battle. After 2 years, Li Fuchen's ability had advanced by leaps and bounds and he no longer placed prodigies like Han Feng in his eyes. In his eyes, only those top geniuses were worthy of his attention. Seeing Han Feng make a move, Li Fuchen's chi burst out from his body. The True Inferno technique and Mystical Dragon secret technique were circulated at the same time. Immediately after, his second Mystic Class Mid-Tier Kill move was executed. Boom! The air trembled and the mountain rocks crumbled. The silver starry sky completely crumbled while Han Feng vomited fresh blood and was sent flying. Han Feng was defeated in a single move. To be serious, Han Feng's innate potential wasn't inferior to sword maniac, Li Xiangru. But his cultivation time wasn't as long as Li Xiangru's and he didn't even comprehend a Mystic Class high-tier sword intent. How was he going to withstand Li Fuchen's sword? The defeated Han Feng's eyes were dazed as he stared at Li Fuchen in disbelief. Frog at the bottom of the well. Even if you are one of the Celestial 7, you don't have the qualifications to look down on me. Li Fuchen drifted away. He didn't have a need and didn't intend to kill Han Feng. He didn't know when the mystic martial experts would leave and it was better to provoke fewer enemies. With a flash, Li Fuchen arrived at the peak of the mountain. The peak of the mountain was rather spacious and had a radius of a few thousand meters. In the center of the peak, there was a simple and unadorned circular platform. Surrounding the circular platform were 108 stone pillars and the surface of the stone pillars were shrouded with a yellow chi flow. Right now, there were already over 20 individuals standing on the stone pillars. Each of them looked down from above and had an extraordinary aura. Leaping into the sky, Li Fuchen landed on one of the stone pillars. The stone pillars were known as the Heaven Dipper Stone Pillars and the yellow chi flow was the Heaven Dipper Battle Chi. It was extremely beneficial for Heaven Realm martial artists to cultivate. But standing on it didn't mean that one would obtain the Heaven Dipper Battle Chi. One had to make it to the top 36 of the stars ranking in order to obtain the Heaven Dipper Battle Chi. Swish! A figure followed closely behind and appeared on the Heaven Dipper stone pillar beside Li Fuchen. It was Yan Qinggu. Chapter 293. Figures after figures arrived at the peak of the mountain. In just a short moment, 90% of the 108 Heaven Dipper stone pillars were filled with people. Swish swish swish, more people arrived at the peak of the mountain, and when they saw the few Heaven Dipper stone pillars, they went crazy. They soared into the sky and wanted to snatch one of the unoccupied Heaven Dipper stone pillars. Get lost! During the process of contesting for the Heaven Dipper stone pillars, it was inevitable that there would be fights. Everyone knew clearly that the earlier one stood on the Heaven Dipper stone pillars, the earlier they would be at ease. Once the Heaven Dipper stone pillars were filled with people, they would be considered to have entered the stars ranking. If this dragged on, more people would come to contest for the Heaven Dipper stone pillars. Among the crowd, Li Fuchen saw Li Xiangru, Chen Yuanhu, and Xue Feng. After spending a lot of effort, Li Xiangru obtained a Heaven Dipper stone pillar. But Chen Yuanhu and Xue Feng couldn't even get close to the Heaven Dipper stone pillar and would always be repelled or obstructed by others. Bang! A palm print penetrated Xue Feng's chi protection and slammed heavily on Xue Feng's chest. In the next moment, Xue Feng was sent flying while vomiting blood. I want this Heaven Dipper stone pillar. A figure landed on the Heaven Dipper stone pillar. Don't even think about it. 3 or 4 figures pounced at the opposition. Get lost! The figure looked as though he had 3 heads and 6 arms as he slammed out layers of palm prints. PFFF, 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 these 3 or 4 figures came and left quickly. All of them vomited blood and were sent flying without any suspense. It is the previous star's ranking's 44th ranker, Wang Xian. No wonder he is ranked 44th on the star's ranking. His ability far exceeds us. Let's not contest with him. If it was someone ranked 70th or 80th on the star's ranking, they wouldn't be fearful. In fact, many of the lower-ranked stars ranking bigwigs had already been defeated. Furthermore, the ones who defeated them were all rising stars that weren't listed on the star's ranking. But the top 50 rankers of the star's ranking had overwhelming ability and it wasn't easy to defeat them. Rather than tiring themselves to death without any gains, they might as well contest for the other Heaven Dipper stone pillars. PFFF PFFF. Wan Qianqiu and Xiao Bai, who were once defeated by Li Fuchen, were furious. They were the previous stars ranking bigwigs and originally thought that ascending the Heaven Dipper stone pillars would be easy. But a rising star suddenly appeared and forcefully struck the 2 of them until they vomited blood and couldn't even get close. Damn! Wan Qianqiu's face turned dark, and so did Xiao Bai. What was different from Wan Qianqiu and Xiao Bai was that Qin Keishi managed to obtain a Heavenly Dipper stone pillar. Qin Keishi's archenemy, the divine whip devil girl, Tang Shiqi, also managed to obtain one. The 2 of them had rather good innate potential, unlike Wan Qianqiu and Xiao Bai, who had the strength of the stars ranking in the previous tournament, but it might not be the case for this tournament. Of course, even if he managed to get his hands on the Heavenly Dipper stone pillars, he might not be able to keep them. As long as the Heavenly Dipper stone pillars weren't full of people, they could snatch any one of them. Wan Qianqiu and Xiao Bai's strength is probably inferior to Sword Tiger, Chen Yuanhu. It is basically impossible for them to enter the stars ranking. Standing on the Heaven Dipper stone pillar, Li Fuchen shook his head. The stars ranking had a lot of changes every session. In the previous stars ranking, it was already very good to have more than half of the people in the stars ranking. Of course, this was mainly because many of the previous stars ranking bigwigs had advanced to the heaven realm. After all, if he didn't advance, he wouldn't be able to defeat the 3 king stars and the others. He might as well advance first. Unknowingly, 300 to 400 people had gathered at the top of the mountain. Xiahou Shi was the last batch of people to ascend the mountain peak. He had bad luck as the route he chose was filled with aggressive plants. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken so long to ascend. Bang, 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 how formidable was Xiahou Shi's ability. Among the rising stars, he was definitely one of the best or second best. After all, he had a heaven-defying 5-star bone frame. Soaring into the sky, Xiahou Shi was just like a vicious beast as he rampaged his way through. There weren't many who could withstand a single fist from him. They were all severely injured by a single fist and were sent flying like rice straws. It's Xiahou Shi. Hurry up and retreat. Xiahou Shi had a notorious reputation and everyone knew that he was a ferocious individual. Among the battle spirit 10 greats, he was only inferior to Xiahou Chuan. Occupying one of the Heaven Dipper stone pillars, Xiahou Shi stood with his hands behind his back and had a cold expression. Many of the prodigies from the surrounding sects retreated after hearing the news. Huff, 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 in the sky above, patches of black shadows appeared. No matter how tall Star Fate was, it wouldn't be able to block the descent of reincarnation realm martial artists. Of course, this was mainly because Star Fate was already activated. When Star Fate was in a closed state, even reincarnation realm martial artists wouldn't be able to ascend it. Otherwise, they would suffer from the chi presence of the entire Star Fate. If it was light, they would suffer severe injuries. If it was heavy, they would perish. It wasn't a joke. The various sects' reincarnation realm martial artists brought along some of their prodigies and descended from the sky. They were observing from afar, including the Azure Water sects Ouyang Wentian and the others. Fuchen and Xiangru each obtained one of the Heaven Dipper stone pillars. Zhao Wujin's eyes were like lightning. When he saw Li Fuchen and Li Xiangru on the Heaven Dipper stone pillars, he couldn't help but let out a smile. Ouyang Wentian nodded and said, Chen Yuanhu and Xue Feng are still lacking. Whether they can ultimately stand on the Heaven Dipper stone pillars will depend on their luck. Snatching the Heaven Dipper stone pillars also required luck. If the instant you stood on it, all the Heaven Dipper stone pillars happened to be occupied, then the 108 Heaven Dipper stone pillars would form the Heaven Dipper Great Array, preventing others from continuing to snatch the Heaven Dipper stone pillars, repelling them. But those with true ability didn't need luck. Like the 3 king stars, the 6 young masters, the 4 fairies Tri-Absolute Fairy and Wind Snow Fairy. Anyone who dared to contest for the Heaven Dipper stone pillars would be courting death. No one would be foolish enough to rush forward. But it was obvious that Su Muyu and Yan Qinggu weren't in this group. The 2 of them might be elite prodigies, but they were still young and there would always be people who couldn't help but test them. Get lost. The sickle in Su Muyu's hand was like a scythe that was harvesting straws. In just a short moment, she swept 3 to 4 individuals. The ability that she displayed was superior to Xiahou Shi. Yan Qinggu's ability was extraordinary too. With a flash of her curved saber, the saber light was as swift as a swallow. She easily cleaved one of the individuals and with a shake of her body, multiple figures appeared at the same time to send the other 2 individuals flying. The ability that she displayed was at least mid-tier in the stars ranking. Get this kid down. There were 300 to 400 individuals on the peak of the mountain. 100 of them were standing on the Heaven Dipper stone pillars, while the remaining 200 would change their targets from time to time. Li Fuchen was undoubtedly one of the targets. Not good, Li Fuchen is being targeted. Zhao Mingyue held her breath. There were too many prodigies on the peak of the mountain. Even if she was rather confident in Li Fuchen, she didn't have much confidence in her heart. Zhao Wujin, Ouyang Wentian, and the others frowned and observed quietly. Kid, hurry up and get down. There were a total of 5 figures skimming towards Li Fuchen and 2 of them were the previous stars rankers. Li Fuchen drew his sword and executed his first Mystic class mid-tier kill move, Sword Flow. 10 sword lights burst forth. PFFF, PFFF, PFFF. As the sword lights crisscrossed, the 5 of them burst out with blood and fell from the sky. Ha, it seems like we were worried for nothing. Seeing how Li Fuchen resolved the crisis with such ease, Zhao Wujin laughed heartily. Let's risk it all. Everyone attacked together. Seeing that there were more and more individuals on the Heaven Dipper stone pillars, everyone was getting anxious. Previously, it was just a chaotic fight for the Heaven Dipper stone pillars, but now, it had turned into a dozen individuals attacking one of the Heaven Dipper stone pillars, vowing to take down one individual. Chapter 294. Li Fuchen's side was also in a frenzy. It was unknown if someone had instigated it, but over a dozen prodigies from the various sects had teamed up to attack Li Fuchen. If Li Fuchen couldn't withstand the joint attack of over a dozen prodigies, he would definitely be severely injured. What's the use of having more people? Activating the primary clear hand, Li Fuchen executed the first mystic class mid-tier kill move, Sword Flow. This time, there were dozens of sword lights. Pu. At Li Fuchen's level, the suppression of the lower class prodigies was too obvious. A single sword was enough to injure over a dozen prodigies and cause them to bleed profusely. Li Fuchen didn't even use his true strength, otherwise, a single sword would have been enough to kill a dozen of them. Who else? Li Fuchen swept a glance at the restless group of people in the distance. I, Yunyu, will fight you. A figure reached the top of the mountain. It was an extremely muscular young man. It is the previous star's ranking's 48th ranker, Yunyu. He actually just reached the peak of the mountain. Yunyu isn't proficient in light body techniques, but his body refinement technique is incredible. In the star's ranking, he is at least top 10. Someone recognized the identity of the newcomer. Yunyu had just reached the peak of the mountain. Apart from not being proficient in light body techniques, it was mainly due to his bad luck, as he had chosen a route that was fraught with difficulties. After all, as a star's ranker, no matter how bad his light body technique was, he wouldn't be ranked below 300th or 400th. He didn't have any enmity with Li Fuchen, but he wasn't used to seeing Li Fuchen's dominance when fighting against multiple opponents. He wanted to test Li Fuchen's strength. Like a ferocious beast, Yunyu stomped on the ground and shot towards Li Fuchen in a slanted manner. Overturning mountain chop. In the air, Yunyu gripped a giant axe with both hands. He raised it high and swung it down forcefully. In an instant, a raging wind blew, and the phantom of a mountain appeared, accompanied by a snow-white waterfall. No wonder he is ranked 48th in the previous star's ranking. Many people were shocked. Sword explosion. Li Fuchen was expressionless as he thrusted with the black light sword. Layers of sword shadows pressed forward in a frenzy before exploding. Rumble. A transparent air ripple spread out while Yunyu was sent flying. Li Fuchen stood on the Heaven Dipper stone pillar and didn't move an inch. Alright, again. Yunyu's eyes flickered. Li Fuchen's sword move wasn't just exquisite and tyrannical, it was also targeted at the flaw of his kill move. Otherwise, it was impossible to force him to retreat. Stomping on the ground, Yunyu rushed at Li Fuchen again. This time, Yunyu's body was glowing with a copper glow, as though he had turned into a copper statue, giving off an unparalleled pressure. Profound class high rank body refining technique, and he has grasped the body refining true meaning. Li Fuchen's pupils shrank. This was the first time he had seen such a brilliant body tempering technique. Body refinement techniques were different from other martial arts. It was extremely difficult to grasp the true meaning, even more so than chi cultivation techniques. However, once one grasped true intent, one's defense would increase greatly. Martial artists of the same level would not even be able to break through the opponent's defense. In addition, once one grasped the true meaning of a body-refining cultivation technique, one's strength would also increase greatly. According to what Li Fuchen knew, only one of the three king stars, the immovable king star, Qi Heng, had comprehended a mystic class high-tier body refinement intent. Of course, he had branded tool patterns on his body and his defenses were far superior to Yunyu. Otherwise, he wouldn't be called the immovable king star. Yunyu's body refinement proficiency is almost in the top 5. The immovable king star, Qi Heng, was rather interested. When facing the valiant Yunyu, apart from the initial surprise, Li Fuchen didn't have any other expression. Executing the Blaze Devil Sword art, a layer of scarlet light gathered on the black light sword. Clang! When the sword and axe clashed, Yunyu's palm burst with fresh blood and the giant axe flew out of his hand. Not good. Yunyu was appalled. PFFF. In the next moment, Li Fuchen's sword slashed open Yunyu's chest. In order to break the Mystic Class High-Tier Body Refinement intent, one had to grasp the Mystic Class High-Tier Martial Art intent. In comparison, the Sword Art intent was undoubtedly the most lethal. When facing Li Fuchen's Blaze Devil Sword intent, Yunyu couldn't defend at all. Mystic Class High-Tier Sword intent. Interesting. Young Master Dragon Sword, Qi Yuye looked over. When he noticed that Li Fuchen had grasped the Mystic Class High-Tier Sword intent, his eyes flickered. From what he knew, there weren't many people who had grasped the Mystic Class High-Tier Sword intent. Adding them up, it probably didn't exceed the fingers on one hand. I am not a match for you. Yunyu quickly retreated while the sword wound on his chest gradually closed up, but a sword scar was left behind. He had just grasped the Mystic Class High-Tier Body Refinement intent for a short period of time and was considered to be at the initial stage of the intent. Li Fuchen's Mystic Class High-Tier Sword intent was obviously at a higher level of attainment. But what he couldn't understand was that he was at the peak level of the Earth Realm while Li Fuchen was at the 8th level of the Earth Realm. Logically, even if it was a Mystic Class High-Tier Sword intent, it would be hard to injure him. After all, there was still a gap in cultivation level. How could he know that Li Fuchen's awareness was extremely astounding? This sword strike was aimed at the Qi Protection's flaw. Everything in the world had its flaws, and so did the protective Jin Qi. Of course, even without the astounding awareness, Li Fuchen was still able to break Yunyu's defense. His Blaze Devil Sword intent was already at the completion rank and it was still possible to break Yunyu's defense. With Yunyu's previous example, no one dared to provoke Li Fuchen anymore. It didn't matter if everyone admitted it or not, Li Fuchen already had the strength to rank at the top of the stars ranking. Fuchen's sword intent is getting sharper. Zhao Wujin lamented. He had practically witnessed Li Fuchen's current achievement from the origin realm. Therefore, he knew how terrifying Li Fuchen's improvement was. With Yunyu's ability, it was still easy for him to snatch one of the Heaven Dipper stone pillars. With his defense, even if a dozen prodigies worked together, they wouldn't be able to do anything to him. The Heaven Dipper stone pillars changed owners time and time again. There was a time when there were 107 individuals standing on the stone pillars, but it was a pity that it was all for naught and there weren't even 108 individuals. Unknowingly, 1 hour had passed. Get lost. A figure broke out of the encirclement and landed on the Heaven Dipper stone pillar. Rumble. The 108 Heaven Dipper stone pillars shook in unison. Immediately after, the yellow chi flow that lingered on the surface of the Heaven Dipper stone pillars surged and interconnected, repelling everyone else. Damn it! Some of the prodigies that weren't able to stand on the Heaven Dipper stone pillars had a change in expression as they were unresigned. The Heaven Dipper Great Array was activated. At this moment, the 108 Heaven Dipper stone pillars and the circular stage in the center had formed a world. Not even reincarnation realm martial artists would be able to interfere. If they forcefully interfered, they would be attacked by the Heaven Dipper Great Array and would instantly perish. Alright. Ouyang Wentian and the others let out a breath of relief. This was the first time in the history of the Azure Waters sect that 2 individuals entered the stars ranking. It was a known fact that 30% of the sects didn't even have a single disciple in the stars ranking. Apart from the Azure Waters sect and the top 10 elite sects, the rest of the sects didn't have more than a handful of disciples. The Violent Saber sect and the Spirit Hidden sect didn't have any disciples in the stars ranking. I wonder how the stars ranking tournament is going to be conducted. Li Fuchen looked at the 108 Heaven Dipper stone pillars and the circular stage in the center with a curious expression. The Stars ranking tournament didn't have any judges and Li Fuchen didn't specifically ask around, hence he didn't know about the details. Rumble. Just as Li Fuchen was thinking about it, two of the 108 Heaven Dipper stone pillars sank. Immediately after, the prodigies that were standing on the two pillars leaped onto the circular stage. So that's how it is. Chapter 295. All the prodigies from the sects that were listed on the rankings were all formidable. If they were in the previous tournament, they would at least be in the top 70 or 80. Boom, boom, boom. On the round stage, chi forces were crisscrossing and weapons clashing. When the victor was decided, the Heaven Dipper stone pillar that the loser was standing on suddenly split off a portion of Heaven Dipper battle chi and converged on the winner's stone pillar. Each Heaven Dipper stone pillar has a limited amount of Heaven Dipper battle chi. After losing a certain number of matches, the Heaven Dipper battle chi would disappear. No wonder only the top 36 would be able to obtain the Heaven Dipper battle chi. Seeing this scene, Li Fuchen understood. For the second match, it was the Golden Whip King star, Jin Sudong. His opponent wasn't weak and could be considered extremely formidable. It was Lu Xiangdong who was ranked 42nd in the previous tournament. Swish! The weapon in Jin Sudong's hand was a golden iron whip that was 3 meters long. It had a total of 108 segments, making it look like a golden spine. As it lashed out, a powerful golden light erupted from the round platform. A terrifying whip intent burst forth, directly sending Lu Xiangdong flying. His chest had caved in, and he was heavily injured and on the verge of death. Such strength! Everyone was shocked. How reckless! He didn't admit defeat against Jin Sudong. He is probably trying to test Jin Sudong's ability. Everyone was in a heated discussion. Turning around coldly, Jin Sudong skimmed onto the Heaven Dipper stone pillar. As for the severely injured Lu Xiangdong, he was enveloped by a ray of light and was rapidly recovering. Lu Xiangdong had a horrified expression. After 3 years, he thought that he had improved a lot. He might not be a match for Jin Sudong, but he still wanted to try. He didn't expect to be defeated so miserably and cleanly. Taking a deep breath, Lu Xiangdong stomped on the stage and skimmed back to the Heaven Dipper stone pillar. In the next moment, the Heaven Dipper stone pillar beneath his feet split off a portion of Heaven Dipper battle chi which fused into the Heaven Dipper stone pillar beneath Jin Sudong's feet. So this is the half-step heaven realm? Li Fuchen frowned. Jin Sudong didn't execute any secret techniques and his whip art was only a mystic class, mid-tier whip art. But the ranked 42nd Lu Xiangdong still couldn't withstand a single whip from Jin Sudong. Had it not been for the Heaven Dipper Great Array's healing, there was a high possibility of death. Li Xiangru's match was in the 4th match. His opponent was a rising star, but this rising star was extremely strong. The two of them exchanged over 100 moves before Li Xiangru defeated his opponent. For the 5th match, Yan Qingwu's opponent was Yunyu. Yan Fei Wu. Executing the 3-star secret art, Swallow Flight Dance, Yan Qingwu's figures suddenly split into multiple figures, causing Yunyu's vision to blur. It was impossible for him to capture Yan Qingwu's true body. Clang 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 clang, numerous blade lights slashed at Yunyu's body, creating countless sparks. "You can't hurt me!" Yunyu roared. With a sweep of his giant axe, he destroyed all of Yan Qingwu's doppelgangers. Not necessarily. Yan Qingwu frowned and activated the 4-star secret technique, Flying Swallow Slash. The speed of the scimitar in her hand increased exponentially, and the image of a swallow appeared on it. Puff! Blood splattered everywhere as Yunyu was injured by the saber. Pu 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 pu. After that, Yunyu fell into a predicament. Saber scars covered his body. "I admit defeat." With a bitter smile, Yunyu took the initiative to admit defeat. The opponent's blade speed was too fast. The super fast speed gave the blade technique super lethality. I really don't know how the opponent reached such a level at such a young age. It was really infuriating to compare people. The 7th match, Young Master Dragon Sword, Qi Yuye against Wang Xian. In the previous stars list great competition, Qi Yuye was ranked 28th and Wang Xian was ranked 44th. Logically, the gap wasn't big. Wang Xian thought so too. You don't admit defeat? Qi Yuye looked at Wang Xian. Wang Xian said confidently, why should I admit defeat? Even if he couldn't beat Qi Yuye, he didn't need to admit defeat. This Qi Yuye wasn't the 3 king stars. If it was the 3 king stars, he would most likely admit defeat. I hope you don't regret it. Qi Yuye said indifferently. Take my palm first. Wang Xian's figure sword. A pair of big hands slapped Qi Yuye for dozens of palms. Between each palm, there was no gap, and finally formed a huge palm, slapping towards Qi Yuye. Annoying flies, split. Qi Yuye took out the sword, the golden sword, and the dazzling golden sword light, like a dragon claw, tore the huge palm, and then ran through Wang Xian's body. Ah! Blood mist filled the air. Wang Xian screamed and fell onto the round table. The injury was very serious, and there were 5 bloody holes in the body, which were the size of the bull mouth. Qi Yuye didn't look at Wang Xian, tiptoe on the ground, back to the Heavenly Dipper's stone pillar. Wang Xian, who had finished the treatment, was like seeing a ghost, and his eyes were round. He felt that Qi Yuye's strength was not inferior to Golden Whip King Star Jin Sudong. Because he thought that his strength would not be inferior to Lu Xiangdong, and even felt that he was slightly better than him. Young Master Dragon Sword, Qi Yuye, is worthy of Heavenly Dragon Sword Sex Sword Dao Genius. In 3 years, he has grown to such a point. Does he intend to compete with the 3 king stars? Most of the time, 6 young masters, 4 fairies, which goal is not the 3 king stars. I don't know what level the strength of other young masters and fairies has reached. Seeing Qi Yuye's strength, everyone looked forward to the strength of other elite heavens chosen. In 3 years, there were too many unknown factors. The previous stars list ranking, at this moment, was completely useless, and could not be used as a reference. Of course, except for the 3 king stars. The 10th match, Wind Snow Fairy Su Lin. On the round table. Hong. Wind Snow Fairy didn't even need to make a move, Qi burst, and a majestic cold Qi presence enveloped the opponent. I admit defeat. The opponent was shivering, and it wasn't just the cold body, but more of the cold spirit will. In the 15th match, young Master Celestial Star Murongdi's opponent seemed to feel that he was too weak and directly admitted defeat. In the 17th match, young Master Dolin, Xiahou Chuan's opponent admitted defeat. In the 20th match, young Master Flying Sword, Luo Feiyan's opponent admitted defeat. In the 24th match, the Heavenly Dipper's stone pillar under Li Fuchen's feet sank and the height dropped by half. Is it my turn? Li Fuchen's figure flashed and landed on the round table. Lifting his eyes, Li Fuchen looked at the opposite side. The opposite side fell a tall figure, the Qi presence surged. It is one of the Dolin clan's Dolin 10 greats, Xiahou Hai. Xiahou Hai's innate potential might not be comparable with Xiahou Chuan and Xiahou Shi, but with his age, he is ranked 39th in the previous stars ranking tournament. This is going to be a good show. Everyone looked at the round table with curiosity. They wanted to see what level Li Fuchen's ability had reached. Kid, are you still not going to admit defeat? Xiahou Hai grinned and sneered. He was ranked 39th in the previous tournament. He was confident that he could rank top 30 in this tournament. He didn't even put a mere Li Fuchen in his eyes, even if Li Fuchen's reputation had been spreading for the past year. With just you? Li Fuchen said. With just me, Mountain Cleaving Claw. Xiahou Hai's hands were equipped with steel claws. Both of his hands were crisscrossing and clawing, forming a giant net that enveloped Li Fuchen. Break! The black light sword in Li Fuchen's hand was glowing in scarlet light and extended a giant scarlet sword dipper. With a sweep of the sword dipper, the giant net was cleanly broken and the remaining force crushed at Xiahou Hai. Minor Battle Spirit Art, activate. Chapter 296. The Minor Battle Spirit Art was a 4-star secret art. It could transform the true chi within a martial artist's body into the even more powerful Minor Battle Spirit True Chi. After many years of cultivation, Xiahou Hai had already comprehended the Minor Battle Spirit Art to the great completion realm. This was also the trump card he relied on. Right now, after activating the Minor Battle Spirit Art, Xiahou Hai, who was originally at the peak stage of the Earth realm, had a combat cultivation that was comparable to the half-step Heaven realm. If it wasn't for the fact that he had yet to comprehend a mystic class high-tier martial art intent, it was highly possible for him to be ranked top 20 in this year's stars ranking. Mountain Splitting Claw. He released another mystic class mid-tier kill move. The claw light that was the size of a house contained a layer of yellow light and clawed at Li Fuchen. The power of this attack was far beyond Lu Xiangdong and Wang Xian. Many of the people were sweating for Li Fuchen. When facing Xiahou Hai's all-out attack, Li Fuchen didn't plan to activate the 4-star secret technique, Pure Yang Dipper Chi. He continued to use the 3-star secret technique, Primary Clear Hand and Blaze Devil Sword Art. The scarlet-red sword dipper extended and contracted. In Li Fuchen's eyes, Xiahou Hai's mountain-splitting claw was filled with flaws. Sword energy. It was the will of sword chi. It was almost the same as genuine Qi Gang. Usually, only mystic class high-tier sword techniques could release sword energy. Of course, this did not mean that the astral sword was more powerful than the sword Qi. It could only be said that the form was different. Some sword techniques' astral sword was more powerful, while some sword techniques' sword Qi was more powerful. Moreover, the astral sword's killing range was much smaller than the sword Qi. When the distance was close, the astral sword's power was indeed greater than the sword Qi's. Flame Devil Inquisition. In the void, crimson light intertwined, and the house-sized claw light was directly disintegrated. In Li Fuchen's eyes, Xiahou Hai's claw was purely powerful and didn't have any subtlety. Perhaps when fighting against others, this claw would not be a problem. But when fighting against Li Fuchen, this claw was a huge problem. The less refined the move, the bigger the flaw. Li Fuchen was able to use the least amount of energy to break this move. But only Li Fuchen can do it, amazing awareness, so that he can easily see the flaws of moves, eyesight. He and Shedding Body Realm martial artist are no different, that is, the body reaction is not as good as Shedding Body Realm martial artist. After breaking Xiahou Hai's kill move, Li Fuchen thrust his black light sword forward. A scarlet-red sword dipper swept out like a venomous snake. This was one of the Flaming Devil Sword style's moves, the Flaming Snake's Tongue. Puff! Xiahou Hai's protective Zhen Qi was pierced through. He lowered his head in disbelief. Unknowingly, his chest had also been pierced through, and smoke was rising from it. I lost. Xiahou Hai was still in a daze. Activating the Little Dipper Spirit Art, his cultivation base was comparable to the half-step Heavenly Dipper realm, even if the martial art true meaning level was not high enough, but the combat cultivation base was enough to make up for or even surpass this disadvantage. But why was he defeated so miserably? His every move seemed to be completely seen through by the other party. Even Xiahou Hai was defeated. This Li Fuchen must not be underestimated. Indeed. I reckon that apart from the majority of the elite prodigies, if anyone else wants to go against him, they would need to be at least in the top 30 of the previous stars ranking. Li Fuchen defeating Xiahou Hai might have surprised everyone, but it wasn't too shocking. A person's reputation was like a tree's shadow, and Li Fuchen's reputation was rather resounding. Previously, he even injured the 48th ranked Yunyu in a single blade. To be able to defeat Xiahou Hai, you do have some ability. Xiahou Shi's expression was somewhat gloomy when he saw this scene. Xiahou Hai's innate potential might not be as good as his, but his ability wasn't weak. Even he wouldn't be able to defeat Xiahou Hai casually. But he was planning to hunt Li Fuchen and plunder Li Fuchen's chi fate. If Li Fuchen was too strong, the chances of him hunting Li Fuchen would be much smaller, and this wasn't something he wanted to see. The Thunderous King's star, Situlei, took another glance at Li Fuchen. How could he not see that Li Fuchen's awareness was exceptional? If it was anyone else, even if their ability was similar to Li Fuchen, they wouldn't be able to defeat Xiahou Hai so easily. After defeating Xiahou Hai, the Heaven Dipper stone pillar beneath Li Fuchen's feet had an additional streak of Heaven Dipper battle chi, making it even more vigorous. I wonder what level the Heaven Dipper battle chi will reach after condensing 107 individuals' Heaven Dipper battle chi. Li Fuchen thought to himself. In the 28th match, the immovable King Star, Qi Heng appeared and his opponent admitted defeat. In the 33rd match, the Thunderous King Star, Situ Lei appeared and his opponent didn't admit defeat. Because his opponent was the 20th ranked Xiao Qi in the previous Stars ranking tournament. Situ Lei, I know I am not a match for you. But I would like to know what level your current ability is at. On the round stage, Zhao Qi spoke slowly. Situ Lei laughed, you are still unable to force me to reveal my true ability. No matter what, I want to try. Zhao Qi made his move. The spear in his hand was like a venomous dragon emerging from the sea as it burrowed towards Situ Lei. The violent spinning force caused Zhao Qi's entire body to be engulfed in a horizontal tornado. It was an extremely imposing sight. Situ Lei clenched his right fist and struck out with a casual punch. Boom! The tornado crumbled and the spear in Zhao Qi's hand was bent into a bow shape. With a pfff sound, Zhao Qi vomited fresh blood and was sent flying. A single punch and Zhao Qi was defeated. Seeing this scene, everyone stared at Situ Lei in horror. Too strong. The 20th ranked Zhao Qi in the previous Stars ranking tournament couldn't even withstand a single punch from Situ Lei. Even the Mystic class high-tier weapon in his hand was bent. What kind of fist force was this? Very strong. This year's Stars ranking tournament's first rank is probably still him. Zhao Wujin sighed. Ouyang Wendian nodded, this child's innate potential is top-notch and he is already of age. It won't be an easy task to contest against him. The Thunder God Sect's reincarnation realm experts had smiles on their faces. In the previous Stars ranking tournament, Situ Lei was the first rank. If he could obtain the first rank again this time, the accumulated Heaven Dipper battle chi would be astounding. Perhaps, once he stepped into the Heaven Realm, he would be able to break through 3 levels and reach the 4th level of Heaven Realm. Apart from that, if the legendary star fate really existed, it would definitely affect the Thunder God Sect's fate. By then, the Thunder God Sect's status would be even more stable and no one would be able to shake it. In the 38th match, Young Master Gale, Han Yiming against Qin Keishi. Han Yiming won. In the 42nd match, Young Master Eternal Spring, Ting Qingyun won. In the 45th match, Tri-Absolute Fairy, Jiang Ruoliu won. In the 48th match, Fairy Muyu, Su Muyu won. The tournament progressed very quickly and in just a short moment, Li Fuchen was on stage again. This time, his opponent was very weak and had immediately conceded. Correspondingly, the Heaven Dipper battle chi on the Heaven Dipper stone pillar under Li Fuchen's feet was being nurtured. 3, 4, 5, time elapsed quickly. Unknowingly, Li Fuchen had already won 9 matches in a row. The Heaven Dipper battle chi below him was vaguely revealing its prowess. It was like a giant snake that had a trace of spirituality. At this moment, the strong and the weak had already been revealed. Apart from the 13 elite prodigies, the most prominent ones were undoubtedly Xiahou Shi, Li Fuchen, and 2 other equally dazzling youths. As of now, the 4 of them had maintained their winning streak. They were known as the 4 dark horses of this year's Stars ranking tournament, or in other words, the 4 reserve elite prodigies. Chapter 297. Sun Hailong was at the 9th level of the Earth Realm. He had grasped a mystic-class high-tier martial art intent and even cultivated a 4-star secret technique. In the previous match, he defeated Wu Hai, who was ranked 30th on the stars ranking. His strength was truly astonishing. In everyone's opinion, Sun Hailong should be slightly stronger than Li Fuchen. After all, Li Fuchen was only at the 8th level of the Earth Realm and was one level lower than Sun Hailong. As of now, Li Fuchen had yet to activate a 4-star secret technique. It was possible that he had yet to cultivate a 4-star secret technique, or the 4-star secret technique's maturity was still too low and couldn't be put to use. Li Fuchen, you aren't a match for me. Sun Hailong's right hand was wielding a metal rod that was surrounded by green flames. His chi presence was rising and gave off an invincible and tyrannical demeanor. Li Fuchen sized up Sun Hailong. Sun Hailong's cultivation technique was obviously a blazing heat cultivation technique and it was at a rather high rank. It should be at the peak state of the 15th rank. The peak state of the 15th rank shouldn't be underestimated. In fact, most of the people here were at the 14th or 15th rank. Sword maniac Li Xiangru was at the 15th rank. There might not even be 10 people who could cultivate a mystic class peak tier cultivation technique to the 16th rank. I will know after a try. With the 16th rank of the true Inferno technique circulating, Li Fuchen's chi presence was also rising. The black light sword in his hand was emitting a scarlet-red sword dipper and a threatening sword intent. 16th rank? Sun Hailong's eyes contracted. With the 16th rank of the mystic class peak tier cultivation technique, Li Fuchen's combat cultivation wasn't inferior to him. 16th rank of the cultivation technique? Everyone was either astonished or envious. To be able to cultivate a mystic class peak tier cultivation technique to the 16th rank at the age of 20, such perception was extremely astounding and was even superior to elite prodigies. It had a profound meaning. To reach the 16th rank at the age of 20, it was possible to reach the 17th or 18th rank in a few more years. The number 1 cultivation technique rank, Wind Snow Fairy Su Lin, was only at the 16th rank during the Stars ranking tournament 3 years ago. Back then, she was already over 20 years old. Could it be that this lad has an exceptional talent for cultivation? Outside of the Heaven Dipper Great Array, plenty of reincarnation realm experts were guessing. So what if you cultivate a mystic class peak tier cultivation technique to the 16th rank? Blazing Flame True Spirit, activate. Wind Fire Rod Art. Sun Hailong roared and activated the 4-star secret technique, the Flame True Spirit. The Flame True Spirit was not a true chi transformation secret technique or a true chi explosion secret technique, but a true chi transformation secret technique. Behind Sun Hailong, a 3-meter-tall illusory flame appeared. The illusory flame merged with Sun Hailong, and boundless flame energy poured into Sun Hailong's body, causing his aura to rise once again. The azure flames on the iron rod burned fiercely, looking like a 10 times larger torch. Taking a deep breath, Sun Hailong swung his iron rod. The surging blazing chi expanded and turned into a giant flame whirlpool that blasted at Li Fuchen. It is somewhat similar to the rotating flow sword art. However, it is several times more overbearing than the rotating flow sword art. Li Fuchen immediately saw the essence of the wind fire rod style. Horn of the Flame Devil, break. Li Fuchen's Blaze Devil sword intent wasn't at the initial stage, nor was it at the matured stage. It was at the perfection stage and the Horn of the Blaze Devil was the finishing move of the Blaze Devil sword art. Puff. The profound light sword abruptly pierced out, and the glaring red light was like a red horn, forcibly piercing into the flame vortex, and then stirring it for a bit. Danger. When the wind fire rod style was broken, Sun Hailong was shocked and quickly brandished his rod to block. Boom. A huge force transmitted over, causing Sun Hailong's palm to bleed and his eyes to see stars. Li Fuchen's sword attack was extremely concentrated and it was concentrated at a single point. The force that came from it was extremely horrific. Sun Hailong felt that all the strength in his body had vanished, even his qi had been scattered. You have lost. Li Fuchen's profound light sword was pointed at Sun Hailong's throat. Sun Hailong's lips twitched and had an appalled expression. One sword. He couldn't even block a single sword. It was too humiliating. But in comparison, he was more fearful of Li Fuchen's ability. Li Fuchen's sword move was simply unbelievably perfect. They were both mystic-class high-tier martial arts, but his wind-fire rod style was far inferior to Li Fuchen. The difference was like the clouds and mud. Sun Hailong's defeat was a little unexpected. After all, Li Fuchen only executed one sword move. He is actually so strong. Lu Wuhuang and Yuan Tian were in despair. They realized that Li Fuchen's improvement speed was several times faster than them. As long as Li Fuchen didn't die, they wouldn't be able to catch up. Li Fuchen's ability surprised Ouyang Wentian and Zhao Wujin. As of now, Li Fuchen had yet to activate the 4-star secret technique, Pure Yang Dipper Qi. If he activated the Pure Yang Dipper Qi, it was imaginable how strong he would be. After defeating Sun Hailong, Li Fuchen achieved 10 consecutive victories. The Heaven Dipper battle qi that was lingering around the Heaven Dipper stone pillar was getting more and more like a giant snake. In the 580th match, Li Fuchen went against Yan Qinggu. Yan Qinggu didn't intend to concede and immediately launched an intense attack. Flying Swallow Cleave. Her figure was fleeting and her saber art was extremely fast. The curved saber in Yan Qinggu's hand seemed to have a spirit of its own. Every saber was like a swallow flying at Li Fuchen. The trajectory of the saber was unconstrained and extremely agile. Li Fuchen had a calm expression as he slashed with the profound light sword. Blaze Devil Killer Shadow. This sword move was as though it was made by the heavens, as though it was waiting for Yan Qinggu. There was a burst of scarlet light and on the round stage, a layer of scarlet cover enveloped Yan Qinggu. In an instant, Yan Qinggu suffered dozens of slashes from the sword dipper. PFFF PFFF PFFF. After barely blocking half of the sword dipper slashes, Yan Qinggu couldn't block the rest of the slashes. Sword wounds appeared on her body while fresh blood sprayed out. Outside of the Heaven Dipper Great Array, the Heaven Fiends sect patriarch, Li Xietian had a gloomy expression. The Yan clan patriarch, Yan Baitian didn't have a good expression either. Yan Qinggu had the 6-star bone frame and should be enjoying supreme glory. But she was ultimately too young. If she was given 2 more years, Li Fuchen wouldn't be a match for her. A momentary loss doesn't mean anything. The next tournament shall be Qingwu's era. Yan Baitian thought to himself. After defeating Yan Qinggu, Li Fuchen won another 3 consecutive matches and reached 14 consecutive victories. As of now, there were only over 20 individuals who maintained 14 consecutive victories. Apart from Yan Qinggu, the rest of the elite prodigies were among them. On the 799th match, Li Fuchen was going against Xiahou Shi. Xiahou Shi had always treated Li Fuchen as his hunting target, but right now, he didn't have any confidence. The strength that Li Fuchen displayed was much stronger than he imagined. If Li Fuchen had already gone all out, Xiahou Shi might still have some confidence. But if Li Fuchen still had some tricks up his sleeves, then Xiahou Shi wasn't confident at all. A prey will always be a prey. What is there to fear? Xiahou Shi licked his lips and with a flash, he appeared in front of Li Fuchen. Boom! His cultivation burst out and his 4-star secret technique burst out. Xiahou Shi blasted a fist at Li Fuchen. A vigorous and sinister dragon-shaped chi force swam around. Mystic class high-tier fist art. Yellow Dragon Fist. Chapter 298. It is time to expose something else. In fact, Li Fuchen still had absolute confidence that he could defeat Xiahou Shi without using the 4-star secret technique. But to do so, he would have to execute the Blaze Devil Sword art to the extremity and push his awareness to a higher rank. It would be too shocking. He had to leave some leeway in everything so that no one could see through him. With the 4-star secret technique, Pure Yang Dipper Chi activated, the violent true inferno Chi within Li Fuchen's body surged and transformed into Pure Yang Dipper Chi. In an instant, Li Fuchen's body burst out with a pure and tyrannical bright yellow radiance. Even the black light sword in his hand was coated with a layer of bright yellow radiance, as though it was a large yellow crystal sword. Boom! When the sword was brandished, the air shook. Half of the round stage was filled with bright yellow radiance, as though a sun was bursting out. 4-star secret technique? Xiahou Shi was flabbergasted as he was sent flying while blood sprayed all over the place. A sub-completion rank 4-star secret technique was equivalent to a completion rank 3-star secret technique. Therefore, there was a huge difference between a 4-star secret technique and a 3-star secret technique. After using the 4-star secret technique, Li Fuchen's combat cultivation rose sharply. How could Xiahou Shi be a match for him? Elite prodigy. After this battle, Li Fuchen will be considered an elite prodigy. As Li Fuchen defeated Xiahou Shi in a single blade, most of the people were convinced. They had no choice but to be convinced. Xiahou Shi was a heaven-defying 5-star bone frame but couldn't even block a single blade from Li Fuchen. If one wasn't an elite prodigy, who else could do it? After all, Li Fuchen was also a rising star and was only 20 years old, which was slightly younger than Xiahou Shi. What a disgrace! Young Master Dolin, Xiahou Chuan had a cold expression. Clans and sects were different. As the strongest clan in the East Unicorn continent, the Dolin clan's descendants valued their bloodline's glory. In Xiahou Chuan's opinion, Xiahou Shi didn't just disgrace the Dolin clan, he also disgraced the Dolin bloodline's glory. This is the secret technique he obtained? Su Muyu frowned. Her intuition told her that the secret technique Li Fuchen obtained in the tomb wasn't the one he was executing now. It should be stronger and more horrific. In terms of pure perception, Su Muyu believed that she was inferior to Li Fuchen. Hence, since she had cultivated the 6-star secret technique, Qi Gathering Dipper, to the Scarlet Dipper rank, Li Fuchen should have a greater improvement. I don't know what he's aiming for. If Su Muyu knew that Li Fuchen was aiming for the top few rankings, then she would roughly know how many trump cards Li Fuchen was hiding. 16 consecutive victories, 17 consecutive victories. Unknowingly, Li Fuchen had already won 20 consecutive matches. Hiss hiss hiss, the Heavenly Dipper battle chi coiling around the Heavenly Dipper stone pillar finally transformed into a giant yellow snake. The giant snake slithered around the Heavenly Dipper stone pillar while hissing. In the 1100th match, Rain and young Master Heavenly Star, Murong Di, faced off. This was the most heavyweight battle since the start of the Stars ranking tournament. This was a battle between the fairy and the young master. Everyone stared unblinkingly at the two people on the round platform. Su Muyu is only 20 years old this year, while Murong Di is already 23 years old. He's at a disadvantage. The Stars ranking tournament is based on strength and not age. It is normal for her to suffer some losses. Let's see how many moves Rain can withstand from Murong Di. No one believed that Rain was Murong Di's opponent. Both of them were 6-star bone frames and were elite prodigies. It was ridiculous for them to have an additional 3 years of cultivation time. In terms of being at a disadvantage, no one was at a disadvantage more than Yan Qinggu. At the age of 18, she had already broken the record for the youngest participant in the Stars ranking tournament. Rain, I advise you to admit defeat. You are not a match for me. Murong Di said indifferently. He didn't like meaningless battles. Rain replied, how would I know if I don't try? She didn't have any confidence to go against Murong Di, but admitting defeat wasn't her style. She had to at least give it a try. Since that is the case, I shall grant your wish. Murong Di opened up his iron fan and emitted a boundless chi presence. Swish! With a flash, Murong Di broke through the air and brandished his iron fan in the air. The giant iron fan shadow was like a black and oppressive whirlwind as it engulfed at Rain. Such a ferocious attack. On the opposite Heaven Dipper stone pillar, one of the prodigies lost his balance and was nearly blown away by the pressure from the iron fan shadow. He was overwhelmed with shock. This was just the aftermath of the attack. If it was a direct confrontation, he would probably be severely injured in an instant. No wonder she is a 6-star bone frame. Li Fuchen raised his brows. It was extremely difficult for a 5-star bone frame to be comparable to a 6-star bone frame. The so-called heaven-defying 5-star bone frame that could be comparable to a 6-star bone frame was actually just a superficial quality. It was still unknown if the 5-star bone frame was truly comparable to a 6-star bone frame. Of course, he was an exception. With the blue soul spirit, his perception was enough to look down on all 6-star bone frames. His cultivation talent was slightly lacking, but with his cultivation technique rank to compensate, it wasn't too far off. 60% ability or 70% ability? Rain took a deep breath and burst out with her cultivation. Her secret technique, Qi Condensation Dipper, was activated. In an instant, the scythe in her hand was emitting a layer of scarlet light. Brandishing the scythe, Rain clashed with Murong-di. Boom! Violent air currents exploded, and the clothes of everyone on the Heavenly Dipper stone pillars fluttered in the wind. Those who were closer to the stage lost their balance and needed to circulate their Jinqi in order to stabilize themselves. 1 step, 2 steps, Rain took 3 steps back. Not bad. You are able to block one of my moves. The iron fan in Murong-di's hand was brandished and layers of iron fan shadows enveloped Rain. He too had a 4-star secret technique, but against Rain, he didn't need to activate it. After all, be it cultivation or martial arts rank, he was superior to Rain. Red light scythe dance. Rain let out a soft yell and executed her finishing move. Within 30 meters, the scarlet scythe shadows interweaved, as though multiple rains were brandishing the scythe. Phaseless Dipper Fan. Murong-di laughed heartily and swung his iron fan again. This time, his qi was extremely concentrated and the iron fan shadow turned into a ray of light. Bang! Rain was sent flying by the fan while blood was seeping out from the corner of her mouth. Murong-di's ability was too strong and his fan art was obviously able to release Dipper Qi. Within a certain range, Dipper Qi's power was much stronger than Qi. Rain wasn't disappointed after losing to Murong-di. Her ultimate goal this time was to get into the top 10. Her normal goal was to get into the top 20 and she still had a chance later on. The battle between the two elite prodigies was extremely exciting. In everyone's eyes, Rain might have lost in glory as she was 3 years older than Murong-di after all. In the 1400th match, Li Fuchen, who had 25 consecutive victories, encountered a formidable foe. At least in everyone's eyes, it was a formidable foe. His opponent was actually the 17th ranker of the previous stars ranking tournament, Chen Feng. He might not be an elite prodigy, but it wasn't an easy task to be ranked 17th in the previous stars ranking tournament. After 3 years, even a pig would have a significant improvement, let alone Chen Feng, who was only inferior to the elite prodigies. Huff huff huff, on the round stage, the qi flow was spreading out in waves. Standing in the center of the round stage, Chen Feng was just like a god of war. The qi presence that burst out from his body was extremely shocking and was even more shocking than Murong-di and Rain. Chapter 299. Chen Feng's strength should be stronger than what Murong-di has displayed. As for how much stronger, I have no idea. One is ranked 17th in the previous stars ranking and the other is the Dark Horse King. I am truly looking forward to it. Everyone discussed animatedly. After defeating Sun Hailong and Xiahou Shi, Li Fuchen's status as the King of Dark Horses was confirmed. If Li Fuchen could even defeat Chen Feng, it would mean that his ability was enough to compete with elite prodigies. But if he was defeated, it would mean that Li Fuchen's ability would only be in the top 30 or 20 and he wouldn't be able to go any further. Chen Feng's weapon was a sawtooth broadsword with a bloody line on its blade. As Chen Feng poured his true qi into it, the bloody line resembled a blood-colored snake, wriggling slowly. A gloomy and overbearing saber qi pervaded the air. Li Fuchen, receive my first blade. Chen Feng didn't waste any time and executed his saber art. Countless blood threads wrapped around Li Fuchen. Upon closer inspection, they weren't blood threads at all. They were clearly strands of flexible and condensed saber qi. The saber art that Chen Feng cultivated was the high-tier mystic class saber art, the blood thread saber art. When this blood thread saber art was cultivated to its peak, the saber qi would be akin to threads. However, although Chen Feng had comprehended the blood thread saber intent, he had yet to raise the blood thread saber intent to the perfection stage. Hence, his saber qi could not reach the level of blood threads. Activating the 4-star secret technique, Pure Yang Dipper Qi, Li Fuchen suddenly slashed with the black light sword. Fiery Devil Killing Shadow. The crimson barrier enveloped Chen Feng. Within the barrier was a domain of astral sword qi. Crackle. The blood saber qi scattered, and the red shield was destroyed. Chen Feng frowned. He had basically gone all out and assumed that he would be able to suppress Li Fuchen. Take another slash from me. Chen Feng stomped on the ground and arrived in front of Li Fuchen. The next instant, Chen Feng held the saber with both hands and slashed furiously. Blood veins waterfall. Hua hua hua, the densely packed bloodlines were like a waterfall that poured down at Li Fuchen. This saber was even more concentrated and tyrannical. Every single bloodline had unparalleled slicing and penetrating power that no one could block. Whoosh! 3 or 4 Li Fuchen appeared at the same time and Li Fuchen instantly dodged this saber. Mystic class mid-tier light body technique intent. Chen Feng had an unsightly expression. Qi cultivation technique intent, light body technique intent, body refinement technique intent. These 3 intents were all extremely difficult to comprehend. Li Fuchen didn't just have a high sword art rank, even his light body technique rank was at such a high level. After dodging Chen Feng's fatal saber, Li Fuchen appeared on Chen Feng's left side. Horn of the Flame Devil. The profound light sword stabbed out abruptly, and a scarlet horn phantom appeared. It was as if a flame devil was using the horn on its head to stab at Chen Feng with astonishing might. Dang! Chen Feng didn't have a light body technique like Li Fuchen and could only twist his body to block with his saber. At this moment, he understood Sun Hailong's helplessness. The power of the flame demon's horn was extremely condensed. All of its power was concentrated on a single point. The instant the blade and the sword came into contact, Chen Feng felt a formless aura penetrating through his body. That was the aura of the flame devil's horn. With blood flowing out of the corner of his mouth, Chen Feng was flung away. Both his arms were trembling uncontrollably, and for a split second, he felt numb. Amazing. Li Fuchen raised his brows. His sword was just like using a hammer to smash a nail. It could easily penetrate a piece of wood, but Chen Feng actually blocked it. Again. Li Fuchen's speed was even faster than Chen Feng's flying speed. He executed the horn of the flame devil again. Dang! Pfff. This time, Chen Feng vomited a mouthful of fresh blood and the qi in his body was nearly scattered. No! Chen Feng roared with rage and circulated his qi to the extremity. With a ferocious burst, he wanted to blast Li Fuchen away. It was a pity that in the face of the horn of the flame devil, everything would be penetrated. The qi burst out by Chen Feng was instantly split apart. Li Fuchen's sword thrust at Chen Feng for the 3rd time. This time, Chen Feng wasn't able to use his saber to block. Pfff. The scarlet horn phantom penetrated Chen Feng's chest and lifted him up. His body was in the shape of a prawn. When the Scarlet Horn Phantom vanished, Li Fuchen drifted away and didn't make another move. He won. So quickly and cleanly. Everyone was astonished. They thought it was going to be a bitter battle, but it ended so quickly. It gave people a feeling of loud thunder and small raindrops. Li Fuchen's light body technique is too incredible, and his sword move is also very horrific. Once he has the upper hand, Chen Feng has no way to reverse the situation. Yes, in the case of similar strength, whoever has a powerful light body technique will win. Chen Feng's only weakness is his light body technique. Of course, this is compared to the elite group of people. Compared to us, his light body technique isn't weak at all. The previous battle with Xiahou Shi established Li Fuchen's identity as an elite prodigy and the king of dark horses. The battle with Chen Feng established Li Fuchen's identity as an elite giant. To be listed in the stars ranking was considered a young giant, but only the top 20 were considered elite giants. It was obvious that Li Fuchen already had the strength of the top 20, and it wasn't much worse. Somewhat interesting. Young Master Dragon Sword, Qi Yuye's eyes flashed with a strange light. Li Fuchen's strength was somewhat out of his expectations. He thought that Li Fuchen was just an ant. From the looks of it, Li Fuchen was stronger than an ant and was able to exchange moves with him. In order to become an expert, one must not be weak in any aspect. Chen Feng's light body technique is a little weak. Murong Di let out a faint smile and opened up the iron fan in his hand, gently fanning the wind. Somewhat interesting. Wind Snow Fairy looked at Li Fuchen too. She was blessed by the heavens when it came to cultivating icy cold cultivation techniques. Even the three king stars cultivation techniques weren't comparable to her. Li Fuchen was the only one with a cultivation technique innate talent that wasn't inferior to her. After defeating Chen Feng, Li Fuchen's battle record was at 26 wins. The Heaven Dipper battle Qi in the form of a giant snake had a transformation again. Its body was much thicker and more powerful. It was indistinctly transforming from a giant snake into a giant python, while the hissing sound was much louder. In the 1430th match, Xiahou Chuan and Chen Feng went against each other. Xiahou Chuan was known as Young Master Dolin and possessed a heaven-defying 5-star bone frame. In the previous stars ranking tournament, he had the same ranking as Wind Snow Fairy, Su Lin. The two of them were tied at 15th place. His strength was world-shaking, and in this year's stars ranking tournament, he was qualified to compete for the top 5. A single palm strike. A single palm strike was all it took to send Chen Feng flying. Chen Feng's strength was formidable and was probably 30% stronger than Su Muyu. But when facing Xiahou Chuan, he couldn't even withstand a single palm strike. During the battle with Li Fuchen, he had at least received a few sword moves. Chen Feng had an ashen expression and his confidence seemed to have crumbled. This year's stars ranking tournament was a huge blow to him. Before the tournament, he was extremely confident and wanted to make it to the top 10. But now, he was defeated miserably by Li Fuchen and was sent flying by a single palm strike from Xiahou Chuan. He was doubting if he had made any progress during the past 3 years. Such strength. No wonder he is one of the 6 young masters, Young Master Dolin. Li Fuchen used 3 sword moves to defeat Chen Feng, but Xiahou Chuan only used a single palm strike. Li Fuchen might have the potential of an elite prodigy, but he is still too inexperienced. Apart from Su Muyu and Yan Qinggu, he isn't strong enough. And that makes sense. On the Heaven Dipper stone pillars, there were plenty of people conversing. After sending Chen Feng flying, Xiahou Chuan looked at Li Fuchen with an indifferent gaze that had a trace of disdain. Seeing this scene, Murong Di laughed and muttered to himself, "It is already praiseworthy to be able to defeat Chen Feng. It is a pity that in this tournament, it isn't your turn to shine. This tournament belongs to us." Chapter 300. Back on the Heaven Dipper stone pillar, Xiahou Chuan closed his eyes, as if he didn't care about the next match. But the tree wants to be quiet, but the wind does not stop, and everyone's eyes swept over Xiahou Chuan from time to time. This battle gave everyone a new understanding of Xiahou Chuan and the others. They admitted that they had underestimated this session. This year's competition was definitely the strongest since the disappearance of the super experts. The elite prodigies grew too fast and didn't give others a way out. Xiahou Chuan and Chen Feng's strength were similar in the previous session. This session, Chen Feng couldn't even take a palm from Xiahou Chuan. You know, Chen Feng is not a cat or dog. Even if he is not an elite prodigy, he is also a first-rate prodigy, otherwise he will not be in the last stars list tournament, ranked top 20. In the 1480th match, young Master Gale Han Yiming appeared, and his opponent was Yao Hui, who was ranked 18th in the previous stars list. Chen Feng and Yao Hui, one was 17th in the previous session, and the other was 18th in the previous session. But he met young Master Gale Han Yiming. Han Yiming's speed was too fast. At the start of the battle, Yao Hui was surrounded by Han Yiming. The next moment, Yao Hui was kicked out, and his neck was almost broken. It is simply incomparable. Xiahou Chuan only needs one palm to defeat Chen Feng, and Han Yiming only needs one leg to defeat Yao Hui. The gap is too big. Originally, I thought that Li Fuchen had some hope to challenge the 6 young masters. Now it seems that there is no hope at all. I don't know how strong Qi Yuye, who was ranked 28th, and Murong Di, who was ranked 35th, are. Murong Di's strength has been shown. Although it is not too amazing, his opponent is Su Muyu. I guess he only used 60% or 70% of his strength. It should be about the same. As for Qi Yuye, according to my sex news, his strength is absolutely ridiculously strong. I am afraid that he is stronger than Murong Di and Xiahou Chuan. It is said that he has cultivated the Sky Dragon Sword Sect's strongest profound class high-tier sword art, Hidden Dragon Sword Art. Hidden Dragon Sword Art? That's really terrifying. This sword technique has unimaginable power and contains the Monarch Sword Dao. I also got the news. I guess that Qi Yuye may be able to fight with young Master Eternal Spring Ting Qingyun. The same Heavens Chosen are also divided into 3, 6, and 9 grades. The Dragon Sword young Master Qi Yuye is undoubtedly the strongest. If his age is similar to the 3 King Stars, the 3 King Stars may not be his opponent. Only the Thunder King Star Situ Lei can fight with him. In the 1550th match, another 2 Sky Prides met. This time, both parties were young Master Dolin, Xiahou Chuan, and young Master Flying Sword, Luo Feiyan. The battle between the two was earth-shattering. Xiahou Chuan's palm technique was like a mountain, heavy, domineering, and unparalleled. Luo Feiyan's sword technique was like a white cloud, sharp, ethereal, and unpredictable. 100 moves, 200 moves. After exchanging a full 300 moves, the two sides were still evenly matched. However, everyone could see that young Master Dolin, Xiahou Chuan, seemed to have the upper hand. His palm technique was like a big millstone, constantly crushing Luo Feiyan's sword energy. Luo Feiyan displayed his advantage and used his slightly stronger light body technique to constantly wander around Xiahou Chuan. Xiahou Chuan sneered. His light body technique might not be as good as Luo Feiyan's, but it was impossible to use light body technique to defeat him. His combat style was the same as the immovable King Star, Qi Heng, which was to deal with the myriad of changes. No matter how fast you were, as long as you attacked, you would never be as fast as me. Furthermore, each of his palm strikes could be sent far away and there was no need to get close to the opponent. Xiahou Chuan, it seems like you have improved a lot during these 3 years. Luo Feiyan laughed indifferently. Xiahou Chuan said, display your flying sword. I would like to see if your flying sword can defeat me this time. In the previous Stars ranking tournament, he was defeated by Luo Feiyan's flying sword. Luo Feiyan was ranked 11th, while he was ranked 15th, as you wish. Luo Feiyan's hand had an additional palm-sized sword. Watch my sword. Luo Feiyan didn't advance and retreated, but he flew in the air. As he flew in the air, the small sword in his hand flew out with a shake of his hand. The small sword's speed was too fast. It was as fast as a beam of light, or like a ripple. At that moment, Xiahou Chuan's vision turned blurry. So fast. Xiahou Chuan was startled. He thought that he was already prepared, but when Luo Feiyan's flying sword appeared, he knew that he had underestimated Luo Feiyan. Break for me. With his eyes wide open, Xiahou Chuan finally saw the small sword, but it was already less than 10 feet away from him. Boom! The air trembled as Xiahou Chuan's palm strike coincidentally collided with the small sword. Celestial 100 hands. Luo Feiyan didn't mind. Behind him, a blurry image appeared. This image had dozens of arms, and each of the arms had a small sword. These small swords seemed real and illusory. With a shake of Luo Feiyan's right hand, dozens of small swords were shot at Xiahou Chuan. For a moment, there seemed to be a peacock spreading its tail feathers in the air, covering Xiahou Chuan. Mountain shaking strike. Xiahou Chuan burst out with his kill move, a mystic class high-tier kill move. With a palm strike, the vigorous palm force condensed into a mountain peak, a 5 fingers mountain peak. Cling cling clang clang. The small swords were repelled and dispersed. They were all illusory small swords. But a real small sword found a gap and pierced through Xiahou Chuan's right arm. PFFF. PFFF. Immediately after, several small swords came from the void and struck Xiahou Chuan's body with blood holes. Xiahou Chuan was defeated. In the previous stars ranking tournament, no wonder no one was able to dodge young master flying sword, Luo Feiyan's flying sword apart from the thunderous king star, Situlei. The speed is too fast. Li Fuchen sighed silently. Xiahou Chuan's ability wasn't weak. In a head-on clash, Luo Feiyan wasn't a match for Xiahou Chuan. But in the face of absolute speed, some things weren't that important. In the world of martial arts, there was nothing that couldn't be overcome, only speed couldn't be overcome. This saying wasn't without reason. The battle between the two elite prodigies was an eye-opener for everyone. Xiahou Chuan might have been defeated, but it was a glorious defeat. Without the flying sword, Luo Feiyan actually wasn't a match for him. Battle after battle began, and battle after battle ended. Empty Star fate was very mystical. It was obviously night time, but the peak of the mountain was still as bright as day. One could even see the stars in the sky, twinkling and adding brilliance to Empty Star fate. Li Fuchen, who won 30 consecutive matches, had an imposing manner. In the eyes of everyone, apart from Xiahou Chuan and the other elite prodigies from the previous stars ranking tournament, there weren't many who were a match for Li Fuchen. In order to stop him, only the 3 king stars, 6 young masters, and Wind Snow Fairy and Tri-Absolute Fairy of the 4 fairies. He didn't disappoint anyone. Since the start of the tournament, Li Fuchen met his first young master class character. Young Master Celestial Star, Murong-Di. Up until now, no one knew what level Murong-Di's ability had reached, because no one was able to force him to reveal his true ability. He was talking cheerfully, and with the iron fan in his hand, he gave off a feeling of confidence and calmness, as though everything was within his control. Li Fuchen, it is already not bad for you to come this far. But if possible, you better admit defeat. I do not wish to reveal my true ability for the time being. Murong-Di didn't wish to engage in a meaningless battle as it wouldn't be of any help to him. Furthermore, he had plenty of opponents. It wasn't a good thing to reveal too much now. It was better to keep it for the crucial moment so that it would be effective. Make your move. Li Fuchen spoke indifferently. Kiki. Murong-Di's face flashed with a mocking smile and shook his head. Forget it. If I ask you to admit defeat just like this, I reckon you won't be convinced. Since that is the case, I shall let you experience the ability of a young master class. Boom. Murongdi's chi presence exploded and was nearly twice as terrifying as when he fought with Sumuyu. He had obviously activated a 4-star secret technique. Chapter 301. After activating the 4-star secret technique, Murongdi's chi presence was boundless and boundless. Enveloped by this chi presence, Li Fuchen felt as though he was in the starry sky. 4-star secret technique, vast stars secret technique. This secret technique was one of the most famous secret techniques in the celestial star sect. It was second only to the secret technique of Star Palace. It was said that most of the secret martial arts of the celestial star sect were created by observing the stars at night. Hence, the concept was related to the starry sky. After activating the starry sky secret art, Murongdi felt that everything in the world was under his control, and everything became insignificant in his eyes. Murongdi's lips curled into a smile as he said, "Do you still want to compete?" He might not have the confidence to defeat Li Fuchen in a single move, but 3 moves was still possible. This move was enough to completely suppress Li Fuchen. Too strong. Is this Murongdi's true strength? Peak stage of the Earth realm and his cultivation technique is also at the 16th rank. Coupled with his 4-star secret technique, apart from Rain and Yan Qinggu, I can't think of anyone who can be a match for him. In the face of this aura, I'm afraid I won't even be able to muster the will to fight. Murongdi's aura was too vast. It had already affected everyone on the Heaven Dipper stone pillars. Of course. With the 16th rank peak state of the True Inferno technique revolving and the completion rank of the 4-star secret technique, pure Yang Dipper Chi, Li Fuchen's chi presence was surging and bursting out. From the looks of the situation, Li Fuchen's chi presence was naturally inferior to Murongdi, but it wasn't as huge as imagined. In terms of cultivation technique rank, Li Fuchen was half a rank higher than Murongdi. His opponent was at the 16th level while Li Fuchen was at the peak state of the 16th level. 4-star secret technique. His opponent didn't seem to have cultivated it to the completion rank, but Li Fuchen had already reached the completion rank. The only thing he lacked was his cultivation, which was 2 levels lower than the other party. Peak of the 16th level. Murongdi slightly frowned. The other party's talent in cultivation was truly inconceivable. One had to know that there were a total of 21 realms for a top-tier profound tier cultivation technique. With the other party's cultivation speed, wouldn't that mean that he would be able to reach the highest realm by the age of 30 or 40? Formless Dipper Fan. After paying more attention to Li Fuchen, Murongdi executed his maneuver technique and instantly arrived 10 feet in front of Li Fuchen as though he was teleporting. He then brandished his fan. The surging astral wind was like a dazzling explosion of starlight. The terrifying wind force caused the prodigies on the opposite Heaven Dipper stone pillar to sway, and they hurriedly used their true chi to stabilize their bodies. Li Fuchen, who bore the brunt of the attack, naturally bore 99% of the force. At that moment, Li Fuchen felt the earth shaking and he felt as though he had lost his footing and arrived in the vast starry sky. As expected of one of the 6 young masters. Li Fuchen's body leaned forward while a blazing and violent sword intent surged and burst out. This sword intent was too violent, so violent that it produced a trace of domain power. The area covered by the sword will seem to have turned into a scorching space, seemingly real yet illusory. Boom! When the astral wind and the sword dipper clashed, Li Fuchen and Murongdi each took over a dozen steps back. Perfection profound rank high rank sword intent. Murongdi's expression changed several times. According to his expectations, the first move was enough to suppress Li Fuchen, the second move would injure Li Fuchen, and the third move would severely injure Li Fuchen. But Li Fuchen's cultivation technique rank and sword art rank were beyond his imagination. He blocked Murongdi's move and both of them are equally matched. How is this possible? Everyone was flabbergasted. How could they not understand that Li Fuchen had concealed his strength? Furthermore, he had concealed quite a bit of his strength. Almost every aspect had a small portion of his strength. When all these factors were added together, Li Fuchen's hidden strength was much greater. It was hard to imagine how Li Fuchen cultivated at the same age of 20. Su Muyu was a 6-star bone frame, but she was still far from being a match for Murong Di. At this moment, Li Fuchen's image in everyone's eyes had become profound and unfathomable. But now wasn't the time to make a conclusion. The match between Murong Di and Li Fuchen had just begun. Concealed his strength? Xiahou Chuan's brows were knitted tightly. He is even stronger. Su Muyu's eyes revealed a strange light. Yan Qingguo had a strange expression on her face. She didn't know how Li Fuchen cultivated. Could he not be a 1-star bone frame, but had an extremely concealed special bone frame? She couldn't help but recall the scene when she first met Li Fuchen. Back then, Li Fuchen wasn't even a match for her. Interesting. Immovable King Star, Qi Heng was sizing up this match with interest. Before this, he was only interested in the match between young Master Flying Sword, Luo Feiyun, and young Master Dolin, Xiahou Chuan. His strength isn't bad. A pity that it is probably impossible to defeat Murong Di. Golden Whip King Star, Jin Sudong said indifferently. Thunderous King Star, Situ Lei laughed, everything is possible. Let's watch. His unrivaled strength allowed him to be more objective and wouldn't have any personal thoughts. Regardless of who won or lost, it didn't matter to him. Phaseless Dipper Fan, Bull Rush. Murong Di yelled out and burst out with the finishing move of his fan art. A bundle of Dipper Chi was blasted at Li Fuchen with the speed of a meteor. This fan art was superior in terms of power and speed. Even if it was a small mountain, Murong Di was confident that he could blast a hole in it. Let alone a body of flesh and blood. Horn of the Blaze Devil. Executing the Blaze Devil sword art to the extremity, Li Fuchen's Blaze Devil sword intent had also reached the extremity. It was also the Horn of the Blaze Devil. At this moment, the Scarlet Horn's shadow was almost materialized as it blasted on the Dipper Chi. Bang boom. The Chi force explosion was deafening. Li Fuchen and Murong Di took over a dozen steps back, and every step would cause the round stage to shake. Murong Di's expression was getting more grave. He didn't want to clash with Li Fuchen head-on anymore and used his light body technique to deal with him. With a higher combat cultivation, he had an advantage when executing his light body technique. His body was moving up and down, left and right. It was a pity that Li Fuchen's combat cultivation might be inferior to Murong Di's, but Li Fuchen's light body technique proficiency was higher. When executing the Black Wind 3 clones, 3 or 4 Li Fuchens were roaming around the round stage. In a split second, it was impossible to determine which one was real and which one was fake. Bang 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 bang, the two of them exchanged moves at lightning speed. In just a short period of time, they had exchanged at least dozens of moves. It was so frequent that it made people dizzy. They actually exchanged so many moves. Everyone didn't blink their eyes as they were afraid they would miss the moment that would decide the victor. Very good. Li Fuchen, you are worthy enough for me to use my kill move. I hope you can withstand this move. Phaseless Return. After exchanging over 100 moves, Murong Di grew impatient and circulated his Qi cultivation technique again. With a ferocious swing of his fan, the Dipper Qi revolved. It was formless and formless, without heaven and earth. A weightless power was born along with the revolving Dipper Qi. Phaseless Return was a Mystic class high-tier kill move that Murong Di created based on the Phaseless Dipper fan. This move didn't just have immense power, it also had the weightless power. Once the opponent was enveloped by it, they would lose most of their mobility. It was a move that was extremely hard to dodge. Originally, Murong Di was using this move to deal with the other young masters. Blaze Dragon. Li Fuchen didn't think of dodging and executed his Mystic class high-tier kill move, Blaze Dragon. A gushing scarlet light was swallowed by the black light sword. As Li Fuchen cleaved down, the scarlet light condensed into a scarlet dragon. It flew out like lightning and clashed with the revolving dipper chi. Boom! Like a heavenly thunder igniting the earth fire, the dipper chi and scarlet light intertwined. But in between the two, there was a miniature scarlet dragon that was swimming. PFFF. Chapter 302. Murongdi lost. After exchanging over 100 moves, the final result shocked everyone. The winner wasn't young Master Celestial Star, Murongdi, but the rising star, Li Fuchen. Murongdi's strength wasn't weak, but Murongdi had concealed his strength and only erupted at this moment. This was no longer a dark horse to describe Li Fuchen, but a hidden dragon. The hidden dragon did not come out, but once it did, it would shake the world. Apart from the thunderous King Star, Situlei, the rest of the elite prodigies were shocked. The Golden Whip King Star, Jin Sudong, who previously said that Li Fuchen wasn't a match for Murongdi, had a twitch on his face. He immediately chuckled and said, slightly superior by half a line. He was just lucky to win. The people inside the Heavenly Dipper formation were shocked, and the spectators outside the formation were even more shocked. Ouyang Wentian, Zhao Wujin, and the rest were dumbfounded. Even though they knew Li Fuchen's ability was formidable, they didn't expect it to be to this extent. Even one of the 6 young masters, Murongdi, was defeated. Celestial Star Sect. The sect leader of the Celestial Star Sect, Murongbatian, had a gloomy expression. Murongdi's defeat was really too unexpected. Before the match, Murongdi's plan was to ensure that the top 10 would advance to the top 5. This meant that at the very least, they had to enter the top 10 and strive to enter the top 5. I lost. Murongdi lowered his head to look at his badly mutilated chest. His eyes were filled with disbelief and anger. He was one of the 6 young masters and enjoyed the glory. He was believed to have hopes of reaching the peak of the reincarnation realm, but he was actually defeated by a 1-star bone frame. Before the competition, his lowest target was the top 10. Impossible, I won't lose. Murongdi stood up and the aura on his body grew even stronger, and it carried a bloody and murderous aura. He was unwilling to fail. He did not want to fail either. Especially after losing to Li Fuchen. You still want to fight? Li Fuchen's eyes were cold. He had only used a small portion of his advantage in consciousness. If he wanted to, he could easily injure his opponent. Murongdi, this battle concerns the honor of our 6th young master. Don't fail again. Xiahou Chuan said coldly from the top of the Heavenly Dipper stone pillar. Grinning, Murongdi's aura rapidly turned into the color of blood. Boom! A blood-colored figure suddenly appeared, causing Murongdi's aura to rise to the peak. 4-star secret technique, Cruel Sun Blood Dipper. Under normal circumstances, this secret method was not as good as the 4-star secret method, the Vast Star's secret method. However, if the user was injured or chose to self-harm, it could exert power that surpassed the Vast Star's secret method. That's right, Murongdi possessed 2 4-star secret techniques. Moreover, both 4-star secret techniques had been cultivated to near perfection. Murongdi's body was slightly withered. Strands of blood combined with his true chi transformed into the partial yang blood gang. Murongdi's aura became like that of an evil spirit, possessing a terrifying deterrent force. Those with weak willpower might not even have the courage to face Murongdi. Li Fuchen, die for me. Murongdi turned into a blood rainbow and shot towards Li Fuchen. The iron fan in his hand was dancing with blood-colored dipper chi as he brandished it brazenly. It was still the mystic class high-tier kill move, Phaseless Return. But this time, the Phaseless Return was even more tyrannical, more bloody, and more extreme. It was like a meat grinder that wanted to grind Li Fuchen into a bloody pulp. At the same moment, the wind that carried the blood-colored chi presence blew onto the Heaven Dipper stone pillars. Those prodigies that were standing on the pillars had a violent change in expression as they quickly circulated their chi to prevent themselves from being affected by the wind and the bloody intent in the wind. Since that is the case, then I shall let you accept your defeat wholeheartedly. Li Fuchen moved. It was impossible to describe Li Fuchen's movements. Li Fuchen's figure seemed to turn illusory as he forcefully cut into the gap of the phaseless return. This gap was the flaw of the phaseless return. Regular people wouldn't be able to make use of the flaw even if they noticed it. But Li Fuchen could. His powerful awareness allowed him to avoid the strangulation of the Dipper Chi and arrived at a relatively safe zone. This zone was the blind spot of the phaseless return. Everything happened in a split second. Even the thunderous King Star, Situlei, couldn't see the details and simply felt that something was wrong. Horn of the Blaze Devil. Li Fuchen suddenly thrusted his sword at one point of the phaseless return. A scarlet horn that was almost materialized pierced through the phaseless return and Murongdi's chi protection, piercing through his opponent. Clean and efficient, fierce and violent. At this moment, this was the feeling that Li Fuchen gave off. Murongdi's body was lifted up and he was extremely frightened. He didn't understand what happened. Swish! With a swing of the black light sword, Murongdi was immediately flung away by Li Fuchen. His chest was spurting out blood like a fountain and he had lost all his combat strength. Such powerful awareness. Is this the reason why he was accepted as a personal disciple by the first mystic martial expert? Within the Heaven Dipper Great Array, everyone couldn't see through it. But outside the Heaven Dipper Great Array, all the Reincarnation Realm martial artists and peak-level Heaven Realm martial artists could see it clearly. Ouyang Wentian and Zhao Wujin looked at each other. Both of them were surprised in their hearts. It was obvious that they couldn't see through Li Fuchen either. This kind of awareness wasn't something that an Earth Realm martial artist should have. He still lost. Sai, one of the 6 young masters, has been defeated. I wonder who will be the next one. You must be joking. Murongdi is still young and is only 23 years old this year. The other young masters won't be defeated so easily. I am just casually saying. After all, Li Fuchen's performance is too shocking. Everyone indeed didn't think that Li Fuchen could defeat the other young masters. The head of the 6 young masters, Young Master Eternal Spring Ting Qingyun, was ranked 5th in the previous star's ranking. His strength was unfathomable and Li Fuchen was definitely not a match. Young Master Flying Sword, Luo Feiyun, was ranked 11th in the previous star's ranking. His flying sword's secret technique wasn't in vain and Li Fuchen wouldn't be a match either. Young Master Gale, Han Yiming, was ranked 12th in the previous star's ranking. His light body technique was second only to the Thunderous King Star, Situlei, and Tri-Absolute Fairy, Jiang Ruoliu. It was also impossible to lose to Li Fuchen. Young Master Dolin, Xiahou Chuan, was ranked 15th in the previous star's ranking. His combat style was similar to the immovable King Star, Qi Heng. It wasn't so easy for Li Fuchen to defeat him. As for Young Master Dragon Sword, Qi Yuye, from the previous star's ranking, he was the closest to Murongdi. One was ranked 35th and the other was ranked 28th. But Qi Yuye was known to have first-grade innate potential. If it wasn't for his young age, he would be able to compete with the Thunderous King Star, Situlei. His strength wasn't something that Murongdi could compare with. In comparison, Xiahou Chuan was easier to defeat, at least there was some hope. Too domineering. Beside Zhao Wujin, Zhao Mingyue's face revealed a trace of intoxication. Her heart was beating violently for the first time. This was an unprecedented situation. Murong Batian took a deep breath and tried hard to suppress his displeasure. Shameful. Xiahou Chuan revealed a look of disdain and immediately swept a glance at Li Fuchen with eyes of disdain. After defeating Murongdi, the Heaven Dipper stone pillar beneath Li Fuchen's feet was surging with Heaven Dipper battle chi. It gradually had the form of a giant python and the hissing sound was much louder. 29 consecutive victories, 30 consecutive victories. Li Fuchen's pace didn't stop for a moment. Chapter 303. In the 1677th match, Murong-di was up against Xiahou Chuan. Losing to Li Fuchen seemed to have a huge impact on Murong-di. After just 20 moves, Murong-di was defeated by Xiahou Chuan. But this also indirectly proved Xiahou Chuan's strength. During the battle with young Master Flying Sword, Xiahou Chuan had the upper hand for a while. Even when facing the Flying Sword's secret technique, he was still able to resist for a while. But during the battle with Murong-di, Xiahou Chuan had the upper hand from start to end. His palm art was like a giant millstone. No matter how Murong-di attacked, it would be neutralized, coping with changes by remaining unchanged. This style isn't just for show, but to form your own system. Li Fuchen was very clear about Xiahou Chuan's battle style. Against such people, the effectiveness of light body techniques would be greatly reduced. Unless your speed was so fast that your opponent couldn't react, otherwise, it wouldn't be very effective. Of course, Li Fuchen wasn't a normal person and he had his own way to deal with it. Ha, Murong Batian, it seems like your son Murong-di is just an undeserved reputation. Dolin clan's patriarch, Xiahou Shan mocked. Murong Batian snorted, my son is only 23 this year. Your Dolin clan's Xiahou Chuan is already 26. What is there to compete? Don't be too happy too early. If my son isn't a match for that kid, your Dolin clan's Xiahou Chuan might not be. Xiahou Shan chuckled, you don't have to worry about this. That kid's ability is only slightly better than your son. If he encounters Chuan, he won't be able to win. Even if his awareness is strong, it will be useless against Chuan, Chuan-er's mountain river battle technique is already at completion rank and his combat skills are at perfection rank. Nothing is absolute in this world. Just wait and see. Murong Batian didn't say anything else. In his heart, he really hoped that Li Fuchen could also defeat Xiahou Chuan and suppress the Dolin clan's momentum. 35 consecutive victories. 38 consecutive victories. 39 consecutive victories. Li Fuchen's winning streak was unstoppable. During this period, he even defeated a previous Stars ranking tournament's 14th ranker. His formidable ability shocked many people. At the same time, the Heaven Dipper battle chi beneath Li Fuchen's feet had gradually transformed into a giant python. Compared to the gigantic snake form, the gigantic python form was thicker and more powerful. When it coiled around the Heavenly Dipper's stone pillar, it looked very tyrannical. When Li Fuchen ascended the stage for the 40th time, everyone held their breaths. Because Li Fuchen encountered another young master-class figure. Young Master Dolin, Xiahou Chuan. The two of them have finally clashed. I wonder if Xiahou Chuan is stronger, or if Li Fuchen is catching up. Li Fuchen used over 100 moves to defeat Murong-di, while Xiahou Chuan used less than 20 moves. It is already clear who is stronger. That might not be the case. When Murong-di burst out with his strength, he was still defeated by Li Fuchen in a single sword. It is obvious that Li Fuchen didn't use his full strength. How would you know that Xiahou Chuan went all out? Furthermore, I didn't understand Li Fuchen's final sword move. No one knows if there are any restrictions. Everyone expressed their opinions, but most of them supported Xiahou Chuan. On the round table, Xiahou Chuan didn't waste any words. After a cold laugh, he brazenly launched his attack. With a palm strike, the boundless palm presence enveloped half of the round table. When enveloped by this palm presence, Li Fuchen felt as though he was being pressed under a millstone. As the millstone revolved, be it his chi or blood, they were all in turmoil. As compared to Murong-di, Xiahou Chuan's strength was indeed much superior. It was mainly because his palm art was too heavy, and when complemented with the 4-star secret technique, Mountain River Battle Technique, it was like adding wings to a tiger, allowing him to control the situation as steady as a mountain. If it was anyone else, before they even made a move, their strength would be reduced by half and they wouldn't be able to contest against the opponent's chi presence and palm presence. Of course, Li Fuchen was an exception. When facing this heavy and tyrannical palm presence, Li Fuchen immediately executed the Mystic Class high-tier kill move, Blaze Dragon. A scarlet light swallowed and a sword light formed a scarlet dragon that flew out brazenly. It penetrated the palm presence and clashed with Xiahou Chuan's palm art. On the round table, chi forces shook and clashed. Half of them were scarlet light, while the other half were vigorous chi waves. Humph. The sneer on Xiahou Chuan's face intensified. Clashing head-on was his favorite style of combat. He was able to use his heavy palm art to forcefully crush his opponent. When he executed his palm strike, half of the round table was within his attack range. No wonder Murong Di was defeated. The feeling of observing and personally battling was entirely different. Battling with Xiahou Chuan was like facing a vast ocean, towering mountains and precipitous ridges. That overwhelming chi presence and palm presence were too majestic. Light body techniques were indeed useless. After all, a single palm strike from Xiahou Chuan would envelop half of the round table. If I had comprehended a Mystic Class high-tier light body technique intent, I would be able to break free from his chi presence and palm presence. Li Fuchen didn't spend much effort on his light body technique. His energy was limited and it was impossible for him to take care of every aspect. But he felt that after this stars ranking tournament, he would be able to properly study his light body technique. As his cultivation level increased, he could obviously feel that his speed of comprehending martial arts was getting faster. Sometimes, when he circulated his chi, some of the martial arts obstacles would naturally vanish. Just like a small stream and a large river. A small stream required the right time and place to flow far. But if the distance was too far, it would still dry up. But a large river had a deep foundation. Wherever it passed, the water would surge violently, allowing it to flow even further. Since that is the case, I can only continue to expose some of the advantages of my awareness. In Li Fuchen's eyes, Xiahou Chuan had a flaw, and that was the wide range of his palm presence. Once the range was wide, it was inevitable that there would be oversights. To a certain extent, the oversights were made up for by the boundless palm presence. When facing a torrential flood, who would have the mood to look for the weakest point of the flood? Even if they had the mood, they wouldn't have the time. But Li Fuchen did. With a sweep of his awareness, the distribution of Xiahou Chuan's palm presence was vivid in his mind. It was like a spider web, and there would always be some weak spots on the surface. What Li Fuchen needed to do was to penetrate the weak spots. Horn of the Blaze Devil. Apart from the Blaze Dragon, Li Fuchen's strongest sword move would be the Horn of the Blaze Devil. The Blaze Dragon was powerful and the Horn of the Blaze Devil had a concentrated force. The Scarlet Horn shadow was almost materialized as Li Fuchen thrusted with his sword. This sword was brazen, concise, and violent. But it was very effective. Xiahou Chuan's palm presence was like a water jar that had a hole in it, as the palm presence was rapidly weakening. How is this possible? Xiahou Chuan's eyes flashed with doubt and shock. After penetrating Xiahou Chuan's palm presence, Li Fuchen flashed and executed the Blaze Devil Killer Shadow. In a split second, a scarlet cover enveloped Xiahou Chuan. Inside the scarlet cover, Xiahou Chuan could feel the sword dippers that were everywhere. Cling cling clang clang. As though he had 3 heads and 6 arms, Xiahou Chuan's body was emitting dazzling sparks that were 3 feet away. The sword dippers that were slashing over from all directions were shattered by Xiahou Chuan's palm art. The remaining sword dippers were repelled and shattered by the brown radiance that was emitting from Xiahou Chuan's body. Chapter 304. This 4-star secret technique has indeed reduced his flaws to a pitiful extent. Li Fuchen didn't mind that the Blaze Devil Killer's shadow wasn't able to break through Xiahou Chuan's defense. This move basically didn't rely on his awareness. Only sword moves that relied on his awareness were truly hard to defend against, just like the Horn of the Blaze Devil. After taking the initiative, Li Fuchen executed consecutive sword moves. After the Blaze Devil Killer's shadow was the Horn of the Blaze Devil. The Scarlet Horn looked like it was going to pierce through the void and thrust at Xiahou Chuan. Mountain Shaking Strike. Xiahou Chuan was also very powerful. In an instant, he slapped the Scarlet Horned Phantom with his palm. It was the profound rank high-tier killer move, Mountain Shaking Strike. Boom! The Mountain Shaking Strike was similar to the Horn of the Flame Demon. It was extremely concentrated, otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to shake the mountain. When the two collided, a terrifying wave of qi burst out. His consciousness. Xiahou Chuan finally knew what was going on with Li Fuchen and Murongdi's final sword move. Li Fuchen's awareness was extremely powerful and was actually able to instantly see through the flaw of Murongdi's kill move. Li Fuchen then penetrated Murongdi's body with his sword. Back then, Li Fuchen assumed that after Murongdi's strength burst out, his kill move became unstable, which gave Li Fuchen the opportunity to exploit. Now that he thought about it, it was because Li Fuchen's awareness was too powerful. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for Zhang Xian to break his mountain shifting palm with a single strike, seize the initiative, and even use the same strike to resist his mountain shaking strike. The battle between the two was earth-shattering. Xiahou Chuan's palm art might be extremely heavy and pressuring, but Li Fuchen's sword art was crafty and would always be able to find the flaws in Xiahou Chuan's palm art. Xiahou Chuan's full-strength palm art was only 70% or 80% effective and was actually being suppressed by Li Fuchen. This? Everyone was dumbfounded. Suppressing Murongdi was one thing, but now, even Xiahou Chuan was being suppressed. Xiahou Chuan's palm technique was clearly more tyrannical. Hehe, Xiahou Shan, the situation of your clan's disciples doesn't seem too good. Murong Batian smiled at Xiahou Shan. Xiahou Shan said coldly, "What's the rush? The show has only just begun." Murky Water Palm Technique. Xiahou Shan had barely finished speaking when Xiahou Chuan's palm stance changed from the heavy mountain shifter palm technique to the soft and murky waters palm technique. The muddy water palm, as its name implied, was extremely muddy, causing others to be unable to see through it. Moreover, the palm force was soft and overbearing, and it was adept at penetrating. "Did you change your palm technique?" Li Fuchen was a little envious. Xiahou Chuan was 26 years old this year and had 6 more years of cultivation time than him. Naturally, he could cultivate one more mystic class high-tier palm technique. Unfortunately, it's useless. With Li Fuchen's awareness, how could he not see through a mystic class high-tier palm art? Furthermore, Xiahou Chuan's palm art wasn't even at the completion rank yet. Fiery Dragon. With a slash of his sword, a crimson dragon danced in the air, stirring up winds and waves. It pierced through the muddy waters and arrived before Xiahou Chuan. Left with no choice, Xiahou Chuan once again used the mountain shaking strike to defeat the scarlet dragon. "Don't tell me I'm going to exhaust his true energy just like that." Xiahou Chuan frowned. 2 years ago, he had already broken through to the peak level of the Earth realm. His cultivation was abnormally vigorous, while Li Fuchen was only at the 8th level of the Earth realm. Li Fuchen's qi was almost half of Xiahou Chuan's. In a protracted battle, Li Fuchen wouldn't be a match for him. The Dolin clan's clansmen are adept at combat. This Xiahou Chuan isn't just stronger than Murongdi, his combat skills are outstanding too. If I use my awareness to fight with Murongdi, I won't be able to determine the victor within 1,000 moves. Furthermore, it will exhaust too much qi. Li Fuchen didn't intend to expose too much of his awareness for now. Furthermore, his body's reaction was almost at its limit. No matter how strong his awareness was, if his body's reaction couldn't keep up, it would be much less effective. It wasn't without reason that the amount of water a wooden barrel could hold depended on the shortest piece of wood. It is up to you now. Li Fuqian made his decision. Taking a deep breath, the surface of Li Fuqian's skin suddenly burst out with a layer of fine dark red light. This dark red light was abnormally horrific. When it enveloped Li Fuqian's body, it made Li Fuqian's entire body emit an invincible aura and willpower. Break! Li Fuqian's speed increased drastically, so did his sword's speed. It was the same move, Horn of the Blaze Devil, but the power was more than 30% stronger. With the help of his fearsome physical strength, the scarlet horn pierced through the void and instantly arrived in front of Xiahou Chuan. Mystic Class High-Tier Body Refinement Intent. Xiahou Chuan was overwhelmed with shock. Bang! This time, Xiahou Chuan wasn't able to perfectly defend against Li Fuqian's attack and was sent flying. His qi and blood were in turmoil and he nearly vomited a mouthful of fresh blood. Mystic Class High-Tier Body Refinement Intent. Everyone on the Heaven Dipper's stone pillars were shocked. How did this Li Fuqian cultivate? How was he so strong in every aspect? His sword art, awareness, light body technique, qi refinement technique, secret technique, and now even his body refinement technique. He didn't have any shortcomings. In terms of perfection, not even the three king stars could compare. Hidden blood body refinement intent? Ouyang Wentian and Zhao Wujin looked at each other in dismay. The hidden blood body refinement technique was one of the strongest body refinement techniques in the Azure Water sect. But even most of the Heaven Realm martial artists weren't able to cultivate it to the state of intent. Monster. The previous star's ranking's 48th ranker, Yunyu muttered. During the contest for the Heaven Dipper's stone pillars, he even challenged Li Fuqian. He was confident because he comprehended the Mystic Class High-Tier Body Refinement Intent. But from the looks of it now, Li Fuqian didn't want to lower himself to the same level as him, otherwise, he would have been beaten black and blue. Interesting. Immovable King Star Qi Hang's eyes burst out with radiance. He didn't care about Yunyu, but he was rather surprised that Li Fuqian comprehended the Mystic Class High-Tier Body Refinement Intent. Li Fuqian had already cultivated the hidden blood body refinement technique to the extremity a long time ago, but he hadn't comprehended the intent yet. After comprehending the intent, Li Fuqian's body quality had a drastic increase. If qi was water, then the body would be a wooden barrel. The wooden barrel was firm and could withstand the willful impact of the water. In addition to that, after activating the hidden blood body refinement intent, Li Fuqian felt his entire body was filled with explosive power. His movement speed and sword speed had a drastic increase. To a certain extent, the body quality could also be considered as combat cultivation. After all, when it came to a human's movements, the body quality played a crucial role and it wasn't entirely due to the strength of one's qi. With the burst of his body quality, how could Xiahou Chuan be a match for Li Fuqian? He was sent flying by Li Fuqian in a single blade. Stomping on the ground, Li Fuqian's speed burst again and thrust at Xiahou Chuan. Ah! Xiahou Chuan let out a frenzied roar and forcefully raised his palm to clash with the scarlet horn. PFFF. Unable to suppress the mouthful of fresh blood, Xiahou Chuan opened his mouth and vomited fresh blood. Defeat. The consecutive attacks caused Xiahou Chuan's qi to be on the verge of collapsing. Right at this moment, the scarlet horn burst forth again and penetrated his body. His ending was similar to Murongdi's. Too powerful. Chapter 305. A person's energy was limited, and it was impossible to take care of everything. However, if one could take care of everything, then one's battle prowess would naturally be extremely powerful in the same realm. Body refinement techniques didn't just increase a martial artist's physical defense, it also had a significant increase in strength. Perhaps a few tens of thousands of kg of physical strength was nothing compared to an 8th level Earth Realm martial artist's chi. But with a few tens of thousands of kg of physical fitness, it allowed Li Fuchen's body to react much faster. His body's burst strength was also much stronger, all of which increased his combat strength. But once one comprehended the body refinement true intent, then the increase in strength would be terrifying. The body refinement true meaning's protection was enough to raise a martial artist's physical defense to a whole new level. In a situation where the martial artist's strength was similar, the opponent wouldn't even be able to break through the defense. In addition, his body's reaction and explosive power would also be enhanced by a level under the stimulation of the body refining true meaning. The body refinement true meaning was a little like the combination of the body's willpower and the profound mysteries of the body refinement technique. Li Fuchen was already extremely strong. Once he burst out with body refinement true meaning, his strength was at least 20% or 30% stronger. If Li Fuchen utilized his body refinement intent during the fight with Murong Di, he would probably be able to defeat Murong Di in 1 or 2 sword moves. Murong Di's pupils shrank. He didn't know if he should rejoice in other people's misfortune or be sad. Xiahou Shan, what did I say just now? To be honest, Murong Batian is also very surprised by Li Fuchen's comprehensive, but after all, he is shedding body realm martial artist. Li Fuchen is amazing, just a junior. The most important thing at this moment is to ridicule Xiahou Shan. Xiahou Shan's expression was gloomy, feeling extremely humiliated. Winning or losing was a small matter, but face slapping was a big deal. After defeating Xiahou Chuan, Li Fuchen completed his 40 consecutive victories. The moment Lin Yun returned to the Heavenly Dipper's stone pillar, the Heavenly Dipper battle chi wrapped around the pillar had completely transformed into the form of a python. The scales on its body flickered, looking extremely realistic. Its fist-sized eyes even emitted a faint glow. 40 wins in a row was a very good result. At present, there are only 10 left who have reached 40 consecutive victories, namely the 3 King Stars, 4 of the 6 Young Masters, 2 of the 4 Fairies, and Li Fuchen. 41 consecutive wins, 42 consecutive wins, 45 consecutive victories. Li Fuchen's winning streak was extremely ferocious and almost no one was able to block a single sword from him. In everyone's opinion, Li Fuchen's ability was already certain to be in the top 10 of this tournament. The only problem was how high his ranking would be. Was it 9th, 10th, or even better? Of course, every time he climbed up a rank, the difficulty would increase by a level. Among the 6 young masters, Murong Di and Xiahou Chuan were not considered strong. The remaining 4 were the true experts. The 2500th match. Rumble. Li Fuchen and young master flying sword Luo Feiyun's Heaven Dipper stone pillar sank at the same time. It's Luo Feiyun's turn. If Luo Feiyun can't hold on, then except for Ting Qingyun, the head of the 6 young masters, the other young masters will be in danger. I don't think so. The dragon sword young master Qi Yuye is not a vegetarian. Gale young master Han Yiming's movement technique is also very frightening. Only the thunderous King Star Situ Lei and the 3 absolute fairy Jiang Ruoliu can compare to him. Let's wait and see. Everyone held their breath and stared at Luo Feiyun and Li Fuchen. Whoosh! A phantom flashed, and Luo Feiyun appeared on the round platform. Light merit movement technique is actually an advantage of Luo Feiyun. On the ranking of light merit, he can at least rank in the top 5. Looking at Li Fuchen opposite, Luo Feiyun admired, Li Fuchen, people who can make me admire, there are not many, you are one of them. This battle, regardless of victory or defeat, I am quite honored. In terms of sword technique, he thinks that he is not as good as Li Fuchen, so he can only rely on Flying Sword's secret technique. Flying Sword's secret technique is the most difficult 4-star secret technique of High Heaven Sword sect. It is very demanding on consciousness, and it is also very demanding on the spirit will. Among the young generation of High Heaven Sword sect, only he has cultivated the Flying Sword's secret technique to the realm of perfection. Even, faintly beyond the realm of perfection, began to have their own unique insights, and opened up a different path. I am also honored. Li Fuchen nodded. Be careful. Luo Feiyun directly sacrificed a small sword. He didn't think about sword technique with Li Fuchen, which is undoubtedly a small skill in front of an expert. Xiao. In the void, a cold light flashed. Luo Feiyun sent out a flying sword. Head to one side, Li Fuchen easily avoided. What a terrifying consciousness. Luo Feiyun's eyes narrowed. Without fighting with Li Fuchen, it is difficult to really understand how terrible Li Fuchen's consciousness is. In the last Star List Great Competition, only Thunder King Star Situ Lei could dodge his flying sword head-on, because his flying sword was too fast. This session, Luo Feiyun thought that except for a few people, no one could dodge his flying sword, but did not expect Li Fuchen to do it easily. Xiao 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 xiao, Luo Feiyun's figure flickered, and the small sword in his hand shot out quickly. In the blink of an eye, he shot out a dozen small swords. Each small sword was fast to the extreme, comparable to the electric flint. Even some small swords collided with each other, instantly changing the angle. Greatly increased the difficulty of dodging. Hey! Several figures appeared, and Li Fuchen seemed to have a clone, and once again dodged Luo Feiyun's flying sword attack. Well, I have to see, how long can you dodge? The flying sword attack was dodged one after another, and Luo Feiyun was a little annoyed. Heaven Man 100 Hands. Behind the back appeared a vague phantom. This phantom has dozens of arms, each arm holding a phantom small sword. As Luo Feiyun's right hand shook, dozens of small swords shot to Li Fuchen. For a time, the void seems to have a peacock. The peacock is opening the tail, covering most of the round table. Worthy is flying sword young master. Li Fuchen put the profound wind 3 transformations light merit to the limit. With a strong consciousness, the figure flashed again and again. Because the speed was too fast, half of the round table was Li Fuchen's phantom, and at first glance, it seemed that dozens of Li Fuchen appeared at the same time. Ding 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 ding, the small swords slammed on the round table, some collapsed, and some were really small swords, bounced off the round table. Even my Heaven Man 100 Hands avoided. Luo Feiyun was shocked. His celestial 100 Hands had already calculated all of Li Fuchen's escape routes and dodging routes. Logically speaking, it was absolutely flawless. He couldn't understand how Li Fuchen dodged it. Unfortunately, what he didn't know was that in the eyes of Li Fuchen, the trajectory of the flying sword was clear, and there was a priority, so in an instant, he calculated his own movement trajectory, how to avoid the most dangerous flying sword, how to avoid some dead ends. As long as he did not put himself in a dead end, the flying sword could not hurt him. Feeling that it was enough, Li Fuchen was ready to launch a counterattack. If you can take my last move, I will automatically admit defeat. Luo Feiyun's imposing manner broke out to the limit, and the phantom behind him suddenly solidified a lot. The next moment, Luo Feiyun put his hands together and pushed towards Li Fuchen. Heaven Man 100 Hands, Sword Rain. Xiao xiao xiao, it is impossible to describe how many flying swords Luo Feiyun sent out at once. These flying swords are real and fake, but without exception, they are all very sharp, giving the feeling of a sword rain. Chapter 306. Li Fuchen was indeed unable to dodge this move, because for this move, it was useless to rely on one's awareness, one had to be able to keep up with the body's reaction. And even if he stimulated the concealed blood refinement body true meaning, the body reaction was not enough to dodge this move, unless his cultivation base could go up a level and reach the 9th level of the Earth Fiend realm. Since I can't dodge it, I'll take it head on. Taking a deep breath at lightning speed, Li Fuchen shook the black light sword in his hand and slashed out. A red cover expanded. Ding ding dang dang. The red cover enveloped Li Fuchen as well. The flying swords that entered the red cover were struck down and scattered by the sword dipper force. For a time, The world was filled with the sound of metal colliding, and it was dense and incessant. Shio! All of a sudden, 3 small swords formed a triangular formation and shot at Li Fuchen. The 3 small swords were extremely fast. They broke through the blockade of the sword essence and seemed to have come from the void. 1 true and 2 false. Li Fuchen squinted his eyes and pinched the real small sword with the index and middle fingers of his left hand. As for the other 2 fake small swords, although they were fake, they also had power. Li Fuchen shook his right hand and 2 sword lights scattered them. Buzz! The real small sword force is very huge. If Li Fuchen has not inspired the concealed blood refining body true meaning, it is estimated that it cannot be clamped, the fingers must be broken. Despite this, Li Fuchen also flew back, offsetting the impact of the flying sword. Clamped? Luo Feiyun was stunned. What kind of awareness and eyesight was needed to clamp his flying sword? Moreover, even if he did manage to clamp it, it would be difficult to clamp it firmly if he didn't have a brilliant unloading technique. Li Fuchen, you win. Luo Feiyun smiled bitterly. He believed that he could still put up a fight, but there was a 90% chance that he would lose in the end. There was no need to waste time. Thank you for letting me win. Li Fuchen shook his hand and threw away the small sword. Even Luo Feiyun can't beat Li Fuchen. The situation seems to be getting weirder. Indeed, 3 of the 6 young masters have already been defeated by Li Fuchen. I wonder who will be the 4th. That's hard to say. Humph, I don't believe he can keep winning. There will be a time when he loses. Everyone discussed animatedly. In the 2700th match, Li Fuchen met with Wind Snow Fairy Su Lin. Boom! As soon as she came on, Su Lin broke out with an amazing momentum. The aura of a blizzard instantly enveloped the entire round platform. On the Heaven Dipper stone pillars around the round platform, all the geniuses from the various sects could feel the bone-piercing coldness. One by one, they hurriedly activated their protective chi to resist the cold. A technique of the 17th level? Everyone was shocked. There is no doubt that Wind Snow Fairy Su Lin has cultivated the profound level top-rank cultivation method to the 17th layer realm. Otherwise, even if the cultivation base reaches the half-step Heavenly Dipper realm, the chill and true chi will not be so terrifying. At most, the sense of oppression is stronger. The peak of the Earth Fiend realm, the 17th layer of the cultivation technique, simply comparing true spirit, I am afraid that the 3 king stars are slightly inferior to Su Lin. Wind Snow Godly Palm. For star secret technique inspired, Su Lin shot a palm to Li Fuchen. With this palm shot out, the extremely terrifying cold wind blew on the round platform. Before the wind arrived, the round table around Li Fuchen was already covered with frost. If it was replaced by Murong Di, it would definitely be greatly affected. If it was replaced by Xiahou Chuan and Luo Feiyun, it would not be much better. Profound level top rank cultivation technique, the 16th layer and the 17th layer seem to be a layer apart, but the gap is very big. 3 years ago, Su Lin was ranked 15th in the star list. 3 years later, her strength surpassed many people and was a strong competitor for the top 5. Very strong. Li Fuchen displayed Flame Demon sword art and split the cold wind. His cultivation technique is a fiery cultivation technique, burning heaven true merit. Although the cultivation base is not high, the cultivation technique realm is high, reaching the 16th layer apex. The cold resistance ability can be ranked at least in the top 10, plus concealed blood refining body true meaning, the cold resistance ability can be ranked at least in the top 5. Since there is no problem with the cold resistance ability, then he only needs to fight with Su Lin. Horn of Flame Demon. Split the cold wind, Li Fuchen's second move followed closely, and the speed of the move was even faster than Su Lin, who took the first move. Red One-Horned Void Shadow is almost solid and runs through Su Lin. Hu 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 hu. The cold aura emitted by the whole body was penetrated, Su Lin whispered, the right hand condensed a cold chi mass, toward the red one-horned void shadow. Boom! The white chi strength broke out wildly, which is the phenomenon caused by the strong collision of hot true chi and cold true chi. Under the impact of the white chi strength, Li Fuchen retreated more than 20 steps, while Su Lin only retreated a dozen steps. On the attack, the two are similar, but on the combat cultivation base, naturally Su Lin is strong. Facing the impact of chi strength, Su Lin's resistance is undoubtedly a lot stronger. Of course, Li Fuchen did not eat a loss at all. With concealed blood refining body true meaning, his body chi and blood are very stable. On the other hand, Su Lin, there was a flush on her face. Although it only appeared for a moment, it was enough to show that Su Lin's chi and blood appeared a little fluctuating. Take another sword from me. Saving the time to calm chi and blood, Li Fuchen figure flashed, a sword broke through the air, and the red one-horned void shadow expanded a few points. It seems to be stronger than before. The more he fought, the more Li Fuchen felt that there seemed to be some strength to break out of the body. Boom boom boom, the two fought dozens of strokes. From the scene, it seems that Su Lin is better, but the discerning people know that if this continues, Su Lin will lose. In a situation where their strength was about the same, it would be extremely foolish to fight head-on against someone with extremely high attainments in conjoined body techniques. But Su Lin can't help it. The chill in her true spirit can't help Li Fuchen at all. On consciousness and light merit movement technique, she is also inferior to Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen wants to fight with her. She can't hide. Wind snow connecting heaven. Aware that the situation is getting worse and worse, Su Lin is a little impatient, and the real killing move broke out. This trick is a combination of profound level high rank killing move and cultivation technique. Su Lin's cultivation palm technique is Wind Snow Divine Palm, and the cultivation technique is Wind Snow Divine Merit. The two are originally complementary, and the profound level high rank killing move Wind Snow Connecting Heaven created by Su Lin is a very extreme move, which can burst out more true spirit in an instant. The consequence is that it will produce a short period of weakness, just like a person who has too much strength. Rumble. The icy cold gale intensified by several folds and blasted towards Li Fuchen. Flame Dragon. In the void, the red dragon danced, and immediately plunged into the cold wind. The white chi strength, with a destructive posture, radiated in all directions. Heavenly Dipper's stone pillar, several people were blown down, one by one, true spirit, and returned to the Heavenly Dipper's stone pillar. Whiz. In the center of the round table, where the white chi strength is the most dense, a figure flies out. It's Li Fuchen. Su Lin's trick is too powerful, and it also has a rotating force, like a blizzard that has been strengthened 10 times. Li Fuchen, give me defeat. Su Lin, who should have been in a period of weakness, suddenly rushed out of the white chi strength and blasted towards Li Fuchen. Half-step Heavenly Dipper realm. Someone's pupil shrank and said. Chapter 307. Half-step Heavenly Dipper realm. Li Fuchen frowned. Su Lin's cultivation technique realm is ridiculously high, reaching the 17th layer realm, and now even the cultivation base has stepped into the half-step Heavenly Dipper realm. It is not an exaggeration to say that she is the 4th king star. I am afraid that in addition to the 3 king star, only Eternal Spring Young Master Ting Qingyun and 3 Absolute Fairy Jiang Ruoliu can compete with it. Dragon Sword Young Master Qi Yuyet can compete with it, but it is still unknown. With an amazing cold wind, Su Lin slapped Li Fuchen with a palm. The same palm, now the power is more than 1 or 2. The whistling wind had a trace of pale blue in it. It was like a pale blue enraged dragon that was blasting at Li Fuchen. Facing the strong wind dragon, Li Fuchen smashed out with a sword, red light swallowed, red dragon flying. Hong! The dazzling red light and light blue light broke out, and immediately, the white chi strength spread. This time, Li Fuchen is clearly at a disadvantage. The whole person is like being struck by lightning, and it is upside down. And Su Lin just shook the body and did not retreat a step, making a breakthrough in the midst of battle. As expected of the Wind Snow Fairy. In fact, it is normal. Su Lin's cultivation technique realm is one of the best, and the cultivation technique realm is high. The cultivation base breakthrough is naturally fast. Gee, Li Fuchen's luck is really bad. Now Su Lin, except for the 3 King Star, no one can win her. Su Lin's breakthrough caused an uproar. Outside the Heavenly Dipper Great Array, Ouyang Wentian and Zhao's endless faces are not very good. In their view, Li Fuchen should be able to go further. Who can think of it, Su Lin will break through. Wind Snow Sect Sect Master with a smile, he was worried before, and now there is no worry. On the round table, the situation is reversed. Before, Li Fuchen forced Su Lin to fight hard, now it is Su Lin forcing Li Fuchen to fight hard. Hong hong hong, the white chi strength broke out wildly, and Li Fuchen retreated, almost around half of the round table. Wind and Snow Heaven. Su Lin screamed and launched the killing move again. As her hands pushed out, the cold wind turned into several light blue dragons, sweeping. The pressure of the majestic ice cold made Li Fuchen's chi and blood stiff and true spirit slow. At this moment, Li Fuchen even had the impulse to stimulate bronze sword essence. Just as Li Fuchen was impulsive, the body's true chi suddenly burst out, and a will to burn the sky broke out and integrated into the true chi. True Inferno Technique, 17th level. At the crucial moment, Li Fuchen's cultivation technique rank increased by another level and broke through to the 17th rank. The 17th layer of Burning Heaven True Chi, how terrible, produced a hot aura, even made Li Fuchen appear with a circle of fiery red halo, instantly dispelling the chill. The next moment, the 17th layer of Burning Heaven True Chi, transformed into pure Yang Astral Chi. Li Fuchen was shrouded in a bright yellow light and a sword slashed out. Crackle. The crimson dragon swept out and tangled with several light blue dragons. After a few breaths, the red dragon and the light blue dragon exploded at the same time. You've made a breakthrough in your cultivation technique? Su Lin's brow picked up, and her face was full of surprise and shock. What? Li Fuchen also broke through. This is too exaggerated. The 17th layer of profound level peak rank cultivation technique, the vast majority of Heavenly Dipper realm martial artists are at this level, only a few can cultivate to the 18th or 19th layer. The shock of everyone is no less than Su Lin. The 2 people who broke through both broke through again, and the scene was much more magnificent than before. However, Su Lin's physical quality is not as good as Li Fuchen after all. In the case of similar strength, Su Lin is much stronger than Li Fuchen. Every time she fights hard, there will be a trace of shock. Her chi and blood and true spirit. The time is short, and it will inevitably reveal flaws. After hundreds of strokes, Su Lin's movements were a little sluggish. Li Fuchen's eyes flashed, and the Horn of Flame Demon sword move was displayed. Puff the red-colored one-horned void shadow penetrated Su Lin's body, protecting true spirit, and pierced the other's shoulder. Boom! A palm smashed the red-colored one-horned void shadow. Su Lin vomited blood and flew back, pale. I lost. She was injured, and it was impossible for her to be Li Fuchen's opponent, and it was decent to admit defeat. You let me. Li Fuchen nodded. In the battle with Su Lin, he has almost exhausted himself except for the Bronze Sword Essence secret technique. But now, with the Burning Heaven True Merit breaking through to the 17th layer, his means have increased. After all, the cultivation technique realm has broken through a layer, and the reaction will increase a lot. The reason why I just fought with Su Lin is actually to hone the 17th layer of Burning Heaven True Merit and consolidate it. The 2883rd game, Su Lin against Xiahou Chuan. With a palm, Su Lin sent Xiahou Chuan flying. This is enough to prove that how powerful Su Lin is now, and that Xiahou Chuan is not a level. Li Fuchen, who can defeat Su Lin, is undoubtedly more powerful. Except for the cultivation base, there are almost no shortcomings. For a time, everyone is very emotional. Before the game, no one thought that Li Fuchen, the king of dark horses, would emerge. So far, Li Fuchen has been through all the way and has not been defeated. Whether it is the top of the star list or the young master-level giant, no one can stop his footsteps. Maybe, he can go further. The 2992nd game. Li Fuchen vs Gale Young Master Han Yiming. Han Yiming is under a lot of pressure. Before Li Fuchen broke through, he still had the confidence to fight with Li Fuchen, but after Li Fuchen broke through, he had no confidence at all. Hey, Han Yiming's speed was extremely fast. Like Li Fuchen, Han Yiming had already cultivated the Mystic class mid-tier light body technique to completion. In terms of light body technique attainment, he and Li Fuchen were the true number one. Tri-Absolute Fairy Jiang Ruoliu and Luo Feiyun were slightly inferior to the two of them. However, Jiang Ruoliu's cultivation base is half-step Heavenly Dipper realm, so in general, light body merit and Han Yiming are similar. Li Fuchen is similar to Luo Feiyun. Like a gust of wind, Han Yiming turns around Li Fuchen quickly, and the entire round table is his figure. Violent Wind 100 change. Han Yiming didn't even try to test it, and directly broke out a killing move. This kill move was extremely compatible with his light body technique. With a point of his finger, an endless violent wind was mixed with a dense void finger shadow that was violently attacking Li Fuchen. Black Wind 3 change display. Li Fuchen's figure is also more, including two clones that are almost the same as the true body. Perhaps Li Fuchen's speed wasn't as fast as Han Yiming, but Li Fuchen's awareness was far beyond Han Yiming's. This allowed Li Fuchen to make the most effective movement. Every movement seemed to have gone through thousands of calculations and were intricately linked. Crackle and rattle. On the round table, dozens of Han Yiming and dozens of Li Fuchen fight. Chi's strength explosion sound is continuous. Xiao. The moment when a true spirit is about to be exhausted, Han Yiming points at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen's figure flashes, avoids this finger, and thrusts the profound light sword from an incredible angle. Han Yiming is shocked, the opponent's sword is too mysterious, calculating all his retreat. Puff! The sword chi penetrates the back, Han Yiming flies out. Chapter 308. Qingguo Fairy Yan Qingguo, Heavenly Star Young Master Murong Di, Dolin Young Master Xiahou Chuan, Wind Snow Fairy Su Lin, and Gale Young Master Han Yiming. As of now, Li Fuchen had already defeated 5 young masters and fairies. As for Su Muyu, Li Fuchen might not have encountered her yet, but Su Muyu was once defeated by Murong Di and naturally wasn't a match for Li Fuchen. Therefore, it wouldn't affect him if they encountered each other. After defeating young Master Gale Han Yiming, Li Fuchen's prowess was like a rainbow. Standing on the Heaven Dipper stone pillar, his body was as straight as a sword, giving off a sharp sword chi feeling. With the round table opposite the dragon sword young Master Chi Yuya, one in the south and one in the north, faintly produced a clamp. The Stars ranking tournament would get more intense the further it went. Mount Star Fate and the Big Dipper Array seemed to have a mind of their own. They controlled the pace of the competition. Although there were fierce battles in the early stages, the frequency was very low. There were very few battles between the top geniuses. The 3200th match, Young Master Eternal Spring Ting Qingyun against Young Master Gale Han Yiming. Ting Qingyun's weapon is a dark green bamboo pole. The bamboo pole is like wood, like gold, like a work of art. Han Yiming, relying on his lightness skill, flashed around Ting Qingyun, waiting for an opportunity to attack. But Ting Qingyun forced him to flee in a sorry state with just one move. As the head of the 6 young masters, Ting Qingyun is the top in all aspects. The dark green bamboo pole in his hand seems to have a life. With a casual wave, the air's strength in the void is unstoppable, like spring has come, all things grow, endless. Perfect level, profound level, high rank martial art. Li Fuchen was shocked. How can he not see that Ting Qingyun has raised the true meaning of this martial art to the realm of perfection, and every move is very perfect. Coupled with his cultivation at the peak stage of the earth realm, be it the degree of subtlety or the prowess, it was extremely terrifying. Overgrown vegetation. On the round table, after 5 moves, Ting Qingyun's killing move broke out. The dark green bamboo pole in his hand turned into a lush bamboo pole shadow, covering Han Yiming, who was constantly dodging. Puff! Han Yiming spat out a mouthful of blood and fell back. He had been defeated in an instant. In the 3500th game, Ting Qingyun and Su Lin met. This battle between the two of them was extremely intense and was even more intense than Li Fuchen's battle. Su Linzhan cultivation base is high, the cultivation method is high, the momentum is threatening, the blizzard-like chi strength, toward Ting Qingyun. Although Ting Qingyun's cultivation base and cultivation method realm are not as high as Su Lin, Ting Qingyun's martial arts realm is higher, and Ting Qingyun's consciousness is obviously higher than others, otherwise, it is impossible to defeat Han Yiming in 6 moves. Pu 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 pu, the shadow of the bamboo pole is agile and swift, and it explodes a group of wind and snow. But for a long time, Ting Qingyun's body protecting innate qi is also covered with a thin layer of frost, and the innate qi is much slower. Wind and snow cover the sky. With the cultivation base breaking through to the half-step heavenly dipper realm, Su Lin has almost no sequelae. In an instant, the violent wind and snow qi strength hit Ting Qingyun. Good timing. Ting Qingyun's expression was solemn. The dark green bamboo pole in his hand was suddenly dyed with a layer of purple. The purple was bright and enchanting. Break! Ting Qingyun screamed, and the purple bamboo pole, like a hot knife through butter, penetrated the wind and snow, and pointed to Su Lin's body protection. Hey! The purple chi strength is like a needle tip, and it penetrates Su Lin's body, protecting innate chi, and shoots into her body. Blood spurted out, and Su Lin retreated. Profound level top rank martial art. Su Lin was very surprised. Ting Qingyun did not take advantage of the victory to pursue, slowly said, "Yes, I have this martial art, called Purple Chi Divine Needle, although I have not yet cultivated the true meaning, but it has already reached great accomplishment. Breaking your body protecting innate chi is easy." Profound level top rank martial art of the great accomplishment realm? Everyone exclaimed. Profound level top rank martial art, as the name implies, is the most powerful in profound level martial art. In today's era of earth level martial art scarcity, profound level top rank martial art is supreme. Profound level top rank martial art of the great accomplishment realm, although it has not yet comprehended the true meaning, but the innate chi operation method is mysterious. It can be seen that Ting Qingyun's Purple Chi Divine Needle martial art can condense a lot of innate chi into a line, and break the body protecting innate chi like nothing, let alone Su Lin. It is estimated that even the 3 king stars are not willing to directly take a blow. Worthy is the head of the 6 young master, actually cultivating the profound level top rank martial art to the great accomplishment realm. Li Fuchen secretly admired. Profound level high rank martial art is always profound level high rank martial art. Even if you comprehend the true meaning, the power is greatly increased, and in terms of moves, it is not as good as profound level top rank martial art. Profound level top rank martial art, on the move, the mystery has reached an extreme. Great, this child's martial art achievements almost catch up with me. Zhao Endless a bitter smile. He is Heavenly Dipper Realm Peak Cultivation Base, and now he just comprehends the profound level top rank martial art true meaning. Ouyang Wentian said, "This child is one of the top few people in this era. It is normal to have this martial art achievement." Compared with Zhao Endless, Ouyang Wentian was surprised, but not too surprised. In their time, the top of the people, as long as they are not dead, they are now shedding body realm middle rank or even high rank cultivation base, and he is only shedding body realm second layer cultivation base. The gap is evident. And Zhao Wujin got the whole continent, which is nothing. At the beginning of Azure Billow sect, it was just an ordinary gold true disciple. It is naturally hard to imagine the horror of the top heavens chosen. The 3650th game, 3 Absolute Fairy Jiang Ruoliu against Flying Sword Young Master Luo Feiyun. In the face of Jiang Ruoliu, the head of the 4 fairies, Luo Feiyun did not dare to be careless, and the first time to open the distance, Flying Sword's secret technique broke out. Jiang Ruoliu, who has a half-step Heavenly Dipper realm cultivation base, has an amazing imposing manner, and her imposing manner, with a trance-intent domain, Luo Feiyun's Flying Sword's secret technique, this is not a waste, but at this moment, it is like losing the head. Obviously Jiang Ruoliu did not move, but did not hit her once. Illusion technique? Li Fuchen's eyes narrowed. Also a top heavens chosen, Jiang Ruoliu's illusion technique, naturally can't make Luo Feiyun fall into illusion, but let Luo Feiyun be affected too easily. In the end, Jiang Ruoliu used illusion technique to send Luo Feiyun flying. At this moment, in addition to Thunder King Star Situlei, even King Star Qiheng and Golden Whip King Star Jin Sudong, cannot help but look serious. They are not sure that they can resist Jiang Ruoliu's illusion technique. I didn't expect that after 3 years, the other party's illusion technique can be released through the imposing manner, and it is even more difficult to guard against. In the 3720th game, Jiang Ruoliu once again defeated Gale Young Master Han Yiming, and the power of illusion technique made Han Yiming at a loss. In the 3900th game, Li Fuchen confronted Ting Qingyun. One is the king of dark horses, the other is the head of the 6 young master. This matchup is undoubtedly a super heavyweight matchup, second only to King Star. You are not my opponent, Ting Qingyun indifferently said. Li Fuchen's trump card has been exposed. In addition to defense, the strength is similar to Su Lin. Unfortunately, his purple Qi Divine Needle, the effect of breaking the defense is first class. Specifically restrains Li Fuchen. This is not necessarily. Li Fuchen is calm and unaffected by Ting Qingyun's words. Oh. Ting Qingyun was slightly surprised. Looking at Li Fuchen like this, it seems that there is a trump card. Chapter 309. Without displaying profound level top-rank martial art purple Qi Divine Needle, Ting Qingyun's strength is similar to Su Lin, and it is similar to the strength that Li Fuchen revealed before. Peng peng peng, the dark green bamboo pole and the profound light sword madly hit each other, almost in an instant, the two played a dozen times. Ting Qingyun's face gradually became dignified. Li Fuchen's consciousness was much stronger than he imagined. He wanted to seize the initiative several times, but he was noticed by the other party, but he was caught off guard. If he didn't react quickly, I am afraid I will be at a disadvantage. Consciousness is quite strong. Ting Qingyun's consciousness is naturally far less than Li Fuchen, but Li Fuchen is limited by the physical reaction, and it is impossible to play the role of consciousness to the limit. Can play a very small part is not bad. The dark green bamboo pole was dyed with a layer of purple, and Ting Qingyun instantly displayed the profound level top-rank martial art purple Qi Divine Needle, a move and a style, fierce and exquisite, always able to attack Li Fuchen from an incredible angle. What surprised Ting Qingyun was that his attack could not touch Li Fuchen's body at all. The other party seemed to have foresight and could always avoid in advance. Broken. With true spirit, Ting Qingyun's purple bamboo pole in his hand, slammed into Li Fuchen, and the speed was 30% faster than before. It was the unique skill used to defeat Su Lin before, Purple Qi Rainbow. Ting Qingyun thinks that no one can avoid this move except Thunder King Star Situlei. But obviously, this does not include Li Fuchen. Ting Qingyun inspired true spirit at the moment. Li Fuchen's consciousness has already reacted, and Li Fuchen instantly dodged when the other party's move was not out. Hey! The purple bamboo pole pierced the afterimage left by Li Fuchen, and a slender needle-like purple chi strength spurted out. Avoided. Ting Qingyun's face changed. Horn of Flame Demon. When Ting Qingyun broke out of the unique skill, it was also the moment when it revealed its flaws. At the moment when he dodged the other's unique skill, Li Fuchen was close to Ting Qingyun and stabbed it with a sword. Red One-Horned Void Shadow was as fast as lightning. Ting Qingyun, who used the old move, couldn't dodge at all, and couldn't resist with the bamboo pole. The left hand index and middle fingers were together, and the purple chi strength was shot, and the red One-Horned Void Shadow was hard. Boom! The explosion of chi strength, Ting Qingyun flew out, and blood spurted out. This child's consciousness is unimaginable. Ting Qingyun's every move is hard to escape his eyes. In a situation where the offense and defense are about the same, I'm afraid no one is a match for this kid. Outside the Heavenly Dipper Great Array, the Shedding Body Realm martial artist sighed in his heart. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible to cultivate one's consciousness. As one's cultivation level increased, one's consciousness would naturally strengthen. And the root bone is high, the natural consciousness is generally very strong, the same 6-star root bone, the same Earth Fiend Realm peak cultivation base. Ting Qingyun's consciousness is higher than others, but it is obvious that compared with Li Fuchen, Ting Qingyun's consciousness is weaker. Of course, the Shedding Body Realm martial artist didn't know that Li Fuchen's consciousness was much higher than they imagined. It was limited by the body's reaction, and it was not obvious enough. If Li Fuchen has the body reaction of Shedding Body Realm martial artist, it is estimated that as long as 10% or 20% of the strength, you can kill all the absolute heavens chosen, including the 3 King Star. One move injured Ting Qingyun. Li Fuchen did not give the other party any chance, and another move came out. Ting Qingyun wanted to dodge, but under the consciousness of Li Fuchen, his every move was expected by Li Fuchen. Puff Electric Flint, red-colored One-Horned Void Shadow penetrated Ting Qingyun's chest. Li Fuchen wins. Su Lin bit her lip. Obviously, when Li Fuchen fought with her, she didn't come up with 100% of her ability. In most cases, she chose to fight hard with her. If Li Fuchen came up with the ability to fight Ting Qingyun, she could not support a few strokes. Where did she know that before Burning Heaven True Merit broke through to the 17th layer, Li Fuchen's body reaction couldn't support him to fight like this? Later, Burning Heaven True Merit broke through. Li Fuchen wanted to hone Burning Heaven True Merit, continue to choose hard, not deliberately hide this part of the strength. On the Heavenly Dipper stone pillar, everyone is almost numb. Even Ting Qingyun, the head of the 6 young master, has been defeated. Under the 3 King Star, who is the opponent of Li Fuchen? Perhaps 3 Absolute Fairy Jiang Ruoliu has a chance, and her illusion technique is brilliant enough to affect the state of Li Fuchen, but it is just a guess. Li Fuchen consciousness is so high, the spirit will is afraid to be equally strong, and the illusion technique can affect. It is still unknown. As for Dragon Sword Young Master Qi Yuye, most people don't think it is Li Fuchen's opponent. Qi Yuye, no matter how monstrous, also belongs to the Rising Star. The age is not much older than Li Fuchen, the strength can catch up with Ting Qingyun is already great. Azure Billow sect people are also numb, including Zhao Wuwei. Li Fuchen's performance is too monstrous, it is more monstrous than the absolute heavens chosen of the apex. To know that Li Fuchen is only 20 years old, when he is 25 or 6 years old, it is not heaven-defying. Since the founding of Azure Billow sect, such a genius has never been seen. Can be accepted as a personal disciple by the first odd martial artist, we all look down on him. Ouyang Wentian was surprised and delighted. As long as the first odd martial artist is a day, no one dares to move Li Fuchen, and as long as Li Fuchen can live, one day in the future, there is no hope to become a apex shedding body realm martial artist. This is also because Li Fuchen is a 1-star root bone. If Li Fuchen is a 5-star root bone, then the future will definitely become a apex shedding body realm martial artist. At that time, Azure Billow sect does not say whether to become a apex force, at least can laugh at Eastern Lin continent. The 4300th game, Ting Qingyun against Jiang Ruoliu. One is the head of the 6 young master, the other is the head of the 4 fairies, and the duel between the two is straight after the Battle of King Star. Losing to Li Fuchen did not make Ting Qingyun depressed, but made his aura much sharper. Peng Peng Peng, Jiang Ruoliu's illusion technique has little impact on Ting Qingyun, at least it can't make Ting Qingyun's attack deviate, and the ability to grasp the timing is a little worse. After a great war, the two sides are even. Excluding illusion technique, Jiang Ruoliu's strength is inferior to Su Lin, and Ting Qingyun's strength is stronger than Su Lin. Li Fuchen saw all this in his eyes and secretly thought. Ting Qingyun, last time I lost to you, this time, you will lose. Vault of Heaven dance. Jiang Ruoliu's movement technique changed abruptly, as though she was dancing. Her dance was filled with boundless mysteries, as well as an intoxicating aura. More than 90% of the heavens chosen on the heavenly dipper stone pillars felt as though the entire world was filled with Jiang Ruoliu dancing. How beautiful, how peerless. Illusion technique is integrated into martial art? Li Fuchen's face was surprised. Under Jiang Ruoliu's illusory dance, Ting Qingyun's consciousness was finally unstable. Peng, Jiang Ruoliu was in front of Ting Qingyun, seriously injured Ting Qingyun, and won the victory. Cultivation became illusion technique martial art. Golden Whip King Star Jin Sudong's face changed greatly. 3 Absolute Palace, the real fear, is not other martial art, but the most terrible illusion technique martial art. Chapter 310. Actually cultivated illusion technique martial art. Su Lin also changed her face. Martial art contains lethality and can destroy the martial artist's body. Illusion technique contains spirit power and can confuse the martial artist's mind. When the two are combined, it is not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Illusion technique martial art, the lowest level is profound level high rank. The cultivation difficulty, it is said to be very exaggerated. 3 Absolute Palace. Many Heavenly Dipper realm martial artists can successfully cultivate profound level high rank illusion technique martial art, 10 out of 10. Once the cultivation is successful, the strength will exceed the same realm martial artist. With Vault of Heaven dance, Ruolu's opponents are now only Situ Lei and Qi Heng. 3 Absolute Palace Lord smiled faintly. On the side, the gray-haired 3 Absolute Palace Supreme Elder said, the strength of Situ Lei doesn't need to say much. Qi Heng's defense is too strong. If Ruolu can't break his defense, it's not a simple matter to win. Jiang Ruolu, who exposed the illusion technique martial art, instantly surpassed Li Fuchen. In everyone's view, Jiang Ruolu is definitely a King Star level character. Except for King Star, no one is an opponent. TSK. This year's Stars ranking tournament is indeed the strongest Stars ranking tournament since the disappearance of the absolute experts. The final rankings are no longer clear. With illusion technique martial art, I am afraid that the position of Thunder King Star Situ Lei is somewhat unstable. Li Fuchen is also very powerful, except for 3 King Star and Jiang Ruolu, he is the strongest. Everyone talked about it and felt emotional. In the 43-20 game, Li Fuchen won a game smoothly. With the victory of this game, Li Fuchen reached 80 consecutive wins, and the Heavenly Dipper battle chi under his feet transformed from the giant python form to the fierce flood dragon form. Not only did the head grow a horn, but also claws and fangs, and the scales on the body were shiny and neat, like a piece of carefully polished metal copper, exuding terrible pressure and evil chi. Also reached 80 consecutive wins, and 3 King Star, Jiang Ruolu and Qi Yuye. The Heavenly Dipper battle chi under the feet of the 6 people has transformed into the flood dragon form. For a time, the flood dragon roared, shaking the sky, faintly revealing the faint king aura. In the 4500th game, Qi Yuye and Ting Qingyun met. On the round table, Qi Yuye's head is tied with a golden crown, and his face is like a crown jade. The left waist is equipped with a sword, and the right waist is a flute. At the same time, with a smile on his face, a unique and fierce aura is filled, like the Emperor of the Sword. He lifted the corner of his mouth and spoke with self-mockery and confidence. Everyone probably thinks that I am not a match for Li Fuchen. Everyone probably thinks that my strength is only comparable to yours. Ting Qingyun frowned, he didn't know what Qi Yuye was going to say. I Qi Yuye, not a supporting role. Ting Qingyun, let's start with you. A gust of wind blew, and Qi Yuye's clothes fluttered in the golden robe. Clang! The sword was unsheathed. The golden sword shone brightly under the sunlight. Heavenly Dragon Sword Art, Heavenly Dragon examines the heart. Roar! A terrible sword cry sounded. The next moment, a dazzling golden light burst out, and a golden dragon phantom suddenly appeared and swam toward Ting Qingyun. The strong emperor's chi and sword chi filled the air wantonly. It seemed that the whole world was covered by this sword. This sword is overbearing to the extreme. This sword is powerful to the extreme. Under this sword, all skills seem to have lost their meaning. What, Heavenly Dragon Sword Art? On the Heavenly Dipper stone pillar, all the heavens chosen are dumbfounded. Like Ting Qingyun's purple Qi divine needle, Qi Yuye's Heavenly Dragon Sword Art is also a profound level top rank sword technique, and it is the most terrifying profound level top rank sword technique. It is the secret of Heavenly Dragon Sword Sect. The ordinary gold true disciple is not qualified to cultivate, and only Qi Yuye, the rare sword Dao genius, can make an exception. And once the cultivation of Heavenly Dragon Sword Art, it means that Qi Yuye has become one of the heirs of Sect Master, and there is a chance to compete for the position of Sect Master in the future. The entire Heavenly Dragon Sword Sect, Shedding Body Realm, is qualified to cultivate Heavenly Dragon Sword Art, no more than 10 people, Earth Fiend Realm Cultivation Base, only Qi Yuye. Outside the Heavenly Dipper Great Array, Sky Dragon Sword Sect Master's eyes were full of confidence. Qi Yuye was not an ordinary sword Dao prodigy, but a rare sword Dao prodigy of the Sky Dragon Sword Sect in 1,000 years. Not only had he cultivated the Hidden Dragon Sword technique to the Great Perfection realm in just a few years, he had also practiced the Sky Dragon Sword Art to the great accomplishment. Profound level top rank sword technique? Li Fuchen had to admit that Qi Yuye was the most talented potential heavens chosen he had ever seen. Heavenly Dragon Sword Art? Ting Qingyun's face changed. His purple Qi divine needle is just an ordinary profound level top rank martial art, and Heavenly Dragon Sword Art is the top profound level top rank martial art. The golden dragon phantom broke through the air, and the terrifying pressure and sword Qi were also crazy. Ting Qingyun screamed, and the dark green bamboo pole in his hand was purple Qi. At this moment, Ting Qingyun displayed purple Qi divine needle to the extreme. Broken. The dark green bamboo pole turned into an infinite purple shadow, and the purple shadow converged into a beam of purple light, facing the golden dragon phantom. Hong! The golden light and the purple light are intertwined, and the entire round table seems to be trembling. The next moment, a golden dragon phantom that shrank a circle, tore the Qi strength and swooped to Ting Qingyun. Crackle and rattle. Ting Qingyun waved the dark green bamboo pole and struggled to resist. When the golden dragon phantom was smashed, Ting Qingyun broke into a cold sweat. Heavenly Dragon Sword Art, Heavenly Dragon Soaring. Hey! A resounding sword cry rang out once more. The image of a golden dragon streaked across the sky like a golden rainbow. It was even faster than before, and its power was even more ferocious. After resisting 3 or 4 strokes, Ting Qingyun could no longer resist, and the golden dragon phantom cut through the body protecting true qi, and the whole person flew out. For a time, the blood mist was filled. 2 strokes, Ting Qingyun was defeated. The strength of Qi Yuye shocked everyone. We all underestimated Qi Yuye. His strength is also King Star level, and unlike Jiang Ruoliu, Qi Yuye's strength is the strength of the upright, and Jiang Ruoliu needs to rely on illusion technique to confuse the opponent's mind. The situation is getting more and more confusing. I really don't know what the final outcome will be. After taking a deep breath, the crowd was filled with excitement. Although they weren't the ones who were strong, to be able to witness such a showdown between top-notch geniuses was still an enjoyable experience for them. In another 3 years, there probably wouldn't be such a grand occasion anymore. After defeating Ting Qingyun, Qi Yuye won all the way and reached 82 consecutive wins. In the 83rd battle, I finally met a super heavyweight, Golden Whip King Star Jin Sudong. No one thought that Qi Yuye would meet the 3 King Stars so soon. According to the previous example, Heavenly Dipper Great Array, generally the strong will be left behind. Golden Whip King Star Jin Sudong looks gloomy. There are too many uncertain factors in this session. A Jiang Ruoliu and a Qi Yuye are uncertain factors. He does not have absolute certainty to beat the 2. Jin Sudong, shoot! Chapter 311. Booming, 2 people fight, naturally earth-shattering. On the round table, the golden Qi strength is madly intertwined, accompanied by the golden dragon phantom and the golden whip shadow. Jin Sudong's martial art talent is far less than Qi Yuye, and the martial art is just a set of profound level high rank whip technique. But Jin Sudong has a half-step Heavenly Dipper realm cultivation base, and body refining talent is quite good. It is obvious that a profound level top-rank body refining cultivation technique is cultivated to a very high realm. The golden whip in the hand swings up, whining, as if a bunch of twisted entangled light is spurting, in sputtering. Ordinary people don't say close to Jin Sudong, I am afraid that just on the round table, it will be swept away by the wanton golden light, shocked. Just Qi Yuye is not simple, the heavenly dragon sword art cultivation to the realm of great accomplishment, a man and a sword, invincible. The golden dragon phantom seems to be condensed by countless sword light. Every time it collides with the golden whip shadow, it will break out endless sword light and sword qi. The battle of the 2 has surpassed the level of Earth Fiend realm. Some of the newly promoted Heavenly Dipper realm martial artists are estimated to be so strong, maybe not as good as the 2. Too strong. The battle of King Star level made everyone stunned. The strength of each blow of the 2 men is so great that they can easily kill them several times. I am afraid that even if a group of people go up, they will be crushed, unless they can be preemptive. Worthy is Heavenly Dragon Sword Art. Li Fuqian secretly praised. Eastern Lin continent has 10 5-star secret techniques and 10 profound level top-rank martial art. This Heavenly Dragon Sword Art is the 7th profound level top-rank martial art. In comparison, Azure Billow Sect's profound level top-rank sword technique is undoubtedly much worse. Azure Billow Sect's sword technique is roughly divided into 2 veins, one is the water vein, the other is the fire vein. The water vein has Azure Billow sword technique. This sword technique is very famous throughout Eastern Lin continent. It is estimated that it can be ranked in the top 50, and fire vein's Burning Heaven sword technique can also be ranked in the top 50, but compared with the 7th Heavenly Dragon sword art, the gap is not a little bit, at least a level. Fortunately, his Heavenly Dragon Sword Art seems to be only at the realm of perfection. Otherwise, it is estimated that Golden Whip King Star Jin Sudong can't stop a few swords. The realm of martial arts mastery was further divided into 3 realms, namely the Perfection Realm, the Peak Realm, and the Perfection Realm. Perfection meant that you had already cultivated this martial art to a very high level of mastery. On the other hand, reaching the peak of perfection meant that you had completely grasped this martial art and had begun to integrate your own will into it. As for the trance level, that was the level of sword intent. Reaching this level meant that you had comprehended the sword intent of the sword art. From then on, using this sword art would be like breathing, and there wouldn't be any obstructions. Furthermore, it would allow this sword art to be more in line with the heavenly Tao, allowing you to unleash an extremely terrifying might. Under normal circumstances, only a mystic class high-tier sword art at the peak of perfection could contend against or even suppress a mystic class mid-tier sword art at the level of sword intent. But a mystic class peak-tier sword art was different. A mystic class peak-tier sword art was too powerful. There was no need to talk about Earth-class sword techniques. At this level, sword techniques had already interfered with the operation of nature and the secrets of heaven and earth. Earth class was not just for show. It had its own unique meaning. Mystic class sword technique, containing a trace of heaven and earth mystery, cannot interfere with the natural operation for the time being, but also on the way to interfere with the natural operation. Mystic class peak tier, representing the top level of mystery, is only a step away from interfering with the natural operation. This level of martial art is very terrifying, basically the mystery to the extreme. Under normal circumstances, the mystic class peak-tier sword technique of the realm of perfection can suppress the mystic class high-tier sword technique at the level of sword intent. If it is the mystic class peak-tier sword technique of the peak of perfection, not to mention. If Chi Yuya cultivates the heavenly dragon sword art to the peak of perfection, among the 3 king stars, it is estimated that only Thunder King Star Situlei can compete with it, and this is because Thunder King Star Situlei has a half-step Heavenly Dipper realm cultivation base. Li Fuchen rose too fast. If he rose slowly and participated in the next star list great competition, he estimated that he would have the opportunity to contact the mystic class peak-tier sword technique Burning Heaven sword technique. Now, his background is still too shallow, and he has not been exposed to some sect secrets. The Great War is heating up step by step. Everyone can find that Golden Whip King Star Jin Sudong, who has a half-step Heavenly Dipper realm cultivation base, has fallen a bit, and his opponent, Chi Yuya, is only Earth Fiend realm peak cultivation base. Impossible, impossible. Jin Sudong roared, the golden whip in his hand danced wildly, and the golden whip shadow was like golden magma splashing, trying to compete with Chi Yuya's heavenly dragon sword art. But Chi Yuya's heavenly dragon sword art is too mysterious, every move is so terrifying, so deep, there are no weaknesses in all aspects, no flaws to speak of. Give me a break. Jin Sudong's face blue veins were exposed, and a huge golden whip shadow, like the halo of the rising sun, swept in all directions. Heavenly Dragon Sword Art, Heavenly Dragon's Wrath. Chi Yuya also broke out the Heavenly Dragon Sword Art unique skill, a sword out, endless sword light gathered, condensed into a golden dragon with teeth and claws. The golden dragon roared, turned into a long rainbow, and madly rushed out. Hong hong hong. The golden chi strength has been viscous like water, splashing wantonly, casually a golden chi strength, can kill a heaven's chosen, in this endless golden chi strength, even Heavenly Dipper realm low-rank martial artist, will be afraid. Puff after all, Golden Whip King Star Jin Sudong was the weakest one among the 3 king stars. His battle power was not as good as Thunder King Star Situlei, and his defense was not as good as Immovable King Star Chi Heng. A large amount of golden sword light condensed together and swept over, instantly tearing apart his defensive circle and his protective Jin Qi. Jin Sudong spurted out a mouthful of blood, and was sent flying. If he didn't cultivate the profound level top-rank body refining cultivation technique, this sword was enough to penetrate his chest. A sword hit Jin Sudong. Chi Yuya stood with a sword, did not chase, the breath of the body, more and more intense, like the emperor of the sword. Golden Whip King Star Jin Sudong lost. Incredible, incredible, this is the first time in decades that King Star has been defeated. In the past, King Star could laugh to the end, or after participating in a Star List Great competition, early promoted to Heavenly Dipper Realm Martial Artist. This Star List Great competition is too special. I have a hunch that maybe King Star will fall. Impossible. Thunder King Star Situlei is absolutely strong, and the defense of King Star Chi Heng is also ridiculously strong. If you want to beat them, the difficulty will increase a level. What else can't happen? Let's wait and see. Jin Sudong's defeat was out of everyone's expectations, but it was also within reason. Qi Yuye, who has mastered the Heavenly Dragon Sword art, is too powerful. No one thought that Qi Yuye could cultivate the Heavenly Dragon Sword art to great accomplishment. You should know that Heavenly Dragon Sword sect also has other profound level top-rank sword techniques. The power of some profound level top-rank sword techniques is similar to the power of Ting Qingyun's Purple Qi Divine Needle, not so exaggerated. Is Jin Sudong also defeated? Qi Heng's pupils shrank and stared at Qi Yuye. Chapter 312. 84 consecutive wins, 85 consecutive wins, 86 consecutive wins, 87 consecutive wins. There are only 5 people left who can win in a row, namely Thunder King Star Situlei, King Star Chi Heng, Dragon Sword Young Master Qi Yuye, 3 Absolute Fairy Jiang Ruoliu and Li Fuqian. Since defeating Ting Qingyun, Li Fuqian has not encountered any opponents, but Qi Yuye has defeated Ting Qingyun and Jin Sudong. Qi Yuye's 88th game, again encountered a strong enemy, but it is 3 Absolute Fairy Jiang Ruoliu. The battle between the two has set off a storm. Qi Yuye is strong, but Jiang Ruoliu's illusion technique martial art is not vegetarian. If the spirit willpower can't hold it, it doesn't matter how strong you are. In the face of Jiang Ruoliu, Qi Yuye's face finally became dignified. Illusion technique martial art, it is impossible to prevent, no one knows whether to resist, and if you can't bear it, his strength can play half as good, it is impossible to be the opponent of Jiang Ruoliu. Fortunately, for illusion technique martial art, he is not unprepared. Hong. On the stage, Jiang Ruoliu broke out the imposing manner, containing the imposing manner of concept domain, which seemed to cut the space where the round table was located, and in it, it was always under the impact of the illusion technique aura. Qi Yuye's heart tightened, and everything he saw was distorted, and there was a hint of double shadow. Fortunately, the distortion is not very serious, the distance of the double shadow is very small, and his Heavenly Dragon Sword art, the attack range is quite wide, and there is almost no effect. Vault of Heaven Dance. Jiang Ruoliu figure is unfolded and fluttering. The dance is full of magic and fierce aura. This time, in the eyes of Qi Yuye, the double shadow distance has been enlarged more than 10 times, and the spirit will has appeared violent fluctuations, wanting to indulge in it. Very powerful illusion technique martial art. Qi Yuye's face changed greatly. Illusion technique martial art is several times more powerful than he imagined. If there is no other means, he will lose. The left hand turned, the long flute on the right waist fell into the hand, and Qi Yuye blew it. The sound of the flute is very passionate, and the tone is cadence. Hearing the sound of the flute, everyone seems to see a tragic battlefield. The two armies confront each other, and the sound of killing is earth-shattering. On a pile of corpses, Qi Yuye is stepping on the corpse, holding the flute in his left hand, holding the golden long sword in his right hand, and exuding an incomparably strong overlord aura. At this moment, he is not only the emperor of the sword, but also the god of the sword. Bo 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 bo. On the round platform, the illusion aura dissipated by more than half, and Jiang Ruoliu's Vault of the Heavens dance also stagnated. Sound wave martial art. Jiang Ruoliu's face darkened. There are many kinds of sound wave martial art. There are pure lethality, and there are also those that stimulate blood qi. The sound wave martial art that Qi Yuye displays is obviously a type of spirit. To a certain extent, it can eliminate the side effects of illusion technique. Break. Vault of Heaven dance is an illusion technique, not only full of illusion technique, but also very fast, very flexible. Jiang Ruoliu figure swayed, appeared on the left side of Qi Yuye, a palm shot out. Under the influence of the illusory aura, this palm was also extremely blurry. It seemed real yet fake, illusory yet real. Hey! Holding the sword in his right hand, Qi Yuye pierced Jiang Ruoliu's palm technique Qi strength, and the golden sword light spilled out, forcing Jiang Ruoliu to quickly retreat, embarrassed. Jiang Ruoliu, others are afraid of your illusion technique martial art, not necessarily I am afraid. Heavenly Dragon sword art, soaring heavenly dragon. The sound of the flute does not stop. Qi Yuye's movement technique is displayed, and the long sword in his hand is waved. The golden sword light condenses into a golden dragon and soars toward Jiang Ruoliu. Crackle and rattle. Jiang Ruoliu's defense was broken clean, and the golden sword light that sputtered was like a wave, drowning her in it. After a few strokes, Jiang Ruoliu finally admitted defeat. Her Vault of the Heavens dance has little effect on Qi Yuye. If Qi Yuye is only a little stronger than her, she still has hope to win, but Qi Yuye's frontal combat strength is too strong, stronger than her. After defeating Jiang Ruoliu, Qi Yuye's momentum reached its peak, and he will be the king star of this star list great competition. According to the rules of the star list great competition, only the top 3 can be called king star. King star represents the king of the star list and the king of heaven's chosen. Although King Star's talent potential may not be the top 3, at least the strength is the top 3, which is enough. After all, people who can become King Star, talent potential, even if it is bad, at least it is the top 10, and it can be King Star. As for Li Fuchen, this moment was forgotten by everyone. In everyone's view, Li Fuchen is strong. I am afraid it will not be the opponent of Jin Sudong and Jiang Ruoliu, and Jin Sudong and Jiang Ruoliu lost to Qi Yuye. At this moment, the star list great competition has entered the late stage. The strength ranking is also beginning to take shape. Among the 6 young masters, Dragon Sword young master Qi Yuye is first, Eternal Spring young master Ting Qingyun is second, Flying Sword young master Luo Feiyun is third, Gale young master Han Yiming is fourth, Battle Spirit young master Xiahou Chuan is fifth, Heavenly Star young master Murong Di is sixth. Among the 4 fairies, Jiang Ruoliu defeated Su Lin and is still the head of the 4 fairies. Su Lin is still the second, the third is Su Muyu, the fourth is Yan Qinggu. The mixed ranking of 6 young masters and 4 fairies, Qi Yuye first, Jiang Ruoliu second, Ting Qingyun third, Su Lin fourth, Luo Feiyun fifth, Han Yiming sixth, Xiahou Chuan seventh, Murong Di eighth, Su Muyu ninth, Yan Qinggu 10th. The next game, Golden Whip King Star Jin Sudong against Jiang Ruoliu. This battle has been entangled for a long time. On the front strength, Jin Sudong is a lot stronger than Jiang Ruoliu. However, Jin Sudong did not have a sound wave martial art that could compete with the illusion technique martial art, and eventually lost to Jiang Ruoliu. Li Fuchen's personal 95th game, and the person of the duel is Jin Sudong. Jin Sudong's face is very ugly. As one of the 3 king stars, he has lost to Qi Yuye and Jiang Ruoliu, which is undoubtedly a huge shame. To know that king star is a symbol of glory, it is reasonable to win, and it is more ugly than other people losing. He seems to have heard that someone is discussing that his king star is too bad. Qi Yuye and Jiang Ruoliu are strong, but you are king star, and you have to come up with your own prestige. The last star list great competition, Qi Yuye is ranked 28th, and Jiang Ruoliu is only 7th. The progress of the 2 is much bigger than him. Therefore, when fighting with Li Fuchen, Jin Sudong's face is a lot colder. He can't lose again. Otherwise, he will become the joke of this star list great competition. Jin Sudong is a bit miserable. Qi Heng shook his head. This can only blame himself, the skill is not as good as others, and it is useless to say anything. Situ Lei sneers. Qi Heng is silent. In fact, this can't blame Jin Sudong, his progress is big enough, except for Qi Yuya and Jiang Ruoliu, dealing with other people can be pressed. Unfortunately, Qi Yuya is too abnormal, and Jiang Ruoliu's illusion technique martial art is too unsolvable. Look at this battle. Qi Heng stared at the two people on the round table. On the round table. Jin Sudong holds the golden iron whip and says coldly to Li Fuchen, I advise you to take the initiative to admit defeat, don't let me fight. Li Fuchen's strength is only better than Ting Qingyun. He doesn't think the other party is qualified to fight with himself. Don't try how to know. Chapter 313. The sword essence fragment was different from other secret techniques. The incomplete sword essence secret art didn't need to be activated. It was a bit like a bone weapon that could convert true qi into sword qi. Because it didn't need to be activated, it could be stacked with other secret techniques. For example, now, Li Fuchen stimulated pure yang astral qi. Pure yang astral qi flowed through the bones, transformed into black iron sword qi, and black iron sword qi could be further enhanced by the profound light sword in his hand. As such, the significance of the sword essence fragment was different. The black iron sword essence itself was equivalent to a 4-star secret technique, but with the pure yang astral energy, it could reach the 5-star level. Moreover, Li Fuchen's real trump card is the bronze sword essence. 70% of his bones were black iron sword essence and 30% were bronze sword essence. Although it is only 30%, the power is heaven and earth. Li Fuchen does not intend to use it until the critical moment, otherwise it is too shocking. He can be sure that even 10 Thunder King Star Situ Lei will be killed by his bronze sword qi. Courting death. Jin Sudong was enraged and burst out with his cultivation and secret technique. The golden whip in his hand turned into a golden rainbow and blasted at Li Fuchen. The power of this blow is great to the extreme. In a previous game, Jin Sudong whipped Ting Qingyun out and defeated Ting Qingyun with 3 whips. In his opinion, even if Li Fuchen's consciousness was strong and could dodge the first whip, but the next few whips would gradually compress Li Fuchen's dodging space, causing him to eventually have to fight head-on, and at that time, whether it was momentum or state, it would be reduced, and he would only be defeated more miserably. Aren't you going to dodge? In Jin Sudong's vision, Li Fuchen instantly drew his sword and slashed at him. Li Fuchen did not intend to dodge. Fighting with Ting Qingyun, he can use consciousness to defeat the other side, but fighting with Jin Sudong, using consciousness to defeat the other side will be extremely difficult, there is no need. In the body, the burning heaven true qi was transformed into pure yang aura qi, and the pure yang aura qi was transformed into black iron sword qi. The black iron sword qi passed through the profound light sword, combined with the flaming demon sword art, transformed into a more terrifying black iron sword aura. The red-black sword aura appeared extremely violent and awe-inspiring. In the void, a red-black sword mark flashed and disappeared. The next moment, the red-black sword aura tore through the golden rainbow, and like a hot knife through butter, blasted in front of Jin Sudong. What? Jin Sudong couldn't believe his eyes. That move just now, although he didn't go all out, he still brought out his regular combat strength, but it was easily broken by Li Fuchen. The golden whip shook, and Jin Sudong resolved the black iron sword aura. His figure staggered back a dozen steps. Jin Sudong was not the only one who was shocked. Everyone was shocked. Even if it is Qi Yuya, his eyes cannot help but become cold. Li Fuchen actually concealed his ability. How much ability did he conceal? This Li Fuchen isn't thinking of defeating the Golden Whip King Star, Jin Sudong, right? Impossible. At this moment, no one dared to make wild guesses. Every time they thought Li Fuchen had revealed his full strength, Li Fuchen would always burst out with an even stronger strength, as though there was no end to it. This is... Ouyang Wentian hesitated. It's a special secret technique. Next to Ouyang Wentian, an Azure Billow Sect Supreme Elder said. Yes, it should be a special secret technique that can be superimposed with other secret techniques. If I guess correctly, this should be taught to him by the first mystic martial artist. I didn't expect him to learn it so quickly, and it seems to be very high. Another Azure Billow Sect Supreme Elder said. As Azure Billow Sect Supreme Elder, the two are more knowledgeable than Ouyang Wentian, so they can see it at a glance. But both of them thought that this was the first odd martial artist taught Li Fuchen. Golden Absolute Hall Master's face is quite gloomy. Jin Sudong is defeated again and again. If he loses this time, his Golden Absolute Hall will become a joke. Jin Sudong, who was beaten back by Li Fuchen for a dozen steps, groaned, and the strength broke out to the limit, no longer reserved, and then rushed to Li Fuchen, a whip waved over. The dazzling golden whip shadow is like a golden waterfall, wantonly to Li Fuchen. Ordinary people are swept by this whip shadow, must be broken bones. But this does not include Li Fuchen. Before the sword, Li Fuchen did not exert all the strength, just a little test. After all, the 5-star secret technique is too powerful. Pure Yang Astral Chi with Black Iron Sword Essence is not a common realm of 5-star secret technique, but the perfection level 5-star secret technique. If it is fully displayed, it is enough to kill Jin Sudong with a sword. So that sword, Li Fuchen only exerted 40% to 40% of the strength. But even with 40% of the strength, it easily broke Jin Sudong's whip technique. At this moment, seeing Jin Sudong go all out, Li Fuchen still maintained 40% to 40% of the strength, and Jin Sudong had a hard fight. This time, Li Fuchen only had a slight upper hand. After Black Iron Sword Aura broke Jin Sudong's golden whip shadow, the remaining sword aura quickly dissipated. Give me defeat, defeat, defeat. Jin Sudong is almost crazy, and the offensive is endless, like a storm. Just under Li Fuchen's superb consciousness, Jin Sudong's every move is like an insect on a spider web, without any threat. 10 strokes. 20 strokes. 50 strokes. Jin Sudong is declining, and the whip technique is a little sluggish. Flame Demon Winexin. Li Fuchen hit a sword, and the Black Iron Sword aura ran through the body of Jin Sudong. Actually won. It's terrible. This kind of person is extremely dangerous. No one knows how many trump cards he has. If he is an enemy, he can escape. In everyone's eyes, Li Fuchen went from being unfathomable to abnormally dangerous. Hey! Qi Heng shook his head. Jin Sudong was defeated again. Although Jin Sudong was defeated, it had nothing to do with him, but as one of the King's Star, Qi Heng was still a little upset. 3 King's Star, 1 glory, 1 loss, 1 loss, 1 loss, the other 2, prestige will also be lost. Jin Sudong, these people, I will solve one by one, 3 King's Star, cannot be damaged because of your glory. Qi Heng secretly thought. His strength, why is it so strong? Among the people, the most dumbfounded is undoubtedly Dolin Clan No. 2 young giant Xiahou Shi. Before that, he regarded Li Fuchen as a prey, and now Li Fuchen, the prey, has become a giant dragon, which made him frightened. Defeating Jin Sudong, Li Fuchen reached 95 consecutive wins. This result, currently only 4 people maintain, namely Thunder King Star Situ Lei, King Star Qi Heng, Dragon Sword Young Master Qi Yuye and Li Fuchen. The first 3 are basically the top 4, and Li Fuchen is still unable to determine the top 4, because there is still a Jiang Ruoliu, he has not defeated. If you can beat this star list great competition, his result is the worst is also the 4th. Li Fuchen's personal 98th game, the opponent is Jiang Ruoliu. Jiang Ruoliu's illusion technique martial art Vault of Heaven dance, even Ting Qingyun and Jin Sudong can't resist, even Qi Yuye has to rely on sound wave martial art to compete. So this battle, suspense is very big. It's just that in Li Fuchen's view, the threat of Jiang Ruoliu is very low, and I am afraid that even Ting Qingyun can't compare. On the round table, Jiang Ruoliu first broke out with the imposing manner of illusion technique and wanted to test Li Fuchen. Chapter 314. Worthy is the first odd martial artist's personal disciple. Jiang Ruoliu's heart sank. She had a hunch, Li Fuchen was afraid that she did not want to meet the person. Vault of Heaven Dance. Jiang Ruoliu's dance movements seemed to have a magical power. Even a corner of her clothes would bring about endless illusions. Every time Jiang Ruoliu used the Vault of Heaven dance, most of the geniuses on the Heaven Dipper stone pillars didn't dare to look at her. They were afraid that they would fall into the illusion and reveal their ugly side. Opposite, Li Fuchen's eyes are clear. Jiang Ruoliu's Vault of Heaven dance is indeed very powerful. Although he is not affected, his mind is very sensitive, and he can judge the power level of Vault of Heaven dance without being affected. Flame Demon Killing Shadow. The Balrog's Killing Shadow, which was driven by the Black Iron Sword Chi, was more than 30% more powerful. A red and black cover covered Jiang Ruoliu. The next moment, countless Black Iron Sword aura intertwined and raged, leaving sword marks on Jiang Ruoliu's body. Almost in an instant, Jiang Ruoliu became a bloody man. Jiang Ruoliu, defeated cleanly and miserably. What? He is not afraid of illusion technique. The strength of Li Fuchen's performance, everyone is not surprised, but Li Fuchen is not afraid of the characteristics of illusion technique, but shocked everyone. Not afraid of illusion technique, there are only two explanations. Either there is a hidden talent, immune to illusion technique. Or the spirit will is strong enough to ignore illusion technique. No matter which one it was, they were both extremely terrifying. If this child grows up, it is the nemesis of my 3 Absolute Palace. 3 Absolute Palace Lord frowned. 3 Absolute Palace can be ranked as one of the top 10 forces, mainly relying on illusion technique martial art, but if illusion technique martial art is useless, 3 Absolute Palace will undoubtedly be removed from the top 10 forces and replaced by other forces. Fortunately, there is only one Li Fuchen. Following Li Fuchen's victory over Jiang Ruoliu, the top 4 of this year's stars ranking had basically been determined. Thunderous King Star Situ Lei and Immovable King Star Chi Heng might not have met many elite prodigies so far, but with the strength displayed by the two of them, the top 4 was stable and there was no need to compete. In the 5,300th game, Immovable King Star Chi Heng appeared, and this time his opponent was Ting Qingyun. Clang 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 clang. Sparks sputtered, Ting Qingyun's dark green bamboo pole, madly whipped on Chi Heng, but what made everyone afraid was that Chi Heng had no scars on his body, and his powerful defense actually ignored Ting Qingyun's full attack. I admit defeat. Ting Qingyun was disappointed. If he couldn't even break through the opponent's defense, how was he supposed to fight? The 5,468th game, Thunder King Star Situ Lei against Su Lin. Thunder Fist. In the face of the same half-step Heavenly Dipper realm, and the cultivation technique reached the 17th layer of Su Lin, Thunder King Star Situ Lei only made a punch, the sky is full of thunder, endless thunder gathered together, condensed into a huge thunder and lightning fist, bombarded on Su Lin. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out, and Su Lin's whole body shot out, and the thunder and lightning raged. Level 17 Cultivation Method. Li Fuchen raised his brows. The cultivation technique of Situ Lei is not a general profound level top-rank cultivation technique, but the number 1 cultivation technique of Thunder God Sect, the famous Thunder and Lightning Divine Merit of Eastern Lin Continent. The same is the 17th layer realm, the destructive power of Thunder and Lightning Divine Merit is definitely the first in Eastern Lin Continent. On the comprehensive ranking, Thunder and Lightning Divine Merit is at least the top 3. In addition, Situ Lei's martial art realm is obviously much higher than Su Lin. The 5,600 game, Qi Heng fights Jiang Ruoliu. Although he knows that he can't be a Qi Heng opponent, Jiang Ruoliu wants to know if his illusion technique martial art Vault of Heaven dance can affect Qi Heng. Facts have proven that illusion technique martial arts are illusion technique martial arts. Even the immovable king star Qi Heng had a trace of illusion. Unfortunately, Qi Heng's defense is too strong. Jiang Ruoliu's attack is just a drizzle for Qi Heng. After being attacked a few times, Qi Heng seized the opportunity and punched Jiang Ruoliu. Next, Situ Lei also defeated Jiang Ruoliu. As the first king star, Situ Lei's strength is much stronger than Jiang Ruoliu's. Even if there is a trace of hallucination, it does not prevent him from roughly determining the location of Jiang Ruoliu. Next, all he has to do is throw a punch. With this punch, the endless thunder condenses into a fist and blasts into the void. Just the aftermath of the thunder and lightning makes Jiang Ruoliu seriously injured, and the illusion technique martial art is broken. Then, Situ Lei defeated Golden Whip King Star Jin Sudong. Also King Star, Jin Sudong's strength is more than a little worse than Situ Lei. On the cultivation technique, Jin Sudong's cultivation technique is not as good as Situ Lei's thunder and lightning divine merit. On the cultivation technique realm, Jin Sudong is only the 16th layer apex, which is not as good as Situ Lei's 17th layer cultivation technique realm. In terms of speed, Situ Lei's speed is as fast as lightning, and the momentum is like thunder. So, it is still a punch, and Jin Sudong was defeated. Perhaps for Situ Lei, whether it is Jin Sudong or Jiang Ruoliu or Su Lin, it is almost the same. Anyway, it can't take his punch. Situ Lei's strength is too strong. Qi Heng's defense is also strong. Maybe only Situ Lei's fist can break his defense. I don't know if Qi Yuye and Li Fuqin can break his defense. It's hard to say, the situation is confusing. At the end of the Star List Great Competition, everyone is holding their breath. This Star List Great Competition is known as the strongest session since the disappearance of Super Expert. It turns out that the rumors are not wrong. This session is indeed the strongest session. The last Situ Lei and Qi Heng were invincible, and every game was a crushing opponent. Jin Sudong is a lot worse. If it is not the last session, there is no powerful heavens chosen. Jin Sudong is difficult to become the third king star. And this session, the invincible people have changed from 2 to 4. Qi Yuye and Li Fuqin have been invincible so far, and every game has been won cleanly, without a trace of suspense. On the Heavenly Dipper stone pillar, the Heavenly Dipper battle Qi in the form of Flood Dragon under the feet of the 4 people roared from time to time. Compared with the Heavenly Dipper battle Qi of some other heavens chosen, the Heavenly Dipper battle Qi of the 4 people is more ferocious, more overbearing, and the King Aura is more intense, faintly changing from Flood Dragon to True Dragon. As a result, the 4 people are also set off by the Domineering Extraordinary, all with the Heaven's chosen King, the atmosphere of the future Lord. I didn't expect that my Azure Billow sect disciple could go to this step. Zhao Endless can't believe this fact. Before the start of the Star List Great Competition, his best expectation for Li Fuqin was the top 30 or the top 20, and he didn't think about the top 10, let alone the top 4. And now it seems that Li Fuqin is likely to become one of the new 3 king stars. Who can see the future? We are just a shrimp in the long river of fate, drifting. Ouyang Wentian said. On the side, the 2 Azure Billow sect supreme elders nodded, although they were shedding body realm martial artists, but in the face of fate, they were no different from ants, and to see through the fate of another person, how difficult, especially the fate of the prodigy. Rumble. Heavenly Dipper stone pillar sank, and Li Fuqin's 101st battle came. On the other side, Qi Yuye's Heavenly Dipper stone pillar also sank. The two looked at each other, and the eyes hit sparks in the void. Chapter 315. Whiz, whiz. The two fell on the round table, and the speed was as fast as lightning. Heavenly Dragon Sword Art, Heavenly Dragon asks heart. Qi Yuye didn't talk nonsense, and there was no sense of exploration. When he came up, he displayed the profound level top-rank sword technique Heavenly Dragon Sword Art. Endless sword light gathered together, condensed into a golden dragon, and violently hit Li Fuchen. This sword seems to be stronger than defeating Golden Whip King Star Jin Sudong. I heard that Qi Yuye not only has a 6-star root bone, but also has sword vein, which can increase sword Dao lethality. Maybe the rumors are true. Many people are talking. Outside the Heavenly Dipper Great Array, Heavenly Dragon Sword Sect Master smiled faintly. If it is only based on talent potential, Qi Yuye is not worthy of the reputation of Heavenly Dragon Sword Sect's rare sword Dao genius in a millennium. But sword vein is different. Heavenly Dragon Sword Sect has been 1,000 years, talent potential is comparable to Qi Yuye, but there is no sword vein, there is sword vein, but there is no Qi Yuye talent potential. The so-called sword vein is a kind of innate physique. This physique has a natural perception of sword Dao, and in the dark, there will be an invisible strength to add to the sword technique, making the sword technique power increase. The most terrifying thing is that sword vein is not a dust. With the increase of the cultivation base, sword vein will slowly awaken, and when awakened to a certain extent, it is enough to develop a terrifying sword Dao divine ability. Those who have sword vein, the general talent potential is very strong, in ancient times, known as the future sword Dao supreme expert. In the face of Qi Yuye's strong sword, Li Fuchen slightly increased his strength and brought his strength to 70% of this appearance. Black Iron Sword Aura is like the sword of Demon God, slaughtering out and slashing with the golden dragon. Clang clang clang, on the round table, the golden sword light is like a fine sword rain, crazy spray, and Li Fuchen urges the red and black iron sword aura, intertwined, all annihilated the sword rain. Blocked? Qi Yuye looks a little. In the battle with Golden Whip King Star Jin Sudong, he only slightly stimulated sword vein, and now, he basically stimulated sword vein. These 4 people are not on the same level as us at all. Everyone was dumbfounded. In their view, Qi Yuye and Li Fuchen are already able to fight with Situ Lei Qiheng, maybe a little worse than Situ Lei, but definitely not weaker than Qiheng, at least it seems that it is possible to break Qiheng's defense. As everyone expected, Qiheng's expression became much more solemn. In his view, Qi Yuye and Li Fuchen have been able to break his defense, which means that the two are hopeful to beat him. Li Fuchen, you are the first person to force me to the limit of my strength. Qi Yuye took a deep breath, and in the depths of the meridians, a trace of strength was squeezed out. If someone can see through Qi Yuye's body, they can find that Qi Yuye's meridians are pale gold, completely different from ordinary people. This is the legendary sword Dao physique, sword vein. Sword vein is incomparably tough, can withstand more powerful scouring, and has sword vein. Internal injury recovery is also very fast. To know that martial artist fights, it is generally internal injury, and internal injury is generally meridian damage, or 5 viscera and 6 bowels damage, but Qi Yuye does not have to worry about meridian damage. As for the 5 viscera and 6 bowels damage, it does not matter, the 5 viscera and 6 bowels are connected to the meridian is strong, and it can also moisten the 5 viscera and 6 bowels. Of course, this will consume the strength of sword vein. Sword vein is pale gold, and the strength squeezed out of sword vein is also pale gold. This trace of pale gold strength follows the arm sword vein and pours into the golden long sword. The next moment, the golden long sword in Qi Yuye's hand burst into a more dazzling golden light, and it seems that there is a sword mark outlining the surface of the golden long sword, increasing sword force. Heavenly Dragon Sword Art, Heavenly Dragon Soaring. The golden rainbow is like a golden lightning connecting the heavens and the earth, and it goes to Li Fuchen. This sword, whether it is power or speed, has reached a shocking level. This child has the legendary sword vein, and the sword Dao lethality is almost doubled. Azure Billow Sect Supreme Elder frowns. In the history of Azure Billow Sect, there has not been any sword vein. For thousands of years, only Heavenly Dragon Sword Sect and Ling Shao Sword Sect have appeared in a few sword veins. Strength can still increase. Seeing this, Li Fuchen also frowned. He couldn't understand where Qi Yuye's strength came from. But it doesn't matter if you understand or not. The strength is mobilized to 90%, the profound light sword in Li Fuchen's hand has been dyed red and black, like a demon sword. On the demon sword, the sword aura swallows and spits, and an extremely terrifying sword Dao aura pervades. At this moment, Li Fuchen becomes like a sword demon. Split. Holding the sword in both hands, Li Fuchen smashed a sword. Hey! Most of them are black sword aura, like a chaotic blade, crazy cut to the golden rainbow. For a time, within 10 feet in front of Li Fuchen, it was filled with red and black sharp qi flow. Like the sound of the cloth tearing, the golden rainbow was cut into dozens of pieces, and it could not compete with Li Fuchen's black iron sword aura. What? It broke again. Qi Yuye is angry. The more he used the core power of the sword vein, the less it would decrease. Usually, he would use the power of the sword vein that was dissipating. Once the sword vein core power is used up, it takes a long time to recover. Unless the sword vein can be developed to the point of producing sword Dao divine ability, the core power can be continuously restored. Fight. Qi Yuye continues to squeeze out the sword vein core power and Li Fuchen. He doesn't allow himself to lose, and as long as he defeats Li Fuchen, he can be in the top 3. But if he fails, he is very likely not to enter the top 3. After all, this battle consumed a lot of sword vein core power, and the remaining power, I don't know if it can beat Qi Heng. As for Situlei, he is not sure. There is still too little time for him to grow up, and there is no way to surpass Situlei. Clang 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 clang. On the round table, the two fought fiercely, and the cold sword qi covered the entire round table. Anyone who entered it would be strangled by the sword qi, and there was no foothold at all. When the sword vein core power was consumed by 30%, Qi Yuye hesitated. He didn't know if he should continue. It was obvious that Li Fuchen could still persist, but with his limit of strength, he wouldn't be able to persist for much longer. Just when Qi Yuye hesitated, Li Fuchen seized the opportunity and forced Qi Yuye to only wave his sword. Puff, but in front of Li Fuchen, any negligence will lead to fatal flaws. A sword out, Li Fuchen ran through the body of Qi Yuye. Did I lose? Qi Yuye still can't believe it. Although he hesitated, it was still very uncomfortable when he really failed. Emperor Sword Dao has always been the only one, high and mighty, in front of him, any swordsman must bow. But now, he lost to Li Fuchen, the swordsman. This is a blow to his Emperor Sword Dao. Li Fuchen. I remember you. Qi Yuye's eyes are cold and ruthless. His sword vein will only get stronger and stronger. When the sword Dao divine ability is developed, he wants Li Fuchen to surrender to his feet. Li Fuchen didn't care what Qi Yuye thought. A victory was a victory. Right now, he was the victor. The intensity of this battle is far beyond any previous battle. Chapter 316. We all underestimated the identity of the first mystic martial expert's direct disciple. How could a person who can become the first mystic martial expert's direct disciple be simple? His talent and potential must be at the pinnacle of the pinnacle. It is not impossible to say that he is first. A one-star root bone, talent potential is the first of the young generation, is it too ridiculous? Ridiculous? Hee, the world is big. There is nothing strange. In addition to the root bone, there are some hidden talents unknown, such as Qi Yuye's sword vein. It makes sense, root bone does not represent everything, at least in the legendary records, does not represent everything, some hidden talents, but also beyond the root bone, even sword vein, there are high and low. In fact, what is the root bone, we still don't understand, and it is recorded that hidden talent and root bone are actually one, such as Qi Yuye's sword vein and 6-star root bone, maybe it is 6-star sword Dao root bone or 6-star sword vein root bone. I disagree with this, hidden talent and root bone, it is impossible to be one, otherwise Li Fuqian is just a 1-star root bone, even if he is an extremely special and terrible root bone, but 1 star is 1 star, no matter how terrible, at most, it is comparable to 3 or 4-star extraordinary root bone. Everyone has their own opinions and is talking about it. Interesting, this person seems to be worthy of my serious. Situ Lei has a smile on his face. It's not good to be defeated, but if you don't even have an opponent who can fight, it's also not good. Strength unexpectedly so strong. Qi Heng felt a strong sense of threat from Li Fuqian, and even Qi Yuye brought him a lot of pressure. After losing to Li Fuqian, Qi Yuye immediately went to Qi Heng. Qi Heng is known as undefeated King Star, and his strength is really earth-shattering. Before he was bare-handed, he also took out a large halberd, the large halberd danced, the terrifying power broke out, and Qi Yuye killed. Is this his true strength? Qi Yuye did not expect Qi Heng to be so strong, before he clearly did not go all out, very strong physical strength. Li Fuqian saw at a glance that Qi Heng's physical strength is extremely strong, I am afraid to reach the level of hundreds of thousands of jin. And Li Fuqian's physical strength, with hidden blood refining body true meaning, is 60,000 jin. Of course, after comprehending body refining true meaning, the increase in strength is secondary, the increase in defense is the main. Li Fuqian believed there were 2 reasons why Qi Heng's physical strength was so strong. Firstly, Qi Heng had already cultivated the profound level peak-tier body refinement technique to an extremely profound level, and had at least a physical strength of 80,000 jin. Secondly, the Mystic Tools Sect's defensive secret technique imprinted defensive tool runes on one's body to increase one's defense. Although the defensive tool runes mainly increased one's defense, they could also increase one's strength to a certain extent. Defense and strength were sometimes inseparable. The terrifying power caused each and every one of Qi Heng's moves to be thunderous, as if they wanted to destroy everything in the world. Regardless of strength, attack speed, or movement speed, they were all incomparably shocking. However, Qi Heng's strength is strong, but the control is not as delicate as Qi Yuye, and his martial art realm is also much worse than Qi Yuye. In the case of similar power, the subtlety is particularly important. Therefore, Qi Yuye issued 10 swords, there is a sword to hit Qi Heng. However, Qi Yuye's heavenly dragon sword light fell on Qi Heng, but it could only leave some shallow sword marks. Occasionally, there will be a deeper sword mark, but at most, there will be some bleeding, just like ordinary people being cut by a small knife. Although it hurts, it is not fatal. So strong defense? Qi Yuye's face was cloudy and uncertain. He even urged the power of sword vein, but he could barely break Qi Heng's defense. Taking a deep breath, Qi Yuye began to urge the core strength of sword vein. Not at the critical moment, he is not willing to urge the core strength of sword vein. First, the core strength of sword vein is too slow to recover for a few months. It is estimated that it will take more than a year. Second, he wants to use the core strength of sword vein on Situ Lei and Qi Heng. If you can't use it, you can't use it. Of course, the premise is to win. If you can't win, it doesn't make sense. The core strength of sword vein is urged, and Qi Yuye's sword technique lethality is even higher, and it has increased a lot. Qi Heng has a deep hole in his body, some of which are deep enough to reach the bone. Damn it! Qi Heng snarled, and the halberd in his hand suddenly flew out of his hand and slammed into Qi Yuye. Obviously, Qi Heng has practiced throwing long weapons. The accuracy is not to mention the timing. Before shooting, there is no sign. This trick came too suddenly, and Qi Yuye almost had no time to react. When the halberd turned into a ray of light, Qi Yuye only had time to block the sword. Hey! Sparks sputtered, Qi Yuye flew out, and the momentum was like electricity. Seeing that Qi Yuye was about to fly out of the round table, in midair, Qi Yuye screamed, and sword vein core strength broke out unreservedly. The next moment, Qi Yuye stopped instantly, and then, the whole person seemed to turn into a sword, and the man and sword were united, killing Qi Heng. Puff! The sword light flashed, and Qi Yuye appeared behind Qi Heng. The next moment, Qi Heng's half-body was cut open, and the bones and internal organs were vivid. If it was not in the Heavenly Dipper Great Array, this kind of injury, even shedding body realm martial artist can't treat it, and it will die. So strong. Everyone was shocked. No one thought that Qi Yuye could break out such a terrifying sword. Looking at Li Fuchen coldly, Qi Yuye had some regrets in his heart. When he fought with Li Fuchen, he should not hesitate and directly consume most of the sword vein core strength. He can beat Li Fuchen, but next, he definitely can't beat Situ Lei and Qi Heng. Very strong sword Dao power. Li Fuchen raised an eyebrow. The power of this sword even exceeds the strength that Black Iron Sword Essence brings him. If he fights with Qi Yuye and the other party uses this sword, he must urge Bronze Sword Essence. Is this sword vain? Situ Lei's eyes are like electricity. If Qi Yuye can still release this sword when he fights with him, he has no certainty of victory. This session is too exaggerated. These two people are still not people. Are they rising stars? Three King Star only Situ Lei is still holding the position, I don't know if it can be held. This is interesting, Li Fuchen defeated Qi Yuye, Qi Yuye defeated Qi Heng. If Qi Heng defeated Li Fuchen, then the ranking between Qi Yuye and Li Fuchen is not determined. The strength that Qi Yuye broke out made everyone realize that there was still a lot of suspense in the top three, and any of the three could be the first. At this time, Star List Great Competition has been in the final rounds, and Li Fuchen met Qi Heng, who had recovered from the injury in the next round. On the round platform, Li Fuchen pushed the Black Iron Sword Aura to the limit, and the sword aura had turned 90% black, and only 10% of the color was the scarlet color of Flame Demon Sword Art. Chi. Compared with Qi Yuye, Li Fuchen's sword technique is more compact and seamless, and at least 3 of the 10 swords can leave a sword mark on Qi Heng. Chapter 317. His strength, there is still reservation. Qi Heng looked stunned. When Li Fuchen and Qi Yuye fought, there was no such strong attack power, at least 10% weaker than it is now. The bones are broken, so that Qi Heng can't break out the peak strength, and the movement is also slightly deformed. Can't wait. Qi Heng was going to brew more strength, so that he could throw a more powerful halberd, but the time was too late. Katsa. The bones in the body are completely broken, and Qi Heng throws the halberd in his hand. Before that, there was no sign at all, and the starting gesture seemed to be omitted, leaving only the outbreak. The halberd turned into a light, a very fast light. Do you use this trick to deal with me? Li Fuchen smiled. Puff the halberd pierced Li Fuchen's body. But soon, Qi Heng's face suddenly changed. The halberd pierced just Li Fuchen's phantom clone, and the real Li Fuchen had already arrived in front of him. Hey! Along the wound on Qi Heng's body, Li Fuchen removed the other's right arm with a sword, followed by another wound and removed Qi Heng's thigh. In the blink of an eye, Li Fuchen took out several swords and almost dismembered Qi Heng. Qi Yuye can't react, it doesn't mean that Li Fuchen can't react. In fact, this has little to do with the reaction. When Qi Heng brewed this trick, Li Fuchen was already alert, so when the other party was about to send out, Li Fuchen dodged ahead of time and let the other party's attack fall. In order to achieve this, one must have extraordinary consciousness. Qi Heng lost to Li Fuchen after all. Someone sighed. No way, Li Fuchen's combat awareness and combat skills are too terrible, and Qi Heng's flying halberd is useless. As a heaven's chosen, everyone's eyesight is still there. Because it is the last few rounds, Qi Heng has no suspense against Situlei. Successive defeats to Qi Yuye and Li Fuchen have greatly reduced Qi Heng's fighting spirit, but strength is strength. Although you can't play extraordinarily, you can still do it normally. Booming, on the round table, Situlei and Qi Heng are fighting. Thunder Fist. The endless mad thunder condensed into a fist and bombarded Qi Heng. In an instant, Qi Heng was full of lightning and sizzling. Unfortunately, Qi Heng's defense was too strong. This lightning fist force merely charred the surface of his skin a little. It was not a major hindrance. Situlei, you won't be able to break through my defense. Qi Heng had some confidence. A swordsman's ability to break through defenses was already very high. Fists and swords could not be compared to the same amount of strength. Really? Situlei lightly smiled. I don't know how you will take this punch. Situlei rose into the air and punched down violently. With this punch, a lightning figure condensed behind Situlei. The lightning figure's huge fist also blasted towards Qi Heng. This is... The Sky Prides widened their eyes. Kaboom! It was as if heavenly thunder had descended. Endless purple lightning condensed into a purple lightning fist that struck at Qi Heng. It was so fast that it arrived in an instant. Pfft! The purple lightning fist produced thousands of vibrations, instantly piercing through Qi Heng's defenses and roasting most of Qi Heng's body. It's heavenly thunder eradication. Someone recognized the fist technique displayed by Situlei. Heavenly thunder eradication, Thunder God, Sect Number 1 Martial Art, Eastern Lean Continent Top 10 Martial Art ranked second, ranking higher than Heavenly Dragon Sword Art, and its lethality is naturally above Heavenly Dragon Sword Art. Obviously, Situlei has also cultivated Heavenly Thunder eradication to the realm of perfection. Pure martial art realm is higher than Qi Yuye. Situlei actually cultivated Thunder God Sect Number 1 Martial Art, worthy of being the first King Star. Situlei has a 6-star Thunderbone frame. He cultivates the Thunder and Lightning Divine technique and executes the Heavenly Thunder execution. With the three complementing each other, it is enough to burst out with power that is far beyond the norm. Moreover, Thunder attribute martial arts are originally one of the most lethal martial arts. Everyone was very surprised. At the level of Earth Fiend realm, it is almost impossible to cultivate profound level top-rank martial art to great accomplishment, but Qi Yuye and Situlei have done it. If Qi Yuye defeated Qi Heng by the power of Sword Vein, Li Fuchen defeated Qi Heng by amazing consciousness and skill, and Situlei crushed Qi Heng with absolute strength. Thunder God Sect Master smiled, Situlei's strength, no one knows better than him. In Thunder God Sect, in private, Situlei even defeated an inner sect elder of Heavenly Dipper Realm second layer cultivation base. If this strength is not star list first, there is really a problem. It's really strong. On power, it's not inferior to Qi Yuye's last sword. Li Fuchen secretly thought. Qi Yuye defeated Qi Heng's sword, which is very powerful, and the power is nearly doubled in an instant. Situlei, without Sword Vein, exerts a similar power, which shows it's terrifying. Because it is the last 2 rounds, the next round, Qi Yuye met Situlei without suspense. Urging the remaining Sword Vein core strength, Qi Yuye and Situlei are fighting fiercely. It's just that Situlei is too strong, all aspects are top, whether it's cultivation base, cultivation technique realm, martial art power, it's above Qi Yuye. If it's not for Qi Yuye's Sword Vein, I'm afraid that even Situlei can't take it. Human Sword Unity. Qi Yuye inspired the last Sword Vein core strength, instant outbreak, human and sword unity, turned into a sword light shot to Situlei. Situlei's expression was solemn. Even he did not have absolute confidence that he could block this sword. Of course, he doesn't believe that Qi Yuye can send out a few swords, otherwise there is no need to hesitate when fighting Li Fuqian. Heavenly thunder execution slammed out, endless purple thunder and lightning gathered into a transparent fist, slamming into the sword light. The sword light is extremely fast, and the fist is just condensed, and the sword light is already approaching. This makes the power of the fist have no time to brew to the limit. Crackle and rattle. Endless purple thunder and lightning slackened, and a much dimmer sword light passed over Situlay. Puff Situlay spits out a mouthful of blood, and on his left shoulder, there is a deep bone sword mark. Did Situlay lose? Everyone opened their mouths and couldn't speak for a long time. Boom! Qi Yuye, who is back to Situlay, suddenly bursts into a fountain of blood mist. Take a closer look, you can find that the chest is completely pierced. It turned out that when the sword light cut his shoulder, Situlay punched Qi Yuye in the chest. Although this punch is not heavenly thunder execution, it is just an ordinary punch containing thunder and lightning true qi, but it is enough to penetrate Qi Yuye's defense. Heavenly Dipper Great Array can repair any injury, and in an instant, under a ray of light, Qi Yuye's injury is recovered. Still lost. In fact, this sword is not as good as the sword he defeated Qi Heng. Defeating Qi Heng, he can't control the core strength of sword vein, 70% of the power, instantly consumed 50%, this time, the remaining 20% of the power is also squeezed clean. He estimates that if he wants to defeat Situlay, he will consume at least 50% of the core strength of sword vein. Of course, it is useless to have more. At present, he can't break out too much sword vein core strength. In fact, if ordinary people don't have sword vein, break out so much power, Meridian must be completely destroyed. Defeat Qi Yuye, Situlay looks at Li Fuqian, next, is a battle between the two. Chapter 318. It's a decisive battle. Apex battle, Situlay and Li Fuqian may be the strongest Earth Fiend realm martial artist in 1,000 years. Yes, it's almost the same, but in the future, Qi Yuye will definitely surpass both. Sword vein is too strong, can hurt Situlay, and is still a huge consumption. Then you don't forget, Li Fuqian is only Earth Fiend realm 8th layer realm, and the room for improvement is also very big. This is also true, perhaps Qi Yuye only awakens Sword Dao divine ability to become the real strongest Earth Fiend realm. In the eyes of everyone, Qi Yuye, Situlay, and Li Fuqian are all at the same level, and the gap is not big. In any case, the star list rankings are already clear. In addition to the first and second have not yet been determined, the following rankings have already been determined. The third is Qi Yuye, the fourth is Qi Heng, the fifth is Jiang Ruoliu, the sixth is Jin Sudong, the seventh is Ting Qingyun, the eighth is Su Lin, the ninth is Luo Feiyun, the 10th is Han Yiming, the 11th Xiahou Chuan, the 12th Murong Di. As for Su Muyu and Yan Qingguo, they are ranked behind, but they are within the top 36, especially Su Muyu, ranked 15th, not much worse. Finally, the game came to the last round. In this round, the other games were already dispensable. Only the battle between Li Fuqian and Situlay was the most anticipated by everyone. Everyone wants to know that Li Fuqian, the king of dark horses, is strong. Or Situlay, the first king star. Both are kings, and the battle between king and king is naturally eye-catching. Heavenly Dipper Great Array seems to have spirituality. Li Fuqian and Situlay's battle is arranged in the last game of the final round, that is, the ultimate field. When this moment came, everyone held their breath. Star list first, not only is the honor, but also the destiny. According to the past example, the top 3 of the star list are promoted to Heavenly Dipper Realm, and they can be promoted to Heavenly Dipper Realm 2nd layer peak, and the star list can reach the Heavenly Dipper Realm 3rd layer. If you can be ranked in the top 3 for 2 consecutive sessions, the second and third can reach the Heavenly Dipper Realm 3rd layer, and the first can reach the Heavenly Dipper Realm 3rd layer peak. Heavenly Dipper Realm 4th layer is not without hope. This was also why Situlay and the others chose to suppress their cultivation and participate in the second stars ranking tournament. Of course, several people have not reached half-step Heavenly Dipper Realm 3 years ago, and they are promoted during these 3 years. If the last star list great competition reached half-step Heavenly Dipper Realm, maybe the 3 will consider whether it is worthwhile. After all, it is good to be promoted to Heavenly Dipper Realm early. On the round table, Situlay and Li Fuchen stood 20 meters apart. Situlay's face is dignified, and intuition tells him that Li Fuchen is not as good as Qi Yuye. Even if he can win, it is estimated that it is a tragic victory, and it is impossible to win with only a little injury. Heavenly Thunder Eradication. Purple electric light shines. Behind Situlay, a group of thunder and lightning figures condense. Endless purple thunder and lightning spread over the round table, and immediately condense into a purple thunder and lightning fist at a very fast speed, blasting to Li Fuchen. Whoosh! Li Fuchen dodged a Heaven Thunder Eradication. The Heaven Thunder Eradication was extremely fast. If Li Fuchen relied on his reaction, he wouldn't be able to dodge in time. But if he had exceptional awareness, he would be able to dodge in advance. Can you dodge it with a strong consciousness? Situlay sneered, purple thunder surged, a fist condensed, and a piece of Li Fuchen. This time, Li Fuchen really can't dodge. Dodge early, useless, dodge late, the speed is not so fast, cannot move out of the attack range. Flame Demon Killing Shadow. A black shield with a tinge of red appeared and enveloped the sky full of fist shadows. Crackle and rattle. The cover was torn, and the much dimmer fist still slammed into Li Fuchen. Worthy is Thunder God Sect No. 1 Martial Art. Li Fuchen took a deep breath and quickly made an effective evasive move. Boom! The purple thunder and lightning fist is too dense, and there is a fist. Li Fuchen can't avoid it anyway, and only has time to lift the sword to block. Purple electric arc diffused, Li Fuchen's feet rubbed the ground and slid out, and a large number of scorch marks appeared on the skin. Well, take another punch from me. Situlay screamed, and the figure was like lightning, crossing the sky, and countless thunder and lightning fists hit Li Fuchen again. It seems that I have to expose bronze sword essence, and it should be okay to expose a little. Li Fuchen does not intend to expose all the strength of bronze sword essence. It is too shocking. Maybe it is okay now, but once the first odd martial artist leaves, he will become the target of public criticism. Even now, black iron sword essence is estimated to have caused many people to covet. After all, the secret technique that can be superimposed is rare, even the top 10 forces are estimated to have no. On the surface of the bones within the body, the black iron sword mark is still bright, and at the same time, about half of the bronze sword mark is lit up. The next moment, countless black with bronze and red sword aura sprayed out, facing the thunder and lightning fist that broke the air. Can you stop it? Situlay sneers. Hey, like a bubble being punctured, it seems that the fierce and overbearing thunder and lightning fist has collapsed. The next moment, the dense sword aura is like rain, sprinkling to Situlay. What? Situlay was shocked and the figure retreated wildly. In the process of retreating, Situlay made 3 punches to break the dense sword aura. His strength? Situlay is bewildered. He can be sure that Li Fuchen must have used some hidden ability to make the strength soar, otherwise, he can't break his heavenly thunder execution. Is this still a human? How many trump cards does he have? Everyone has been dumbfounded and can't be dumbfounded. Again and again, 3 and 4. Li Fuchen hid his strength again and again, and the strength broke out again and again. Everyone was shocked from the beginning to numb, and then couldn't help but be shocked. Heavenly thunder execution, heavenly thunder shattering. With a scream, Situ Lei broke out the unique skill in Heavenly Thunder Execution. As soon as the unique skill is out, everything is electrocuted into nothingness, including dust. At the same time, a strong electric field is born. In the strong electric field, Li Fuchen only feels that the body is overcharged from the inside to the outside. That kind of numbness makes him feel a little powerless. To know that this is just a fist, if you are bombarded by the thunder and lightning fist, you will definitely be smashed. Almost subconsciously, Li Fuchen's body surface held up a layer of black and green true qi. This is the combination of black iron sword qi and bronze sword qi, which is sword qi body protection. Its strength is far beyond the ordinary body protecting true qi. With the body protecting sword qi, Li Fuchen's body numbness disappeared. The next moment, Li Fuchen exploded, and the profound level high rank killing move Flame Dragon blasted out. Sword aura condensed into a flame dragon, most of which is black, the periphery is cyan, and the edge is crimson. It looks like a dragon, but it is more like a thunder and lightning. Of course, there is no thunder and lightning attribute, but the shape is not fixed. Tear. Thunder and lightning fist was cut open, and flame dragon sword aura was like a hot knife through butter, bombarding Situ Lei's body protecting true qi. Although Situ Lei's body protecting true qi is extremely powerful and specially reinforced, it is better than the flame dragon sword aura mixed with bronze sword aura and directly annihilated. Hua! Sword aura swallows, Situ Lei's half body is annihilated by sword aura. Chapter 319. Worthy is the first odd martial artist, unexpectedly passed down such a secret technique. There are many sects shedding body realm martial artist with envy. The secret technique that can be superimposed is rare in the world. Perhaps the super expert has it, but now, it is almost impossible to see. Li Fuchen's secret technique should be a 4-star secret technique, with Azure Billow sect 4-star secret technique, enough to exert the power of a 5-star secret technique. Of course, they do not know that the Sword Essence secret technique remnant is not a 4-star secret technique, but a 6-star secret technique, and it is the top 6-star secret technique. The complete version is at least 7-star, and even 9-star is possible. If you know this, it is estimated that there will be more covetous people, maybe someone will take the risk, regardless of the first odd martial artist deterrence, from Li Fuchen were the Sword Essence secret technique remnant. After all, the first odd martial secret realm cannot exert the full strength, equivalent to apex shedding body realm martial artist. If the cultivation of the Sword Essence secret technique remnant, it is not impossible to defeat the first odd martial artist and run rampant throughout Eastern Lin continent. Unfortunately, everyone doesn't know. Everyone thinks that Li Fuchen's secret technique is just a 4-star secret technique. If it is only a 4-star secret technique, it is not enough to make the shedding body realm martial artist desperate. Secret technique, this thing has its limitations. The general shedding body realm martial artist corresponds to a 5-star secret technique. The 4-star secret technique is not ineffective, but the effect is not great. If it is a 3-star secret technique, it is estimated that there is no effect, and the strength increase is minimal. In other words, as the cultivation base improves, the level of the secret technique is also higher. The 4-star secret technique that can superimpose the secret technique, at most make Heavenly Dipper realm martial artist crazy, not enough to make shedding body realm martial artist crazy. Of course, if there is, it is best. After all, a little strength is a little strength. Grandfather, Li Fuchen won the championship. Zhao Mingyue pleasantly surprised. Yes. Zhao Wujin nodded and looked pleasantly surprised. In Azure Billow sect, he is the first one who is more optimistic about Li Fuchen. Now all this proves that he is not wrong about Li Fuchen. In fact, he is underestimated. He actually became the star list first. Lu Wuhuang and Yuan Tian are unbelievable. Not long ago, they were delusional about the future with Li Fuchen, thinking that Li Fuchen is just going further now. However, from the looks of it now, he had not only gone further, he had clearly left them in the dust. 3 years later, when they participated in the next stars ranking tournament, it was unknown where Li Fuchen would be. This is probably the most subversive stars ranking tournament. Su Muyu thought to herself. As a rookie, no one has done it for hundreds of years. In the last Star List Great Competition, Situ Lei won the first place at the age of 24, and in the last Star List Great Competition, there is no older elite heavens chosen, otherwise, Situ Lei wants to win the first place. It is not an easy thing. This year was known as the year with the most elite prodigies. Logically speaking, it was already heaven-defying for a rookie to be able to enter the top 10. It was impossible for him to get first place, but Li Fuchen did it. I really underestimated him. Yan Qinggu frowned. What she had said before the match now seemed to be a joke. But she couldn't be blamed. Li Fuchen's performance couldn't be viewed with common sense. Shock, sensation, envy, jealousy. No one thought that this Star List Great Competition would be won by a rising star. The faces of the Thunder God sect people are not very good. For them, this is completely a cooked duck flying. After Li Fuchen defeated Situ Lei, he represented the Flood Dragon form Heavenly Dipper Battle Chi opened his mouth and sucked. Situ Lei represented the Flood Dragon form Heavenly Dipper Battle Chi, which was sucked in a lot of Heavenly Dipper Battle Chi. The next moment, Li Fuchen's Flood Dragon form Heavenly Dipper Battle Chi began to transform. From one horn, it grew into 2, and its claws became 5. The scales on its body were vivid and lifelike, giving off a bright light. This is the true dragon form Heavenly Dipper Battle Chi. The true dragon form Heavenly Dipper Battle Chi roared, and the rest of the Heavenly Dipper Battle Chi, which had been lowered, did not dare to compete with it. With the birth of the true dragon form Heavenly Dipper Battle Chi, the Heavenly Dipper Great Array seems to be activated and active. Above the sky, the stars shine, and the starlight falls from the sky and blends into the Heavenly Dipper Great Array. In a short time, the 36 Heavenly Dipper stone pillars, each one exudes dazzling starlight, various forms of Heavenly Dipper Battle Chi, have shrunk, and finally condensed into an imprint. Whiz 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 whiz. The imprint lashed out and was branded on the eyebrows of the top 36 people. Li Fuchen only felt a pain in the eyebrows, and the next moment, a true dragon imprint was engraved on the eyebrows. Is this Heavenly Dipper Battle imprint? Heavenly Dipper Battle imprint, only after being promoted to Heavenly Dipper realm, will begin to activate, not only can promote more realms at one time, but also Heavenly Dipper Battle imprint, very mysterious, can make Heavenly Dipper realm martial artist, cultivation speed doubled. It can be said that every 3 years of Star List Great Competition is a must-compete competition, even if the character is more indifferent, do not want to miss. After all, this is related to the future. Missed, the future will spend more than 10 years of cultivation time than others, may not be able to catch up. In addition, Earth Fiend Realm Martial Artist has Heavenly Dipper Battle Imprint, and can sense the realm of Heavenly Dipper Realm in advance, which can be promoted to Heavenly Dipper Realm faster. His true dragon imprint is different from mine. Situ Lei, who is extremely cold, stared at Li Fuchen. When he saw the true dragon imprint between Li Fuchen's eyebrows, he was stunned. His true dragon imprint was only the horn of the true dragon, but there were no true dragon claws, and there were some small differences in other places. The same star list, why true dragon imprint will be different? This Situ Lei can't figure it out. Unfortunately, except for the Heavenly Dipper Battle imprint, the rest of the people can't see the Heavenly Dipper Battle imprint between their eyebrows, including Shedding Body Realm Martial Artist. After all, once promoted to Shedding Body Realm, the former Heavenly Dipper Battle imprint between the eyebrows will disappear. What everyone doesn't know is that inside Star Fate Mountain, there is an old man phantom that looks at all of this. Yes, This session has actually produced a complete form of true dragon imprint. In general, it is necessary to be the first of 2-star list in a row to have a chance to condense the complete form of true dragon imprint. It seems that this year's Heaven's Chosen is too much, and the invisible Heavenly Dipper Battle Chi and Star Fate have increased a lot. The old man phantom smiled and then dissipated into nothingness, as if it had never appeared. Rumble. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.